And welcome back to the Pain Game YouTube channel. I'm here with the lads. We are going to watch Francis Ngannou destroy Tyson Fury. He's coming for him. I mean, I can hope. What are you saying, lads? What's the excitement levels like?
I'm excited. Do you know what? Let me not lie. It's like I'm at like an 8 because of the Fabio Wardley fight.
Oh, right, yeah.
That's it.
Undercard's decent.
Yeah, the undercard, and you know, that's pretty much the excitement. And you never know, like there's that steep hope that Ngannou just does something and the world just changes.
How familiar with Francis Ngannou are you boys just generally? Like how, because I'm the MMA guy, I think, here.
Unfamiliar.
Yeah.
I know of him, but I know I'm a boxing man at heart. So
yeah, I'm the exact same. Like, very casual.
Because I've watched Francis pretty much from day one in the UFC, and every time he touches someone, they just go to sleep pretty quickly.
Really?
But obviously, like in terms of power, I've never seen a harder puncher in my life than Francis Ngannou. But those little gloves, they change perception, right? Because like boxing gloves, as Conor McGregor found out the hard way, it ain't the same. Like you can protect yourself way better, but they also do take the edge off of the power. So I don't think it's going to be quite as simple as he just has to land a glove the way it is in MMA. We're seeing some of his backstory here on TNT. Who've had a lot of problems with the stream so far. And I interviewed him, and I'm not just saying this, I say it every time, but the aura around this man. Like when I met Tyson Fury, I was like, yeah. No, I didn't feel I was in the room with someone who could literally kill me with one arm, you know? Whereas with Francis, he just looks like a Greek god chiseled from stone, and I've seen him do horrendously violent things to other people. When Fury beats people, you're like, what a boxing display. That is clinical, technique, beautiful, jab, unbelievable. When you watch Francis Ngannou, hear people, they're like, oh, fucking hell.
Oh, wow.
Like, it's like this should be like 18 plus rated, you know what I mean? So that's what gives me that little hope for him tonight of maybe landing a glove and just even giving us a wobble, a moment of like, oh, fuck, is something happening, you know? But
because I don't know too much about Francis Ngannou, would you say from a power aspect, I know obviously the delivery is going to be different because one's obviously more skilled in boxing, but in a pair of 10-ounce gloves, does he hit as hard as Deontay Wilder?
I don't think so.
You know what? I think it's a hard one to quantify because we're looking at two different types of body. But I'd have to say I do believe that he does, honestly, just purely because Deontay Wilder is a much smaller guy, and I understand like velocity and all the mathematics that go into throwing a punch. But Francis Ngannou was every bit 20 fucking stone and moves. Like, there's not a shred of body fat on him.
So is he knocking guys in the UFC? Is he knocking guys out on impact, like punch down, like how Deontay Wilder will have a knockout in boxing? Is he guys are hitting the floor?
So if you're looking at like, and again, the small gloves, but if you're looking at how long people generally last with him, when he's fully fit, the last fight was different because he had 2 bum knees going into that fight, and I don't know what his knees are like now, but it was very common to watch a Francis Ngannou fight and think, if this makes it the second round, you've done well, mate.
Wow.
Like 40 seconds is like, oh yeah, I expect that.
Do you know what I sort of think, like, when we look at, obviously, the caliber of opponent he's been fighting, and especially when you then translate that into the boxing world, it's one thing being able to box like a boxer. It's another thing being able to defend yourself like a boxer. And when I look at some of these guys he's hitting, the main thing I would sort of say is there lack of defence when it comes to how a boxer can defend himself? Is that playing into our perception of his punch power ever so slightly? Would he be even with the 4-ounce gloves, would he be putting a boxer away in that same way?
Yeah, so there's one knockout, and they can't really use the UFC footage because he's been so blackballed by the UFC. The UFC really hate Ngannou because he played a masterstroke to get this. And I think it'd actually be doing him a disservice to like not explain that. So like we all know the Usyk thing and how that came about. But Francis Ngannou, and they're having to do this like artwork version of his fights, he basically bet on himself in a way that nobody ever has in the history of the UFC. So the UFC are known for giving out pretty bad contracts. They start you off low, and if you ever make it to a point where you're getting a few $100,000 a fight, you're doing really well.
Okay.
And Francis Ngannou's last fight, he got £500,000. And he basically had an option of re-signing with them earlier on, when he was like 2 or 3 fights away from ending the deal, played his cards close to his chest with Dana White and went, I'll think about it. And he got closer and he got that title, and then he got closer to seeing his contract and he thought, fuck it, I'm going to see my contract out because they'll never let me take a boxing fight. And that's where the real money is. So he fought his last fight in the UFC with 2 dodgy knees against a kickboxer who was one of the best kickboxers in the world.
Yeah.
In Cyril Gane, and managed to get the win by out-wrestling him
Snap.
with 2 bad knees for 25 minutes, got the win, and basically walked off in the sunset and went, all right, you never paid me what I was worth, and now I'm going to get the
So
bag.
he's still the lineal champion.
He's the lineal, and this is the key. He is the lineal MMA heavyweight champion of the world. So he is, so right tonight, that ends tonight. We will see the lineal heavyweight champion of MMA and the lineal heavyweight champion of boxing. Someone's going to lose. Now, the thing is, he's still technically the lineal MMA guy,
champion.
but he's the lineal guy, and he managed to walk away, and it's funny because he's been walking around all week with a bag that says fumbled the bag on it, because that's what they accused him of doing.
Yeah.
And look, so the UFC are really bitter because you were our heavyweight champion and we couldn't re-sign you. And he's walked off into the sunset with the title. You're never supposed to do that.
When we're talking about the money aspect of it here, is there a potential that if Francis Ngannou doesn't embarrass himself tonight and if he's able to put up a bit of a fight, is there a potential that we actually see him fully transition into boxing then?
Absolutely.
I think that's what he wants. And look,
Absolutely.
the thing I don't know, and I think we're going to find a lot out tonight, is where is he compared, because luckily Tyson Fury has not been fighting great competition lately. We've seen how Chisora went. We've seen how Dillian White
went.
How does he compare to those guys?
He can't be on their level.
I don't even think he's British level. And like, you know, if we're talking about in Great Britain alone, I don't put him there because I just think there's a lot of guys, very mediocre British guys, because I just don't think the hands that he's got in UFC transfers over to boxing. I just think it's miles
Totally
apart.
different.
The Romford ball beats.
And you mentioned about the defense side of things. If you the bits that I have seen of him, he kind of runs at guys swinging his arm. There's no real technique to what he does. And obviously because of a lot of the guys in front of him are more worried about what's coming towards them rather than thinking about getting their own
Fear's
shots
a
off.
big thing for sure.
Oh, it's very fit in the fact that he's teamed up with Mike Tyson because he kind of had that in the UFC world. And I think, like I say, I just think it doesn't transfer to boxing because if you look at his defense, he's never thinking about defense. He runs at guys just swinging, just totally defenseless.
There's one knockout in particular that I've kind of used as my reference of what he should do.
Yeah.
And it was against a kickboxer called Rosenstrike. And he just runs, and it's like this.
I think I've
And
seen
they
this
are-
one.
And he misses 4. And he hits him with the 5th and 6th, and then it's lights out.
But this is the problem that I find for him because he's fighting probably one of the purest boxers in the heavyweight division. In terms of, we all know what Tyson Fury is. As much as I dislike Tyson Fury, but then I can't pretend as if he's not a very good boxer. So him going into this one, you've seen when these, even in Misfits, where like, let's say Salt Pappy versus the Anthony, and you just saw like, it was just clear. It's like, you don't belong here. Yeah. And not saying that, obviously that's Misfits, but in MMA, none of these MMA guys have been able to fight these YouTubers well. Yeah. It just doesn't, the crossover just doesn't work.
Do you know what? I would actually almost counter that to say that sometimes for the first few rounds, the boxer can look pretty shit against these sort of MMA
Tommy
guys.
Fury,
Tyson.
You look at McGregor against Mayweather. For the first couple of rounds, Mayweather wasn't looking that great. One that quite a lot of people probably haven't even watched the fight, but does anyone remember when Anderson Silva fought Chavez Jr.?
But Anderson Silva's got like boxing heritage.
Cool.
His dad.
But there's so many other examples. Like I can think of when
he's the anomaly. I think Anderson's
Paulie Malignaggi.
Yeah, okay.
He sparred with McGregor. We only saw what we saw of that. But you'd see him go in a bare knuckle against Lobov. Is it?
It was Artem Lobov, yeah, and Lobov beat him.
He lost that. So I'm not suggesting for a second that happens, but I would think the most realistic sort of situation we see play out here is actually for like 3 rounds, Tyson Fury not look that good, and then that's when we have a little look, and Ngannou all of a sudden is breathing a little bit heavier, and you go, right, okay, he's going to start stepping on the gas a little bit with the feints, the twitching, and start really working that jab on him now.
I just think it's such a difficult thing to even imagine, because when we're talking about guys from MMA fighting boxers, generally speaking, you're not talking about the Gypsy King, you know, the cream of the absolute crop. So I just can't see
This was never supposed to happen, really, was it?
No, it's in any other sport, it wouldn't be allowed. You wouldn't get guys this level apart. It's just like it's mental that it's generated the hype so that it's actually happening. It's kind of weird that I'm actually going to be watching this tonight. But
because we've seen retired guy, it's usually retired boxer or retired MMA guy versus like we never see two guys. They're in their prime,
unbeaten. Like, this is Tyson Fury unbeaten. He's kind of got a bit of an invincibility about him. You're not just talking about a mediocre heavyweight champion of the world. So for me, I mean, if he was to beat him, I would be.
Wouldn't this be the greatest upset in fight history?
Without doubt.
But in every sport, every fight sport.
Only it would be if it counted towards the belts. If the belts were on the line, I'd say absolutely. Because
apparently it's an official professional bout.
I would say it would be if they were like anything below middleweight, because of the weight divisions. When I look at it, it's like we all know at heavyweight, one punch can end anything. We've seen history littered with upsets at heavyweight. Yeah. So I just think it would be a massive thing. But I feel like if you were to get, let's say for example, TJ Dillashaw or someone like that come into boxing and beat a world champion, that would be like elite level upset. Whereas I think with this, it would be a huge upset. But then if it was to happen and we were to look back on it and say it was like a lucky counter shot, something like that, all of a sudden clips him on the chin and goes, there's always that part of you that goes, well, they're big guys, you know what I mean?
You're totally right. But it's just, to me, like even in the circles that when I'm speaking to people about this, nobody is giving Ngannou a chance. So I just really can't see it happening. And I feel as if Tyson Fury has to be so overly confident and kind of, you know, taking it a little bit too easy and kind of to get caught. I just can't see it happening. And even Ngannou, has he ever fought anyone 6'9" with a long who can jab and move? Like the guys who he's fought have not been that size. You know what I mean? They've been big blokes, but not Tyson Fury's size. So
well, another one we were saying as well is like, how do you prepare for either man? We all know notoriously it's very hard to prepare. Obviously for Tyson Fury, there's no one really that does what he does. Maybe since he's been with Sugar Hill, his style's changed ever so slightly.
He's plodding now. Tyson Fury's plodding now.
He's plodding for Fury standards. I don't think he's plodding for heavyweight standards.
He's kind of adapted his style. He's not as bouncy as he once was. He kind of sets his feet.
I didn't think he looked good in his last two fights, actually. If I'm not like,
I think it's the new version of Tyson. Well, he doesn't have to jump anymore. He doesn't have to herky jerky it anymore.
I think I class the new version as when he first when he fought Wilder, them fights. I think since then he's been very mediocre.
Can I just stop you? This guy on screen looks like the scariest heavyweight I've ever seen. If I'm going against him, it's the eyes, it's the eyebrows as well.
Like a dodgy facelift that's gone wrong.
But it's adding to the fierceness.
And I don't know if you've watched him when he lets his punches go and he walks away, or he's going back to the corner. He does this weird twitch with his neck. No. It's so intimidating. Like
I'm intimidated now. I'm not even fighting him. Like, what is that?
Yeah.
Do you remember the thing where the fighter didn't get paid and he walks out the ring straight away? I mean, that's what we're gonna see here, isn't it?
I mean, I'm not being.
Hey, that's the funniest thing I've ever seen. You know, that guy just leaves, and it's a long walk.
That twitch there that he's doing there. I mean, I don't want to be disrespectful to the guy, but you know that he's a bit like Star Wars. He's got a little.
Welcome, bruv.
Mate.
We're gonna get Travis and
nice for you to join me.
What's going on, guys?
Welcome.
Sorry I'm late, man.
No, it's all good. It's all good. We're just talking about the level of upset this would be, mate. Like, for me, biggest upset in history if it did come off.
It would be friggin' mind-blowing. I wouldn't even know how to feel as someone who's like a big AJ fan, and like I'm a known documented Fury hater. So if he was to be the one that beat Fury, it kind of pissed me off but make me really happy at the same time. Yeah, because I'm just
AJ didn't get there first.
I want AJ.
That's trouble, that
mate.
You know what? I think I think Fury hasn't looked his best since. I think Wilder 2 was the best version of Fury that combined power and movement, whereas Wilder 3, he didn't look in shape. And then the last two fights, I think he knew he didn't have to be in the best of shape because...
Is it over already?
It's not done here.
because White and Chisora are just no threat to him. They're just easy plodders. So
I actually think in the Dylan White fight, when we were saying about him being a bit of a plodder, I actually think he was a little bit more fleet-footed than we're giving him credit for in that fight.
That's
but
fair.
I do think, like you were saying, like in terms of not being a threat to him, Chisora, you've been in the ring with him 3 times. You've pretty much won every single round.
it's over.
It's done.
That guy didn't belong in there.
And then when you look at the White fight, Fury used to spar White week in, week out when he was with Peter Fury still. And White used to go up there. There was a picture of them two in the gym together and White was like ripped to shreds. This is before the Jack 3D thing. But like, do you know what I mean? Like he knew both of those men. And I think there's always that thing of when you've been in the ring with someone, when you've probably hurt them in sparring or hurt them in fights as he had with Chisora, you're always going to be a little bit more... less hesitant, maybe I should say, of them. Whereas I think in this fight, you'll actually see a bit more of that twitchy, herky-jerky style from Fury early on, because we know that that's the way he sort of lays the ground rules with his opponents. That's the way he'll set traps to see what they're overreacting to. And that's the key thing is Ngannou, as a lot of MMA guys do, I see him overreacting a lot. When Fury feints, I don't see him keeping his cool there. I see him twitching a lot and sort of giving Fury areas to move into.
So, hold on a minute. Do you think Fury's declined?
I do a little, yeah. I just think Wilder 2 was the perfect balance of because they're very funny about the size of Fury, out more than most fighters because the heavyweight division allows for such fluctuations in weight anyway, and when. Like the version of him that you remember Big John going crazy about boxer-sized Ben and how he had him too light and he was a baby in there, you know, and all of that sort of talk. Whereas then he piled the weight on, but I think Wilder 2 was the perfect balance of fitness and power. Whereas now. I just don't. I think there might be a slowing down of him, and I'm not saying that means he's not going to beat everyone in front of him still, but. I don't think I don't see a problem tonight, but I do see a problem against Usyk maybe.
I feel like he's a bit more dangerous, like he's setting himself now. Do you know what I mean? Like this is a Fury that's more powerful. Like, and one thing about him is that I might not like the guy, but I can recognize he's an amazing
That's
fighter.
what he just said. I don't like him.
Yeah,
but
I don't like him, but he knows what's required,
Uh-huh.
and I think him bulking to 270 is really dangerous. I just don't know how effective he is from round 9 onwards. Do you see what I mean? Because in the Wilder fights, so far 2 and 3 in that Wilder fight, he hasn't really been pushed to the point of exhaustion at that weight. And obviously with Dylan and Chisora, he's doing that on sleep mode. So it's interesting.
What round did he stop Wilder in the last fight? That was the 11th, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think Fury, I think cardio-wise, out of any heavyweight I watch, you could always make the comparison with Usyk, and you could say, well, Usyk's got that cardio, but also I would be interested to see if Usyk could get dropped multiple times in a fight and then still bang someone out in the 11th round like he did against Wilder. So I actually think that cardio-wise, maybe we give him a little bit more credit because we look at the shape he's in and go, how are you doing that? If he was absolutely ripped to pieces, we might not think that.
He's a bit of a freak though.
But I think
For a fat bastard to
cardio-wise...
do that in the 11th round is mental.
Yeah.
I was going to say the same. Cardio isn't an issue with Fury. I don't care what weight he's ever come at. I've never ever seen him look tired.
Man.
And even you talk about Usyk's fight, he looked even against Joshua. I think he could have the second time he probably could have got him out of there if he was able to up the gears. But the reason he didn't do that because he had him hurt, especially in the last round. He kind of was reserved. And I can't remember if it was after about the 9th round. I seen him kind of plateau or slow down.
Talking about 1 or 2.
To be honest, he done it in both.
He done it in one when Joshua backed up to the rope.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he's square on, drops his hands like that as if he's going to shoulder roll us there, but he's square. And it
That was around 12 minutes, a couple seconds.
So I don't think cardio. And you talk about from the first fight to the second. I think you're right. I think because he kind of adopted that Kronk style, and it was like the balance of almost his old style, still being a bit on his toes, but planting where he needed to. Whereas I feel as if his feet have slowed down further again. It's kind of continued to evolve into that style, and I don't know if it's for the better. I think that second fight was like he peaked in terms of adopting the two styles together.
Agreed.
And I think it's been a motivation thing. I don't think he's excited about boxing anymore. I feel as if like the rebuild for the Wilder fights is where mentally, forgetting physically, was at his best and motivated. Now,
That's such a good point, mate.
I think because
you know with the Usyk fight, that would be if I'm like Tyson Fury's biggest fan. My biggest worry would be the way him and Usyk talk about boxing is completely different.
Yeah.
One guy is going. Clearly, they've signed him into a multi-fight deal for Saudi, going, we're going to give you the Ngannou fight, big start. We'll give you Usyk in a rematch, but you have to you have to sign up to all of this in order to get all of that money. I don't think he was particularly bothered about fighting Usyk at all. Undisputed didn't matter, but it was all of that cash that got him there. Whereas Usyk, I need undisputed. That's all he cares about. He doesn't give a fuck about the money compared to Fury. He wants undisputed. And I think a man who's motivated by legacy is a motherfucker compared to a man motivated by money.
The elephant in the room is, even if Fury is like that with the money, right? When it comes to fight night, he's locked in. There's one fight that we can't, regardless of what happens, on fight night, he shows up. So you talk about the Dillian White 1 fight, was key. Not Dillian White, sorry, Deontay Wilder 1, right? Deontay Wilder's sitting at home, he signed this thing, he's seen this guy overweight, and he's thinking, there's no way you're going to trouble me. This is going to be a nice win, good for my legacy. I get to not be the guy that beat the lineal champion. Fury shows up, and I don't know how he does it. He's been out the ring. He shows up and puts on...
I disagree with you, though.
A big performance.
Because I think that when you're at the bottom of the mountain, it's like going on a diet. The motivation's high at the start, right? Yeah. When you finally... I think he's reached the mountain now, and he's in cruise now. I'm not saying he won't beat Usyk or whatever. I'm just saying I don't think his frame of mind is the best I've seen.
But can we trust his mind, though? Because he says and does anything. That's the one thing. So it's like, I don't trust Fury when he speaks. I just watch him fight. I'm not going to waste time trying to understand what he's saying, because 1 minute he wants to leave this game, next minute he's in this game. 1 minute he's the people's champion, next minute he wants them rolling out the red carpet and treating him like a king.
Did you see the thing he said about Saudi versus England?
Couldn't believe it.
Can, for those who haven't heard it, can you give an explanation? Because I didn't hear the full...
He's basically come out and said, look, like all the tax I've paid in the UK, like the special treatment that I've got out here, like everywhere I go, it's the red carpet treatment. But back in the UK, no one's even said thank you.
Yeah,
like he's just. I just find it mad to go from the stance of being like a man of the people to now thinking that the red carpet needs to be rolled out by the Prime Minister.
For the tax I've paid. Literally, he wants to go to the front of the NHS queue.
It's mad.
He's been like this for a while, though. Like, first of all, it's all about being the fighting man and, wanting to be the champion. And like you say, it's almost like he's seen the other side now. And now, the nice... if you look at what his clothes he's wearing, starting to get a little bit more flash. He's buying nicer cars. Everything. He's kind of got used to the money now. He's not the gypsy guy who was quite happy in his caravan anymore.
Did you guys see At Home with the Furies? Because I want to know what you thought about the doc. Did you see it?
I haven't
watched it. Did you see it?
I watched 4 episodes.
Because I quite liked it, to be fair. It was quite insightful.
Yeah.
What did you make of it?
I thought it was good. I'm a massive Fury fan, but it's a little bit like, right, like when a rapper blows and all of a sudden they water down their lyrics. That's a little bit what it's like with Fury. I liked when Fury was calling people big stiff idiots and plumbers from Liverpool and getting warned that he was going to get put off air by Channel 5 when they're interviewing him round the wing and stuff like that. Like, that's the Fury that I love. So I'm not saying I'm not here for it now, but but now he is more like mainstream with it, which rightly so, of course. Like you need to be a brand, you need to be able to appeal to people and be able to appeal to different TV channels and audiences and whatnot, and you've got to go that route. But I feel sometimes now, if I watch those sort of things, as a massive Fury fan who loved him on the way up from pretty much an amateur, that version isn't sort of like my go-to content when I want to watch Tyson Fury. I'm probably more going to sit and watch the behind the ropes with David Haye again.
I felt like it was in that documentary. I felt like it a little bit exposed him a little bit for being quite a big baby, and I know I've had my say about him, but even objectively speaking, there was a moment where him and the family went to a pub, and he sat outside of the pub and he's like this, and he's really feeling sorry for himself because everyone keeps going up to him and giving him attention.
What about the bit with his daughter you told me about?
There was a bit where Paris kind of goes, well, why don't you go out back then? And he's like, no, I'm fine here. And it's like, then of course you're outside the front. You're a heavyweight champion of the world. You're sitting in front of a pub. People are going to come up to you.
Wasn't there a bit you said... his daughter he said, "Oh, do people recognise you for being my daughter?"
Oh my god, the best bit was when he goes to his daughter. Do people ask you about being my daughter? Do they? And she's like, "Yeah, not really." And he's like, he goes, Good. Yeah, really good. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the bit of Fury I like. That's the sort of stuff we like. Because part of like
the real him.
what got a lot of people on board with Fury wasn't because we were all thinking this bloke's brilliant. Like a lot of the time early on in his career, it was like car crash stuff, and we loved it. Like
Yeah,
say
yeah,
funny
Coogan interviews.
things we didn't mean to.
2012 Fury,
New era cap
Kevin
Fury.
Johnson,
Yeah.
new era, big new era cap,
Yeah.
and just wanting to like, it was a bit hip hop, but he just
Yeah.
wasn't right.
I've been
just
sent
wasn't-
here to do demolition jobs on cruiserweights like you.
When he went to America, that was sick. I agree.
Do you know, I think it's a little bit like, now he's just too big of a celebrity and everything's a bit choreographed. Like, I
Yeah.
feel like you were saying earlier on, he was a lot more raw. It's a bit like when Anthony Joshua, people kind of hated on him because he was that
The
celebrity.
polished,
He
media
was
friendly.
Haven't they gone in
far too
opposite
polished.
directions? It's
This is
big
quite
time.
funny. They've
No, do you know
almost
what-
swapped, haven't they?
I think what happened here is he won the belt. When he won the belt for when he beat Klitschko,
Yeah.
he expected something. He wanted to win
The red carpet.
BBC Sports Personality of the Year. He wanted all the
right.
stuff, but then he had the what he said. The
religious stuff.
They
Yeah.
couldn't
all the
champion
stuff that
him.
all the
They
stuff
couldn't
that he
champion
said,
him.
they couldn't champion him, and he couldn't believe it. And then after you have this rising star in Anthony Joshua, and he's thinking, well, that should be me.
I
And
got a
then
question
what's
for you about this then.
Go ahead.
The AJ stuff, because we were kind of talking about just before we went live. Like, for a long, long time, especially AJ, looks like a fucking Greek god, says all the right things.
People's champion.
And then you've got Fury with his belly saying all the wrong things and just completely polar opposite guys. I think there was a level of maybe jealousy, might not be the
Yeah.
right word, but resentment.
Of
towards
course,
AJ.
jealousy without doubt.
And now Fury's holding holding the crown.
Yeah.
And AJ needs that. And every time they ask him about, would you fight AJ? He's like, you're nothing to me. Like,
Yeah.
he belittles it. And even just on the undercard, they were going to put, there's still talk of AJ being on the undercard against Wilder for Usyk Fury 23rd of December. And AJ's expressed an interest in it. And Fury is like, get his own undercard. What a loser. You're trying to be on my undercard, you absolute loser. And he's like, he won't ever miss an opportunity to put him down.
Yeah.
Do you think that even though Fury's had all of this money, all this success, probably going to be richer than AJ after these 3 fights even, which I never thought we'd ever see, do we think that that's just still going to burn there forever?
Absolutely.
I think it's funny because they switched places. When AJ did that Black Lives Matter speech, it changed for him. It really tipped because he had everyone. There was no one that had anything bad to say about AJ. But I think he lost some people, and he was I think AJ was pretty shocked at what happened in the reaction. And ever since then, we've seen a more honest version of AJ. He just says what he's thinking now, even though we don't really understand it. He's talking. I'll be honest, we don't really understand it.
He's jaded.
I don't think he's ever got them fans that he kind of lost from that period. And I think
didn't. He didn't win them back.
Like you say, it's like they've swapped. It's like Joshua got a little bit bitter towards the public and kind of.
Yes, he did. I
He said,
feel
you know
like
what it
he
is?
did.
I've been so polished all this time, and I've said everything I was meant to. Do you know what it is? And look where it's got us. And like,
That's right.
I might as well just be myself.
So he's now jaded, and I think Fury he's been waiting for this. He took
Opportunity.
he's waited for this moment, and he's enjoying it. But he knows this moment can't be capped off without these two meeting
But you know
each
what
other.
the thing is as always, like, Fury for a long time has been, in his own mind, the underdog. Like, no one's ever backed me. Even when I was champ, nobody backed me. And I think even being champion and sitting in that seat now, he doesn't know how to carry it.
No.
I think his mind is so set in being the underdog now. That's why, like, I feel like a lot of these fights don't get made because he's like, well, what's the point? He can talk himself out of fighting anybody. Whereas back when he was like on the comeback and he was fat, he's like, right, Wilder, I've locked in. I'm going to be the best version of myself. Whereas now I think we're going to struggle to see the best version unless it's AJ.
I think the bitterness has just ate him up, and I don't think he'll be able to let go because I
Yeah.
think when AJ was the number one guy, he wasn't really talking about Fury. Like, it wasn't really like he was bitter towards Fury. They were
Never spoke about it.
they were in the individual lanes. But like you said, he was trapped in his own mind, and he's seen it as if like it was against him, and like Anthony Joshua was taking something from him.
Because he was
Which-
sat on the couch.
That's
you know what I
right.
mean?
Yeah, but-
Fury was in a real bad place, and you imagine you're in your underpants putting
Yeah.
on 100 pounds,
Watch it.
and this handsome bastard holding the title up. Everyone's noshing him off. It mustn't have felt good for
Yeah,
Fury.
it was as in his mind as
100%.
if Anthony Joshua was sleeping with his wife. You know what I mean? That if in his mind that was happening, and he can't get that image out of
bodybuilder.
his head. And it's like I don't think he'll get that out of his head at all. And I think that's why. I mean, I seen the interview earlier on today with Cassius, Kugan Cassius, and he was saying that fight will never happen. I give him his opportunity, and it's like it just showed the level of bitterness. I mean,
He hates him.
it's unbelievable.
He was going to come in, but then I just want you guys to remember the fact that AJ, while he was riding high and everything was fine, Fury's words really affected AJ because AJ
The
tried to
bodybuilder
change
stuff.
the bodybuilder stuff consistently. AJ decided to become a pure boxer against
his style.
Usyk. He decided to change his style against Usyk, and that's probably his biggest mistake.
Do you not think some of that was also, well, it was also a little bit of fear as well?
Because when he speaks about it, even if it's a Freudian slip or anything, he says, look, I get called a bodybuilder, I get called this, and I'm still learning boxing, and I want to be the best boxer. You could tell that Fury's voiced about how he perceives AJ. AJ wants to be seen as a pure boxer, student of the game, and he's not.
Do you not think that, like, with AJ not being as successful of recent, that could almost hinder Fury? Because when you look at Fury's career, right, coming up, he had David Price driving him on. We all know what happened there, but that was a prominent
good.
thing for him. He
That
had
was good.
David Price driving him on.
Yeah.
Then he had Klitschko driving him on. Then he had Wilder and AJ at the same time. And now the problem with the Usyk thing is we all understand how brilliant Usyk is. But in Fury's head, if he genuinely doesn't rate AJ that highly, right, in Fury's head, he is still going to be sat there thinking, well, who you beat? Who you beat? About Usyk. I'm not saying that's correct. I'm just saying I do genuinely think that Tyson could be sitting there thinking, well, you ain't that. Like, you ain't Wilder. You
Yeah.
ain't Klitschko.
Yeah.
You ain't what David Price was to me when everyone was backing him over me. And I do think that having that direct rival to be able to almost feed a bit of energy when it comes to your own
need
training
it.
setup,
I don't
your own
think Usyk does that
motivation.
for him the way AJ
I don't
would.
think Usyk gives him
Not at
that
all.
horn. You know what I mean? That the other fighters did. Like,
I think Usyk's actually a problem for him mentally.
Yeah,
I
that's
think,
what I was thinking.
I think Usyk's actually a really tricky man to break down. I think he's quite a steely ideal of death, that guy. He's not fazed by Fury's mind games at
You see
all.
the interaction where they met and Fury goes in for the hug and Usyk just picks him up. That's a huge, like, mental thing of, like, just sizing somebody up and getting a feel. Just picking him up like that. And also him not looking as much... He's not looking like someone who's 6'9" versus someone that's 6'3".
Have you heard the chat about how they made this fight? They've gone to Fury with a bag to choke a fucking elephant and went, look, we'll give you this, but you have to take Usyk fight. And I think that they've given him that life-changing, like, everything you've made up to now times by 3 in one sweep of fights. 3 fights it'll be in total in Ngannou and 2 against Usyk. And the way the Usyk camp are wording it, and I don't know how true this is, but I do think it's interesting. Usyk's camp are going, they basically forced him into this. Like, he was never going to fight Usyk. He was never going to fight AJ. And I'm not saying that that's true.
Because there's supposed to be a different group, right? There's supposed to be a different group in Saudi that he's signed up with, but they all kind of know each other.
It's kind
Skills
of
challenge, is it? That's
Skills
what
challenge seems to be the...
This is the new group, yeah?
I don't know who I know Usyk's with skills challenge.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
I think they're the ones who are the big boy players in Saudi by the sounds of it. But
Okay.
it seems like they basically put that deal on the table and went, look, yeah, we'll give you the Ngannou fight. We'll make that one a nice one for you. But you have to take these fights. We want to... And I think Fury in his head was like, I'll never get this again. So, yes, I'll fucking... But I don't think Fury had any intention of taking the Usyk fight because in his mind, let's say the Saudi money was never never there, that they didn't get into boxing. I think we just see him going on and having these Chisora, Dillian White...
No, he would've-
I actually think Fury
would've
was
fought
always
AJ.
going to fight Usyk. I did think he was going to fight him, but I think Fury wasn't in a massive rush to make it happen if the money wasn't right. So once the money's there, he would do it very much like we see with Mayweather against Pacquiao, like, and obviously it happened too late. The other thing as well is, got to remember with Usyk, like, Usyk ain't young. Usyk's not young, like, by heavyweight standards as well. And not only that, like, if you're going on about amateur career and everything, like, the length of time and the amount of years that
a lot of
Usyk's
mileage.
been boxing at a high level, there is a lot of mileage, you know? Like, there is a lot of times, we all think because we've not seen Usyk beat and because we've not seen him hurt, that you know, he hasn't got those miles on the clocks. But believe me, like, Usyk's body, his resistance to punches to the body as he gets older is deteriorating ever so slightly. It's nowhere near the extent that we've seen Fury obviously dropped and bounced on and off the canvas in times gone by. But I think he's looking at that Usyk thing going, it doesn't massively benefit you if I do let myself continue aging and then fight you in a couple of years. So I think he's just waiting till the bag was there.
I don't think the bag was ever going to be enough for him without Saudi, is what I mean. Like, I don't think that there's necessarily fear there. I think Fury and his dad and all of them logically go, Usyk's your biggest challenge. If the money isn't more than fighting Chisora or White, why bother? Like, I think they look at it totally mathematically. It's more risk than it's worth. We get all the same money. And Saudi have gone, all right, we're going to pay you enough money to make it happen then. And that it depends on how you look at it.
I agree with you because I think the Usyk fight, I think Fury's, I personally think he's deliberately avoided him because I think he's always, like you say, always known that's his biggest challenge. And I think he's just thought, I'm going to watch how he performs against all these other guys, and then I pick my moment to come in there. That's what I personally
Very Mayweather like.
Dubois,
If the Dubois thing gave him a bit more confidence.
Absolutely, it did.
Because they all realised that it was almost. They said Daniel Dubois gone in there and they've gone work the body.
Yeah.
Dubois had one decision basically: work the body, and they did it and they had success.
Yeah.
I think
Now,
the problem
if someone
is,
else is gonna go in and work the body, Fury will be able to do that. And I know he's not a body
I
puncher.
think the problem is Fury will not be able to execute a game plan like that. He's not a body puncher. He never has been. So
No,
when
you're
people
right.
say, "Oh, just go to the body," Fury's seen that he's going to do it. It's like, no, this is not how he fights. He's going to do what he was always going to do with Usyk: maul him, be the bigger man, like we screamed for AJ to do. But I just think Fury would be way better than AJ at trying to get that off. It's just whether or not it's going to work on Usyk.
I just personally think Fury will beat him. I think it's a fight that he can actually win. I just think he hasn't always had the full confidence that he could. He wanted to just see everyone else box against him. And earlier you're talking on about the decline of Usyk's, his age and stuff. I've not really seen a performance where I thought, he's on a slight decline.
I thought he's getting better.
If anything, I think he's evolved and grown into the heavyweight division. He's looking physically stronger. He doesn't punch like a cruiserweight. He's hurting these bigger guys.
And not just that. He wanted to knock out Dubois. I think the game plan was to stop Dubois. And he went in there and obviously got himself caught to the body. But his plan from the beginning of that, you saw the way he fought. He didn't dance around the ring. There was no elusive real strategy. It was sit in the pocket and
He
try
was
and
actually
get
throwing less punches and going for more power. Like statistically, he usually throws in the 500 to 600. He threw about 100 less punches in that fight, but they were more like set. So I agree with you. We've got Fury on our screens now.
He looks slimmer,
Yeah, a little bit.
That's what I was just saying. He seems to look. I don't know if it's just facially, but he looks very
Do
slim
you
in
not
the
think
face.
that there's a very deliberate thing in terms of back-to-back these fights? Like, I think he's looking at having the Usyk fight next. This is a training camp with a glorified sparring session at the end. And then he'll roll right into the Usyk camp. And in theory, he'll be very well prepared for that.
Well, if he has a week off after this fight, then he's got 7 weeks until fight week or 7 weeks until fight night.
Something like that.
So they're going for the 20. They're getting for
23rd
that.
is what they're looking
They're
at.
looking at 20.
Wow.
I would put every penny to my name that it doesn't happen on the 23rd.
Fury has said there's a contract signed for the 23rd, and if Usyk doesn't turn up, he's in breach of contract, and he'll get sued.
But
Fury,
Usyk
I love
tweeted-
Fury, but Fury says a lot of things.
I know.
As a Fury fan, how do you feel about the constant lies from Fury?
Look, I'm not even going to sit here and deny that there is like so many times he contradicts himself and things like that. The way, it's much like we were saying about did I watch at home with the Furies? For me, I have like a disconnect there when it comes to probably even watching IFL interviews and stuff with Tyson Fury at the moment, because what I love Tyson Fury for is one, what he does in the ring, but also like one of the main things with Tyson Fury, and he sound a bit soppy saying this, but like I think that with what a lot of people will feel different ways about this, but I think personally with what he did for the whole mental health thing, some people can say whatever they want about it, but what from my aspect, what he did for the mental health thing when there was like, especially like it's around that time of like lockdowns and things like that, there was a lot of like shit sort of negativity in the air, and I even know like for myself, I was boxing at the time, and then I got put to a point where I couldn't box for ages. And seeing Tyson Fury's comeback and his story and stuff like that was like very inspiring. So, and I think that that's
too,
just
to be
me.
honest. I was his biggest fan.
Yeah, one case example. I think there's like hundreds of thousands of people around the world that were sort of inspired by that. But then I try and look at stuff like, and I know you can't really do this, but I try and look at stuff like when the career is said and done. So let's say, for example, at the moment, we can say, what? Dylan White, Derek Chisora, this exhibition tonight, they're not real fights. That's fine. But what I'm saying is when the career is said and done, even if Fury right now fights Hrgovic, he fights Joe Joyce, he fights Zhang, he fights every single contender there, even when all's said and done, his record is never going to match Muhammad Ali's. It's never going to match Lennox Lewis's. There's not enough caliber of fighters out there to be able to go through for his record to match that. So no matter what you do, you're not going to be up
Do you
there
think
with
he'll do
them.
those things out of interest? The
What?
Zhang,
No.
all these other guys.
No.
Do you think he'll bother with them?
What
but then
I do
you
think
could-
he'll do is I think he'll fight Usyk, and I think he'll fight AJ. And I personally
it's
believe
finished.
that if he does that, let's say for example in a hypothetical world he beats him, yeah, having beat Klitschko. I don't care what anyone says about Klitschko was aging. Klitschko was 11 years unbeaten, man. He was looking good in his fights, yeah. Having beat Klitschko, having done the 3 fights against Wilder, one of which he was a massive underdog in. If he then beats Usyk, and I think we'd all sort of probably agree there's a good chance he beats AJ, at the end of it, I'll look at it and I'll go, mate,
Big career.
without any shadow of a doubt, you were the man, and I would even say your record is more impressive than Klitschko's. Klitschko's would have the depth, but it wouldn't have the standout names on there like Fury's had.
I mean, he'd be a Hall of Famer, which I don't think he has done enough to warrant that yet. Currently, he has more children than he has title defences.
Who doesn't? So do I.
So he does have to put that right. He does, but I would agree. I think if he fights the best,
Yeah.
well, then we're all cool with that. And that the only reason most people have been on his case is just because he's been showing every sign that until Saudi showed up, we were not confident
It's
that
been
any of that
4
was gonna
years
happen.
since we've been talking about AJ.
I just think the only fight that people really want to see is AJ. Like even Usyk, I think.
That's right.
I think people are obviously now he's here and he's kind of beat Anthony Joshua. I think even still, if there was an option, if they put a vote out there, I think it would still be AJ first. I think that's the fight that people have been desperately crying out for. And I think until that happens,
Do you know
I think
the
his
sad
legacy
thing
is
for-
affected. I think that's one of the main fights.
These boys are massive AJ guys, right?
Yeah.
The saddest thing for me is if and when it does happen, we'll not get the best version of AJ. I feel like that version,
you know what?
the version that would have caused Fury the most problems,
It's gone.
It's gone, man. That's the
But even for Fury, he's not even at his best, not mentally.
Agreed.
Both of them, like it's just it's unfortunate. It's just that the momentum's kind of gone now. It's past.
Yeah.
And I think now people are just kind of. Me personally, I'm bored of the whole situation. I just either want the fight to happen or just kind of move on and talk about
I've
some
given
other
up.
guy.
It's a lot of
I've
folk.
totally given up.
I've totally given up, bro.
Yeah.
I'm cruiserweight division, light heavies.
Do you not think people are
That's all I
giving
think
up on
about
AJ
now.
full stop though? Like, and we're going to switch it to AJ specifically. Like,
Because they've both just like
no,
they've
it's
switched.
Eddie Hearn. You can't talk about fighting Deontay Wilder and fighting Tyson Fury for as long as Eddie Hearn has.
Yes.
And there's multiple negotiations happened with both of these guys. And I'm not saying AJ didn't want the fight, but you keep fumbling it. And the Wilder one in particular, when earlier this year he was banging on about Wilder, and that fight still hasn't materialized. And Wilder's doing videos calling you out. I'm like, you know what? I feel like that last fight made Eddie go, oh, I'm
No,
not
but
sure we're ready for this.
boxing is a mess, though.
It's just sucked the life out of boxing full
like,
stop.
But this is a special mess.
No, I
right?
hear what you're saying, but in terms of like the whole Eddie this and their team fumbled it, I just think there's a huge level of like, for example, you put Eddie and AJ, we lump them together in conversations like these, but we have to treat them very separately because there's like promoters in America who hate Eddie Hearn. Like, it's not even really about his fighters anymore. You can have all... Devin Haney had the belt for a long time. He was not getting any fights until he crossed the road and went over to Top Rank. There is a thing where it's like, we're not doing business with this guy. The way Eddie Hearn went into America talking about, we're going to take
Game
over,
changed.
you guys are out of the game. Those guys did not like that. They were like, bro, you're not making any money on our name. So the Wilder fight was never going to happen like that. Like, our hope for the Wilder AJ fight was happening because the Saudis were going to be involved. Now that it's seeming like, Showtime, they're losing money, they're out the game. There's a lot of things that are moving in boxing that's making these guys change their position. Eddie Hearn saying, we're going to drop fighters if these guys don't take 50-50 fights.
Do you know-
Like, the landscape is changing because business as a result of their behavior has gone dead.
I feel as if all the promoters have done boxing such an injustice because if you look at any era, there's a small window or get all the best fighters to fight each other, and it's like the Wilders, the Ruiz, the Anthony Joshua's, like all these guys are. There's pretty much all of them are past the best, whether it's the timing, the age. There's like they've all just missed the opportunity. I feel like
Yep.
whenever any of these fights happen. It's just never. It's
stale.
It's still. It's dead. It's been and gone. It's like I just feel like they've done such an injustice.
It's Khan Kell Brook.
I was about to say, we're going to get a lot of fights that look like that.
It's kind of
No.
spread like a volcano onto the whole of boxing.
But we're in an opportunity where Wilder AJ still would be salivating. Everyone would want to do it, and
But it's where does
after
it
the
go?
dust settled after AJ's last fight, I feel like there was an internal shift where they thought, I don't know. Like,
But then, you know what's funny? Because you said for a while that no one's looked at how bad Wilder could be after those beatdowns.
Do you know what?
from
I was actually just going to say, yeah, and this goes against it. I know he's only boxed one round in a year or whatever it is, but when we were saying about heavyweights declining, we can see it with AJ, we can see it with Fury a little bit. Some of us might say, Wilder's the one that I don't really see it that much with. Wilder's the one. No, I don't really see him declining that much.
Oh, wow, we're in different roads.
No, wait. Wilder's one, yeah, like, right. To use a football comparison, there's players that will go on for ages like Harry Kane if he avoids injury because he isn't reliant upon that side of his game, which is the pace and explosiveness. Wilder's one of those fighters which, what's the last thing you lose? It's a cliche, but it's your power. Wilder's one of them fighters that I'm like, mate, I still think you could be giving everyone a good run for their money because you know what you're good at, you know what you're not good at. You're not going to try and do the things you're not good at. You're going to go in there on demolition jobs. And I reckon 8 out of 10 times it's probably going to work for you.
But let's look at it like this, though, because we over-assess AJ's mental capacity, right? We're like, oh, bruv, he's all over the place. Everything he says,
that
he looks
4
nuts.
days in a black hut didn't
No, I
really
hear you. But have you seen what Wilder's been doing in this time? This guy's been on some weird little retreat doing ayahuasca, trying to decide what's going on. He's doing
I could do with that myself.
He's some flagrant things on pod. Bro, the guy is looking very unstable. He's released Afrobeat music. Like,
is it any good?
One of the tunes is quite decent.
Yeah.
But this is what I'm saying. If AJ started releasing Afrobeat tunes, you'd be like, oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
Do you know what, though, yeah? Like, the only thing that I'd caveat that with is when we've seen AJ sort of have this soul-searching, that we've all seen it, yeah? We've all seen a deterioration of his personality, almost an identity crisis at times, right? We haven't actually seen him come back with a really good performance to just shut everyone up. Yeah. And although it was in defeat, we actually have seen Wilder come back from some dark times in that third Fury fight when we went, do you know what, mate, you give a good account of yourself
That third Fury
there.
fight, right, I thought this guy, he was calling out Fury for cheating, the gloves a lot. But you know what? As much as I dislike them, you couldn't help but stand back after that fucking soldier-like performance.
Yeah.
You're the real fucking deal, you. Like, you've absolutely shut me up.
And that's actually how I feel about the heavyweight division. Like, again, this ties into people that say, Fury fanboy, this is Fury always says this. But at the moment, I'm just saying, Wilder's the one in that heavyweight division that if I look at all of them, I'm like, barring Fury, because obviously you got the wins over him, I think you're still the most dangerous man in that heavyweight division.
What we could end up having if we do have this 4-way tournament is I'm going to pick Usyk to beat Fury. I'm just putting that out there now, right? Imagine Usyk with the skills he has. Imagine, let's say Wilder beats AJ. What a complete polarizing,
insane.
Totally. I want to see that fight one day, regardless. I don't care who wins what. If they both lose, whatever, because it's literally the boxer versus the puncher personified.
You know, if that happened, I just got a feeling Wilder would do it.
I wouldn't be surprised.
It'd be so ironic, wouldn't it?
It's funny because I've never thought about that particular matchup. It's never really caught me imagination.
Yeah.
But when you're saying that there, if anyone was to say which fight would I like to see next, to be honest, that's probably one of the more exciting fights I would like to see.
Can you imagine that a double night of Usyk Wilder and then Fury and AJ?
Do you know why I feel like you say
on the rematch?
All these other guys have kind of went from being the top of the game, whether they've lost themselves mentally, depression, like they've all kind of lost themselves. I think all these guys, but Usyk's mind really doesn't really change. And then I still think that Wilder's still got, because even though he's had them 2 hard fights, he's not really been in many hard fights. He's not got many miles on the clock. Like, I mean, saying that, I've never took the punches he took off Fury in that last fight. So I mean, we're yet to see what damage is actually being caused. But I think that's a really, really exciting fight. The styles.
Wilder against Luis Ortiz 3.
Oh,
No,
no.
Yeah.
But you know what, though? You know people
That guy
say,
must
like,
be about 100.
Oh, you know, like in like 10 years when all the new heavyweights come through, Luis
He'll
Ortiz
still be there.
still just going to be knocking
He's
about
calling
with a
out
fake
people saying
passport.
they're avoiding him the other day. He was
No,
like, people are avoiding me.
Do you know who's done an incredible call out? And I saw him the other day and I said, is this what you look like, calling people out? He's the one that avoided Lewis for his belt in a
Riddick Bowe.
We were just talking about him earlier.
Whoa. How dare you? I saw him,
Call
and
out
I was
AJ.
thinking, you, as old as you look, you shouldn't be calling out anyone. You should just be happy to be at these fights.
Who did he call out?
AJ.
Oh, really?
Said he thinks he could beat him.
Oh, do you know what? I missed that. You actually called him out to fight now.
Insane.
Not from what I've seen. Like,
Yeah, to be honest,
is he mental?
Did
Did you see him having a? Was it him and Lennox?
He
Lewis?
didn't realise AJ was coming out of that dark room. He thought he was staying in there. Right, now's my chance.
Was it Riddick Bowe and Lennox Lewis on Instagram?
Yeah.
With Prince Naz.
Oh,
Did you see the clip?
Naz,
Prince Naz is like, he doesn't give a shit who's in the room, does he?
He's like, Riddick, what did I just say back there?
What did I just say?
I told you Lennox would beat you. He's
Any
like,
era.
You told me like 10, 15 minutes minutes ago.
It's so funny.
Maybe Riddick Bowe should fight John Fury. Maybe these are two.
I wouldn't mind.
delusional-
I wouldn't mind that.
Okay, we got some topics for the day. One of them was John Fury, right? Because John Fury has called out Mike Tyson. Now,
Ridiculous.
in the world of boxing that we're in, and we all know now that anything is pretty much possible if enough money is in the bag. The top dog from Misfits, I was having a bit of a WhatsApp with him beforehand. He said, absolutely, we'd been interested in putting that fight on. Absolutely. So this could potentially happen. Or a John Fury fight of any kind could happen. Now, what do we make of John Fury generally, and what do we make of the idea of him getting in the ring? Because he's never misses an opportunity to take his top off and make a bit of a scene. Do we think he's good for boxing or bad for boxing generally?
I think he's good for misfits boxing, influencer
yeah.
boxing. I think he's at home in the influencer boxing world, and even in this, like, no discredit, sorry, to Ngannou, but this is a little bit of a circus type affair.
Yeah.
And what I would say is, okay, you're up there. Two fighters have got their tops off. For some reason, you've ended up with your top off. It happens.
Stood right in front of the camera as well.
Yeah.
That's all well and good. That's all well and good. You'll sort of, on the Misfits cards, yeah, by all means, do whatever you want. On this card, okay. But when Fury is at a press conference of Usyk, please don't.
It's embarrassing.
Like, don't do that when Fury's there with Usyk. Give Tyson his time to.
This is royalty, right? You're not boxing royalty. These two are. You're the dad.
I like him paired with Tommy Fury because Tommy Fury he hasn't got chat. You know what I mean? John Fury there and the Misfits shows, like you're saying, it just works because it's the noise. Over the other side, they're doing the exact same foolishness. But in the real spaces, like you're saying, it does not fit. It's like when the trash talk goes too far and now we're just like, all right, this is bad for the sport. He's like that all the time.
But they're so clever though, because in Misfits they realize that we can't stop this guy. The only thing that can stop him is glass. And they had that, you know, that what do you call it?
Perspex.
The perspex that they
memes
had.
from the perspex
Oh,
glass.
the perspex, and it just, I don't know, it kind of added to it. But then now we're saying that, is he just as bad or even worse than Eubank Senior? In terms of taking over the shine from their child, because
worse.
Yeah.
because I'm saying now, like
consider-
I think Eubank Senior done it
used
in
to
a-
come out with it with to his own music when his son was fighting. By the way,
Yeah,
I,
but
I do think he, like, yeah, look, he loved the spotlight. You know, he'd turn up to the opening of an envelope, but he was like
crazy.
almost elegant with it in a way.
Eubank Senior kept the suit on, and
That's right.
he made it very clear, I'm the dad.
Yeah.
And I'm not here to fight anyone.
And see, that's the key
Yeah.
thing.
He
And
won't
this is
step
the
into
thing
no
I think
one.
about John Fury, yeah. I think we need to see him fight someone, you know.
Yeah.
Because you know, when like it's the talking thing, exactly there, like you were saying, Eubank Senior very often would say, I know my day's done. I'm just saying, I would have beat this man. But he would still give credit
But
to be like,
why?
I know my day's
But
done.
why?
John Fury is literally going, I'll beat Ngannou.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, why
on.
don't
But
we
why was
maybe see
Eubank
you with
Senior
someone?
like that? Because he'd done it all.
That's
He's
right.
been there and done it.
With John,
Earn the respect.
he hasn't had his day. Like he hasn't actually fulfilled what he wanted to, which is why all of his sons became fighters, because he didn't fulfill his own dream, right? What do we think of the idea of Fury actually getting in there and fighting Mike Tyson? Which the thing I love about this is the bill would be Tyson versus Fury. Just to be clear.
It's absolutely mental. I just think I think he's just jumping on the train on the background of his sons doing well and kind
Right.
of trying to enjoy the ride. Like you say, he never done anything in his own career. Yes, he fought some good guys of that time, but come up short. And it's like it's almost like this is his final opportunity for one last chance of fame and kind of let me take centre stage.
not to pause you guys and stuff, but I just want to remind everyone what's going on right now. Parker's trying to make somewhat of a comeback here. And I've given up on Parker.
Absolutely.
For me, he's just Tyson Fury's friend.
Just Tyson Fury's
Too
wife.
friendly for my
Just
liking.
way too friendly for someone that should be your rival.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
that you share the same weight class. It's not like you're just not on that level.
No.
But this fight, if he loses this fight today, is it over for
What do you
Parker?
mean? Is it over now?
It's already over.
It's already over.
No, but
Thank
I'm
you.
saying like over that we don't even care about watching you anymore.
Do you know what the
Kind of
best thing Parker's done recently in lockdown when he done the Hugh Grant dance?
Yeah.
When he was posting them
His
Instagram
lockdown
videos.
content was
That
sick.
was sick.
Yeah.
He smashed it there.
That's when you know it's over.
Yeah.
What we've just said there, that's
Yeah.
when you know it's over. John Fury, though, let's imagine, just for a second, we all remember the Mike Tyson comeback against Roy Jones Jr. Obviously, I think he took it light on Roy Jones, if I'm being honest. I think it's a body shot. You know.
think so too.
But when
Yeah,
you've seen him rip into the body, you're like, okay, you could probably take this guy's head off if you wanted to, even though you're the one who's been out the ring for 15 fucking years. What happens in a theoretical match between Mike Tyson and Big John?
Mike Tyson stops him in the first round. There is no messing around with how quickly this would end.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, when John Fury was at his best, he probably still wouldn't do it.
Thank
Peter
you.
Tyson now, never mind. Like, how old is he? He's 16.
John Fury's
late
59 and Tyson's 57.
Yeah, but I'm only
59.
The difference
Yeah.
is even
He
if
looks ancient for 59.
yeah, even though he's meant to be in the gym,
He
and
had a
stuff,
hard
keeps
paper round.
Exactly.
Big John actually trains hard, to be fair. Like, I look
but
at him and I think,
10 miles plodding, like he's just come on.
10 miles a day.
The
He'd
guy
get
couldn't
pissed.
stay.
So how many do you actually do a day?
no, I must admit, he said one of his times on the treadmill or whatever to the camera once. I thought, I think that's better than mine, you fucking prick. So I don't know if he's being honest. But no, I just wanted to know because I genuinely believe that this is a possible fight that we might see. You know, I'm not just saying.
Mike
I would
Tyson
love-
laughed.
I'm not gonna-
Mike Tyson laughed that off. Nothing, because you know Mike Tyson goes dark in his eyes when something real is about to happen. He just laughed. He said, "Yeah." I'm like,
No,
but
he's gonna be like that until the money's on the
money-
table.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The money walked Tyson back for what was that?
the
That
Roy Jones Triller thing.
yeah, Triller. That's it.
Yeah, so
Triller
they're
brought
already
him
talking
out.
about Roy Jones being on the undercard against Tommy Fury. That was the
No.
joke.
John
Wait,
Fury
he-
don't mean nothing to Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson didn't name his son John. John named his son Tyson. Like, but with all respect to John Fury, he don't mean. I mean, he might have a son called John, but he don't mean nothing to him like that. So I think it would need to be a massive payday. And I don't know if
I don't know if Mike needs it because that cannabis factory be churning out
Guys,
the weed.
let's talk about the celebrities that are at this fight right now, right?
Ronaldo, Figo.
Are we not accepting that this thing is like these guys are paid to be there,
Oh, they are.
or do we think they're all fans of
No,
Tyson Fury and
they've been acknowledging that they're like.
Thank you.
It's Pacquiao, Conor McGregor, Cristiano Ronaldo,
Eminem.
all the
Yeah.
Eminem, all of the boxing legends. They did a really great photo with all of the MMA legends and
That
the
made
boxing
me laugh.
legends.
You know,
I like
ironically, Eminem's at this one, but actually, if you look at the best fight of the year in terms of Crawford against Spence, you wouldn't have had a star-studded crowd like that as you would have had for this
Eminem
fight. So
is a real boxing fan, to be
Yeah.
fair. Like
Yeah.
when he was like, "I want to walk out Bud Crawford,"
That
I was
ring
like,
was-
"Okay,
Did
fair
you
That
enough."
see
ring
Amir
calls iconic.
Khan give him his
Cold.
watch that he got from that dinner or whatever they had? They all got a watch.
Yeah.
Amir Khan give him his watch.
Did he?
Went up to him, yeah.
To Eminem?
To Eminem, yeah.
That's fucking mad.
That's cold still.
Yeah, it's just seen on the wheel.
I must admit, right, I don't usually buzz off of selfies. I'm like, yeah, whatever. The amount of selfies I've seen where I'm like, this is fucking mental. This weekend,
Listen,
like,
do you know, it reminds me of when Fury was fighting Wilder. I forget which fight, but then he was like, there were videos from like Drake and like The Rock was sending like, "Hey, yeah, we're just wishing Tyson Fury well." I'm like, do you not genuinely think this guy is friends with all these people?
yeah. So the Tyson Fury social media team actually were reaching out to people going, please send it well, because I actually got one of those messages. That was a long time ago. I was like, I'm busy. But no. We're,
This fight's gonna end soon, by the way, guys. These guys, both of them look like they could easily. This almost kind of looks like a 50-50.
yeah.
I'm
Joseph
watching-
Parker has.
If Joe Parker's going to make any sort of comeback, he needed to disperse of him within 5 rounds.
Look at that. He's taking
Look,
shots
because
from
he's
Simon
landing
Keane.
over. It's the overhand, but then when he takes one flash on the chin, it's hurting. But then Keane looks like he's ready to go over as well. So this is a really good fight.
I hate how Joseph Parker's career's gone because he went over to boxer and you thought, okay, well, you're going to get your own space now. And straight away, he was shipped over to Joe Joyce to be food.
Yeah.
Since he's come back, I think he fought Matty Harris.
I just feel sorry for all these guys. They've all been in the shadows of the Furies, of the kind of Anthony Joshua. And like, again, he's past his sell-by date. He was relevant, 5-6 years ago? And it's like he's missed the boat.
Yeah.
And now he's trying to hold on tight. And it's just like, they've all missed the golden years. There's only a small window in heavyweight boxing. They don't tend to,
True.
they can last a little bit longer than lightweights, I was going to say there, but there's still a window at the end of the
But
day.
you know what I say though, like we talk about like AJ being out of his prime. I think if AJ went straight into a Wilder fight after that Klitschko performance, he'd have got knocked out. I think even the night when he beat Klitschko, he'd have got knocked out by Wilder.
I think stylistically, and I would always back the Brit if it was happening. I'd be sitting here cheering on AJ, but stylistically, I've said this to you before, Brian. I just think Wilder's all wrong for AJ. I think Wilder goes in there and just throws 1-2s or straight right hands from the first bell, and about 2 rounds in, he lands something on him.
I was going to say, I think now this version is as shaky and maybe lacking confidence as he might seem. I reckon he's better prepared to fight Wilder today than he was against.
I agree with you on the skills.
Skill
It's the
set.
mentality.
When we
I
talk-
think skillfully he's better.
When we talk about AJ opponents, obviously it's quite relevant because we've heard Eddie Hearn come out and say a few bits and pieces, and I used to watch a lot of Eddie Hearn on IFL.
same.
Now I'll only really watch it if there's a big talking point. But I remember when Eddie Hearn was sort of trying to slate, it would have been Frank Warren, but it was one promoter or another. I'm guessing it was Warren. What he said is, if ever a promoter lists potential opponents, just look for the one that sticks out like a sore thumb because it's so weak compared to the other 3 he names, and that's who they're going with. And then this week, I just thought, let's see what Eddie Hearn's up to on this interview. He's listed AJ's next potential opponents, and he's gone, mate, it'd be a good opponent. You know, it'll either be an Otto Varlin, it could even be a Hergovic, it could be a Manuel Char, it could be an Andy Ruiz, and it's like, oh, okay, so he's fighting Manuel Char next, is he? Like, you know. And that's a step back, surely, isn't it?
It's a hard one for Eddie Hearn because I think a lot of people who watched that last fight could say, like, if Wilder turned up on that night, it wouldn't have went well. And Eddie's kind of, his job is to lie, innit? Like, you've got
but it depends what you're looking for, because if you're only looking to set up the Wilder fight, I would come out and say, look, we are putting all our eggs in that Wilder basket, and until then, we're going to carry on fighting. You can't call them knockover jobs, but you know what I mean? We're going to fight those sort of people. Even like an Ajit Caballero wouldn't be a bad opponent, I think, if we're looking at that sort of progression. But if not, there are 2 genuine pay-per-view fights out there for Anthony Joshua that are decent paydays. The first one, they've always said they'll never entertain, and that's the pay-per-view that I think would do the most buys, anything barring a world champion, and that's Jarrell Miller. That they say they won't entertain it. Ruiz is the second one. But Ruiz and Jarrell Miller are both pay-per-view fights. They'll both earn AJ good paydays. He'd probably be a favourite in both of them, maybe not the Ruiz one so much, but he'd probably be a favourite in both of them. The Miller one, you won't entertain it because you won't work with drugs cheats and whatever. Obviously, we'll wait till the announcement on the Conor Ben fight coming up. But you won't do that because you won't work with him, because he got popped for everything under the sun. We've all heard it before. But I'm telling you now, if you want a payday for AJ, a fighter that he's going to be a favourite against, it's the Jarrell Miller one. It's definitely the Jarrell Miller one.
It's a great fight.
And we never see the gloves are... Like, there's more of a mystery about what happened to that gloves are off than there is what happened to Adam Smith at Sky. Like,
this is just another...
And they got into a rap battle and AJ got smoked.
This is just another echoing of, like, we're scraping at the bottom of the barrel in heavyweight.
Do you know the problem for Eddie, though, Loza? The problem is
it's true, like,
Where's your
6 years later?
Jarrell
Miller?
Eddie signed AJ for a piece of the pie. Remember, AJ is now a shareholder at DAZN. Now, pound for pound, I have not a doubt in my mind that the good folks at DAZN are making more bang for their buck with Misfits than they are from Eddie Hearn shows.
Absolutely.
Right? So you think, right?
I think you know that as a fact.
I do know that as a fact. A very good fact. No, but the problem is for AJ and Eddie is, well, we didn't sign you for all this money to fucking sit there and fight these guys. We want blockbuster events. You're struggling to sell out the O2. Well, struggling might be harsh, but it's not exactly, you're not even doing it the way Misfits do. And you have to take some big fights sooner or later, because the deal you've got isn't a deal, a build them up deal. It's we signed you.
He's
dropping McKean now with a big uppercut.
I've been so disappointed with everything this King guy's doing. Footwork is horrible. Balance all over the place.
He doesn't want it.
He's get out of there.
Stance was weird.
I'm happy for
Everything about this guy. Every time he took a shot, I said, "Oh my goodness."
So hold on a second. Is Joseph Parker back? Is that what we're saying?
No, that is that's a horrible opponent.
The simple problem with Parker has always been the guy. Like you see the relationship with Fury. He's just too nice of a guy.
He is.
He wants to be best mates. I mean,
no, but he's actually just generally a nice guy. I saw him at the Chisora Parker fight. Straight after the fight, walked in the tunnel. Guy just gave me a hug.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I've never spoken
he's
to
the
you
type of guy you want your daughter to marry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's not a guy.
Not mine. She's
Not
2.
about all that.
My daughter's 7.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy. He's a comedian. So the point I was making about DAZN is they get 1.3 million pay-per-view buys from people like KSI and Logan Paul. We didn't sign Anthony Joshua to play background while these YouTube kids absolutely there is no way. I don't think Anthony Joshua's last 2 pay-per-views even amount to 1.3 million. I don't think there's a chance.
Then
when
they signed him,
the Usyk one did like 1.1 or 1.2.
But that wasn't for DAZN. DAZN, remember, that was Sky Sports.
Yeah, it was the end of that relationship.
So that was on the end of the relationship with Sky Sports. DAZN, he's done nothing for DAZN.
But then when they signed him, they had this. If you look at how his like the trajectory of his career, it was brilliant. And they felt that was taken.
They got in at the wrong time, mate.
It's almost like a Tenali situation with you guys.
It was like Bitcoin. They bought in at the worst time.
Yeah. And it just went down. It went down.
Yeah,
said literally, they signed this guy, and they're like, what we get to make, because the fights that were still in the making was Fury was still there, Deontay Wilder was still there. So those are really big paydays that the zone are really excited about. But then what's happened to AJ is it's changed. The whole thing has changed. We're still trying to work out his style, and they're taking their time to make the big fight. The Wilder fight, they should make that fight tomorrow.
They don't have the time.
but the thing is,
Eddie Hearn doesn't have that luxury now.
But that fight will be a giant fight whenever it happens, though. Like, let's say we're into July next year and AJ and Wilder are walking to the ring. That night is going to be the biggest
Huge.
pay-per-view for the last 6-7 years.
You know when
I
we say about
disagree.
AJ's style there, though, like, how did he go into that Wilder fight? Because if you look at his style now, no one knows what it actually is, and I think he's caught between two minds. Like, I think it's no secret.
4 miles.
Yeah, exactly, and it's no secret. He spent a lot of time, obviously, around Klitschko at their training camp, and he would have learned a lot from Klitschko. Almost saw him as like a big brother type, and I think he looked at Klitschko after the Brewster fight. Was it the Brewster fight his last loss? I think it was before the
When we got knocked
recent
out.
ones. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think he looked at the way that Klitschko rebuilt after that fight, and he thought, you know what, I'm gonna have a bit of that. I'm gonna do that. But there's a key difference, isn't there? Like, AJ had less than 40 amateur fights?
There you go.
Klitschko had 140.
There you
Klitschko
go.
also did kickboxing as an amateur as well. Klitschko also fought a higher level of opposition before he lost as a pro to maybe what AJ did. So I think that Klitschko always had like the physical attributes as well. You look at the fact like slimmer guy, longer arms, or at least it looks on the eye test like they're longer.
Yeah.
Klitschko was always going to be a fighter that was disciplined and educated enough to be able to turn to that style. And I just think that AJ's lack of amateur experience, which maybe doesn't correlate with what he achieved as an amateur, but actual lack of experience and time in the ring was never going to serve him best. So I think that the key thing here is he goes into this Wilder fight. None of us really know what he's going to do.
No, 100%. You're spot on with that analysis. And I think he might have picked the wrong hero in Klitschko, like for all those reasons. Lennox would have probably been a better example for
Him and
him
Lennox didn't.
stylistically. If they only could get along.
Do you not think Lennox was a bit harsh to the kid?
I think there was disappointment that stemmed from a personal reason. So like we had the interview with him, right? And Lennox, when he spot, and it's
He
funny.
told us the truth.
Yeah, Lennox won't never would like say it's out on that personal thing, but you can kind of piece it together yourself. Where it's like he's like, look, after he won that fight against Klitschko, we're going back to the change room, me and Evander Holyfield side by side to go and congratulate him. And basically the guys who were working around are just like, boom, no, you can't come in. And it's that feeling of like
To Lennox.
and Evander Holyfield.
Evander Holyfield.
And bear in
they had to
mind-
walk back to their seats.
They had to walk
If I
back
was
to their chairs.
AJ, I'd be sacking him.
No, but
Yeah.
he said he said that
AJ didn't do anything.
AJ saw them, and he was like, you know when they're like pushing someone into the room,
But
like,
the handlers.
So
put that
AJ
away.
let Conor McGregor give him a sip of his drink that he's got. AJ probably get popped now for PEDs after having a sip of that drink. Shouldn't say that, but you know what I mean? He let Conor McGregor give him a sip of his drink, but he didn't let Lennox Lewis and
thingy
And after
So that, you imagine being Lennox, that feeling, when you're giving your takes now about the current crop of heavyweights, you don't
you're never gonna
find the
forget
good
that
things to say
You're
about
never
that
gonna
guy.
forget that disrespect. You're never.
That might be why we've seen the clip of Lennox showing Wilder a few boxing tips in the car park.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Absolutely.
Remember that one?
after the Olympics in 2012, it was Lennox Lewis who kind of sat down with Anthony Joshua. There's loads of pictures of Lennox with Anthony Joshua, and like he was probably giving him all the advice.
That's
and
right.
then
He put
to
his arm around it.
disrespect him like that. I'm not surprised he's bitter, especially when he probably think to himself, you know, in my day I would have made mincemeat of you quite quickly. You know what I mean? So
Facts.
I can kind of understand it. So it's fair enough.
Isn't it funny how Lennox doesn't get like I know amongst at this table
He
people
belonged to
Oh,
too
I
many.
but he wasn't like the superstar that he
He
don't know
belonged
if
to. He was almost like a nomad. He's almost like
That's
he
right.
was like Canadian,
Ki-
Jamaican,
that's what done it,
English.
the Canadian-
And we couldn't. We didn't
He
know
had no
who to claim
identity,
him.
did he? Nobody knew who to have him. Yeah.
Yeah, because even now, like I look at him, I think you are one of the greatest ever.
Oh.
But when we're all talking, like people don't talk about him like people talk about Mike Tyson way more than they
Of
talk
course.
about Lennox.
It's
But
the style.
Even Frank
wrong,
Bruno.
though. But what they say, and no disrespect
Frank
to
Bruno, yeah,
Even
another
Frank
one.
gets the love. Frank
But
gets
then
so
no
much love from the
disrespect
UK audience.
to Mike Tyson, yeah. But if we're being honest, when Mike Tyson was tested,
Oh, listen.
he didn't pass the test. But the branding is fantastic.
I don't care what
baddest
anyone
man on the
says.
planet.
There was substances like well, do you know what's a perfect
No,
example?
you mean mentally tested.
I'm saying when he went into the big fights, as in when
The man of his era.
in his era,
Holyfield.
he couldn't beat them. He didn't
Did you ever
win.
hear
He didn't
Teddy
pass.
Atlas on Joe Rogan, and he goes, what's Mike Tyson's record? He goes, what, 56-5? He goes, do you want to know his real record? 0-5. He goes, because every time he was in there with someone who was willing to fight him back
Yeah.
and wasn't going to go down,
Yep.
he lost.
Teddy
He lost.
Atlas said this.
No, Teddy Atlas said that to Joe Rogan, yeah. And to be fair, there's a lot there.
I was
because
about to say.
Teddy pulled a fucking gun
Yeah,
on
but
Mike and all of that.
But her daughter and that, and
There's
yeah,
needles.
there's a lot of needle in that
They've
one.
made up since then. And they're like,
There's a lot of needles,
But
still,
you
though.
never get over that, man.
I don't agree with that statement though
Yeah.
at
Same.
all.
I think that was
that's
harsh.
just that's
Because Trevor
just,
Burbeck is a
that's-
solid
Yeah.
win at
that's just
21.
him getting his opportunity to put a dig in, really. But if you look at from the minute he lost Customato was his downside, because that was his father figure. I mean,
I don't know. That's the timeline, you know. We
Yeah.
do get that timeline wrong. Because when did he die then? When did he die?
I think there was a
Because he became champ at 21.
Yeah, but
Cosmo was dead long time.
The decline was gradually starting to happen. I think that he was the guy who kept his discipline. I'm not saying it was
you know, like
immediate.
Alex Ferguson is to
Yeah,
I was
football.
gonna say that.
It wasn't
He's
immediate.
exactly that guy, wasn't he?
Yeah, it wasn't an immediate like spiral, but gradually you're seeing little aspects of his style, just his discipline. Like that style required a lot of discipline, and you know, what I mean, we've all heard the stories of him drinking, women,
Off the
like,
fucking
do you know
tip,
what I mean?
wasn't
Mentally, let's get like this was a guy who didn't have any parents. Essentially, he was a guy in the streets. He was into crime. He never really had no father figure, someone to guide him, and when he got Customato. So, quite frankly, the minute he died, and that father
He was
figure,
always
that
gonna take him
stability
out.
wasn't there. It was always going to happen
I
at some
I
point.
just think it's a great story to say that and allow that to be the reason that justifies why Tyson didn't do the things he was supposed to have done, you know what I mean, with the trajectory. But Customato died a lot earlier than we allow it to be. Like, when he went and beat Trevor Burbeck, Customato was dead, what, 3-4 years? Like, he still went on to be Mike
Yeah,
Tyson. I
but-
just don't think that
do you know
style,
why?
being
Because-
that small, was going to work against everybody.
I just personally think that where he'd kind of got to, he was great. And he was probably going to continue to evolve had Customato still been there. Because really, although, yes, he won the world title at a very young age, for me, there was a lot more of Tyson to keep growing and getting better and better. But as soon as he wasn't out the picture,
Progression stopped.
The progression stopped. So yes, he was still good enough for quite a while after he died
Yeah.
to still get rid of most of the guys who were there. But the minute, like, you know, you're talking about Evander Holyfields, these guys, let's not put them down. These guys are pound for pounders.
Oh, yeah, monsters.
Boxing legends anyway. So I was never a given he was going to beat all these guys. But to me, without that discipline from Customato, and not continue to evolve, he was never going to be able to stay with these guys. And I just think he didn't have a style like Lennox Lewis, who could get on the job and box and move. He had a style which required a high level of
one way,
discipline,
yeah.
a lot of fitness. You had to be in front of a guy. So that style is never going to last as long as a boxer anyway.
You can't be off your tits the night before and be expecting to perform like that.
Come
and,
on.
Yeah.
And Customato would have kept them in check for a lot longer. When you hear him talk about Cuss, there's something mad when you see
yeah.
a guy who we are all like, at one point in our lives, you all like had that fear of like, whoa, this guy's a monster. And when you watch him break down, and he does so regularly, whenever he talks about Cuss, it's like, this man took me in, became a dad to me when I had nothing. Was arrested, I don't know, like 100 times he was arrested before Cuss took him on board. We're seeing images here of Big Frano, Francis Ngannou, looking like the Terminator. Do you know what? I've got a funny memory of when I interviewed him. I was like, must be cool getting the chicks now, you're heavyweight champ. He went, it has always been good. I was like, I hear you, Frano. I hear you. And he just, and the gym shot lads, well, I can't, but they were like, yeah, facts. It's definitely been going
You know
down
what?
in the hotel room.
Through all of this, right, tonight, like, whatever it is as far as boxing goes, I'm just happy for him getting a big payday after how he was
man.
treated in the UFC.
Because you know what it is, he's one of them guys who there's nothing not to like about him. You know what I mean? You know, we're talking about all these different characters, with, like, you know, the Furies, the Wilders. They've all got personalities of some sort. His personality, from what I've witnessed in
Just nice.
my little knowledge in the UFC, he's just a nice.
Can I just
he's a
explain
gentleman.
why, though?
There's nothing
Because
to dislike.
At 11 years old, the man was working in a sand mine in Africa.
Yeah.
And then when he had to get out of Africa, he told his mom, I'm going to fucking run away to France and try and make something of myself. And they were all like, you're absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
And in order to get over the borders, because those police, they ain't no like good cops. They'll rob you as you're going. So he had to hide things on his body to get over. He's hiding away on trains, makes it into France, finds his way, sleeping rough, homeless, then cleaning gyms up for lessons. Like, talk about, like, there ain't no story in boxing or MMA that even comes close. So what we're witnessing right now, like, even him getting this fight is the ultimate Cinderella story. Like, and then to go up against Dana White, who everyone loses to.
That's right.
And he outmaneuvered Dana White, didn't sign the contract, said, I might sign it, yeah. And then right at the end, took the fight with Tyson Fury, one that you thought he would never get, for more money than he's ever made in his life.
Do you reckon Dana White's watching tonight?
Dana White will be
he is.
praying. Like, here's how bad it is. I'm going to explain. Because there was a period of time in the UFC where they had the three kings, who were the three champions, all from Africa. We had Kamaru Usman, Adesanya, and Ngannou, which was so cool to have like three champions who were all good friends. And now, Kamaru Usman was in a UFC YouTube video, and he had a Francis Ngannou t-shirt, and they blurred the t-shirt out. That's how bad. That is how bad they hit. No, it's sour, man.
Oh, my
It's
goodness.
embarrassingly sour. Like, come on. This guy was your heavyweight champion, sweat blood for you for God knows how many years, Francis Ngannou. Yes, he's not there anymore, but they're acting like he never existed. That's how bitter it is. And
Do you not think the whole boxing, the fight business, it's just, I mean, even us all sitting here, like, we're all analysing and critiquing all these guys, like, you've got no room for any flaws in the fight game. It's just, because it's the ultimate warrior, sport, it's like, we're all assessing the way they behave, whether it's in the ring, outside the ring. If you're a footballer or a basketball, I mean, nobody's going to critique every little thing that you do, but in this fight game, you make one mistake. I mean, even talking about Tyson, I mean, end of the day, this is the image you created of this invincible guy. And the minute you did, I mean, the guy was never stable, let's face it. Like, we're talking about how he, you know what I mean? We're talking about, the decline and stuff, and I'm kind of giving my reasons of why I think he declined. But let's face it, from the minute he was a 8-year or whatever age he kind of met Customato, the guy was broken when he met him. And this type of guy is always going to break at some point. There's going to be something, whether it was Customato dying, whether it was whatever was going to tip him over the edge. So quite frankly, he was like a bomb waiting to go off. So, but I just, when I'm sitting listening to this conversation, I'm just thinking, as a fight, like me, I'm a boxer myself, and obviously even me, there's been areas of my game, not being enough of character, and this is why I appreciate these YouTube guys, kind of, they're creating, like even John Fury. There's elements where I critique him, but then at the same time, he's got more character than half of these pro boxers that are around. Because he's able to generate the attention. It's like, it just makes you realise, like, you've got to be like 10 different people in this boxing game or fight game. You've got to try to make everybody happy, and it's such a difficult thing.
Well, you look at that last fight, the Aziz fight, that's just sort of fallen apart, and obviously there was an injury there, but a lot of the talk before him was, this ain't going to make enough money to pay the guys who are even fighting, because they're not letting their mouths go, they're not creating a buzz.
The friendship narrative was crazy.
And I like them both. They're great fighters, and I was excited for the fight, but like, nobody outside of the boxing community had a fucking clue what was going on.
No, because it didn't generate any sort of hype. Like the hype, the purists, like, don't get us wrong, I was looking forward to that fight. Like you use the purists,
so
but like for the average casual fan, being too friendly.
You can't tell us that they're mates and they look at them like they're shaking.
We want them to
hands.
hate each other.
Yeah, tell us where it changed.
Like
along the way.
Buatsi and Aziz, they're both just fighters,
Nice
lovely
dudes.
guys, but in terms of personality, and they don't generate like what the Tysons, the Eubanks back in the day, the Doc Destroyer. Like, you need that character generated, and this is why the balance of the John Furies of the world kind of almost putting a bit of spice in.
You gotta look,
we kind of need.
The next phase in boxing, in my opinion, is when misfits decide to promote real professional fights.
Oh, it's happening, bro.
I'm not surprised.
Oh, by the way, I think that Conor Ben Eubank nearly
Was going to be right.
Was,
their promotion.
No, it isn't. It isn't. But there was a thought process, I'm sure, from the zone thinking, hey, if we put this on a Misfits card, we'll double up our money because we'll have the boxing. And
There
how
you go.
long with the under
That's the big
with
idea
how
right
much
there.
Misfits overperformed.
Oh my
Thank you.
goodness, that's
Like,
the
you
big
look at the
idea.
Misfit
By the way,
audience.
you two did a clip the other day about it. I sent it to the head of Misfits because I was like, this is what the boxing guys are saying.
Yeah.
They're giving you your props, and they're saying when you start putting the big boxers on the shows as well as all the YouTubers,
Game over.
It's game over. Because no one needs an Eddie Hearn undercard, really.
Yeah.
And look at the experience on the night. Like, when you go to a professional fight now, right? The guys, the fans, they're all at the bar. They come for the co-main, and then they stay for the main. But at the Misfit show, from
20,000.
7 p.m.,
Yeah.
it's packed.
Yeah.
The undercard are getting a full audience. So I'm like, mate, that whole experience, that's going to be what makes people fans. And then you put high-level boxing on there as well.
Imagine celebrities building up the undercard, and then you have the main event, which
Incredible.
is two huge fighters like a Conor Ben and
If they did that, if Conor Ben and
Shut it down.
That's it. They've arrived. That's the fight that we needed.
But you know what?
Go on.
Eddie can't let that happen.
Why?
Eddie's now got a
that
look over
moves
his
him out the
fucking
game.
shoulder, bro. He's got to be careful.
The head table would be KSI and Eddie Hearn.
Why is the boxing community such cavemen? Like, why?
It's archaic.
Why are these watching all these different promotions and from the UFC when they were doing it better than we were doing? Like, why haven't they learned from that business plan? You know what I mean? Why
They don't evolve.
Why?
It's
crazy. I just don't understand.
And Misfits having in-house belts and stuff like that. Like they're already ahead of
smartest. They're so smart because I remember AJ talking about.
It's not even smart though. It's common fucking sense, though, isn't it?
No, it's kind of it's smart. You have to give it. You have to say this is intelligent because before you'd have to wait for WBC to say you're now the champion, this, that, and the other. Now what they've done is secretly you didn't even realize. You're like, hold on, there's a belt, there's a Misfits belt. Oh, there's a Misfits. Okay, and now they can decide when these title fights happen.
I interviewed Eddie Hearn in 2019. I said, "Why haven't you made your own belts yet?" He went, "Oh, well, we're thinking about it."
But there is a lot more belts these days. So there is even in
The
professional
WBC,
boxing,
for example.
There's a number of belts, and I'm meant to be a so-called boxer, but like professional boxer. But I can't even name all the belts. There is a lot of different belts being put in to kind of sell the show. But like, to what extent do you go? Because I had this discussion in the gym the other day with a few of the lasses. We were basically saying this, like, there's no champion now. If you're a world champion, like, how can you call yourself a world champion when there's another world champion with another belt? Like, that
Even if they got the same belt as you, but
regular champions versus
either the champion or you're not. Like, once upon a time there was one belt, and that's the way it should be. But now it's so diluted with the number of belts, and like, I don't even know all the belts. I mean,
it's frustrating.
It's crazy.
It's hard to tell which belt means the most now as well. Like
Ring magazine, innit? That I'd normally say if someone's got the Ring magazine, but you know what though? Like, saying that, there's been times at middleweight when Golovkin had the Ring magazine, but he'd been beat by Canelo. You know what I mean? So it's
there's no transparency. Nobody knows what's going on and who's the real champion. It's just,
you know, when we were saying there about like fighters taking note from the Misfits fighters and stuff, and you obviously see him with like Vidal Riley. Obviously, he's got his YouTube channel. Conor Ben's doing a bit on YouTube. So some are, but I would say the only thing with it, right, is like we look at the golfing actual skill level between the actual fighters. You know, even like a British level fighter or something, and a YouTube boxer. It's so vast that there's only one way to get it that vast, and that is years and years in the gym.
That's right.
And when you're in the gym, look, I know people that are in the gym and they're lively and they're a right laugh and whatever, but for every one of them I know, I probably know 10 people that are in the gym rats, day in, day out, and they're quite reclusive because they probably haven't formed all that sort of social skills that you get going out clubbing, doing everything else, because they've been so committed to boxing.
Can I ask a question for you guys? Because I mean, you're a boxer yourself, and you've boxed like unlicensed, so you would know. Like, is there just a worry of putting too much pressure on the fighter themselves, where they're like, if I big myself up and I say all this stuff the way Conor McGregor and countless others have done, everyone's going to have all the eyeballs on, and then that makes it harder for me to perform as a fighter because I'm more worried about what's going on outside of the ring than I am just focusing on the job. Is that part of the reason?
I think that's definitely part of it, because I know myself, it's like you've just said, like you do become a bit withdrawn because all you do is focus on boxing, not really the entertainment, the social media aspect of it. And I think this is the problem. Like, we need to evolve and kind of realize that that's what needs to be done. But I think I come right through the amateur route, and I just think it's almost inbred into us to act a certain way and kind of not go on in this showmanship way. It's almost
Team GB and stuff like that.
British. It's a very British thing.
It's a British. It's kind of like, because we even, in fact, again before the show started, we mentioned about the way the Americans are kind of, they in the gym spawn, they call each other, they've got more of that vibe. But us British guys, we're meant to be the disciplined and the respectful, and we don't shout our mouths off. But realistically, like, that's where things
it's not
going.
serving you anymore.
It's not. It no longer carries any weight. So it's like, we need to evolve. And I'm aware myself, and like, so the Vidal Rileys of the world, who are like, he's been very intelligent and going, you know what it is, I've seen what these YouTube guys are doing. I'm young enough to go away and kind of, I've got the time to kind of build myself as a personality in my YouTube channel, and then when I come into the pro boxing, I'm already way ahead of the game. So I respect all that.
Do you know what's funny? You were saying there, like, about going to GB route through the amateurs and whatnot. Like, for a while, the super middleweight division in Britain was like popping. It was
Yeah,
one
that
of the
was
best divisions.
vivid, yeah.
And when you look at like the characters in it, yeah, like just off the top of my head, you had James the Girl there, you had George Groves there, Carl Froch, all three contrasting a massive personalities.
Fantastic.
And then you have a fighter that we're not even really speaking about, even around that time. Possibly, you might argue Froch or whatever, but possibly even the best out of all of them in Callum Smith.
Yeah.
But with all due respect, like literally unreal fighter in my opinion, brilliant, no personality, and maybe that's one of the reasons why.
It's a big fact.
Can I ask you a question about Vidal Riley while we're on the subject, because you mentioned him? Chamberlain, who was ringside with him, and Vidal said, love to make that fight. Chamberlain put a post out saying, regarding talks to me fighting Vidal, spoke to my manager, there's nothing in it for me because I've got all the belts, so anything less than £250,000 is a no. Now, Vidal has replied to this on Twitter saying, extortion as precaution. What do we make of that as a potential fight, and what do you think of Vidal's progression?
I think he's improved. Like from when he had his first, turned pro again. He had a bit of time out. He had fights before.
He had a back issue and he's come back.
So since he come back, should I say, I've seen a mass improvement, and I think he's got. Bear in mind, I've sparred with him a long time ago when he was probably only about 16, and I seen the potential in back then because he's got a very awkward, unorthodox style. Even though he's a little bit more refined nowadays, I think
he was very elusive back in the
very
day.
elusive, and I think it could be a problem for a lot of these guys. And someone like Isaac Chamberlain, I think he's a great fighter. He's had some real acid tests and showed that he's tough. He's got a good boxing brain, but I do think someone like Vidal could potentially cause him problems. And I think it's one of those things where he's Isaac Chamberlain's gradually been like, he's had all these tough tests, and he's finally got to a stage where I can kind of start to rebuild and kind of get myself in with the top guys as being one of the top guys in the division. Someone like Vidal Riley, who's just come through, especially because there's still people who still see him as a little bit of a YouTube guy. He's kind of a bit tarnished with that. I mean, don't get us wrong.
Very misguided.
I think he's very quickly going to kind of shit on that, quite frankly. And I think if he was to fight him and get beat, that's like Isaac Chamberlain going all the way back down again. So I think he just wants to stay away from him.
It's got to be worth it.
Can I ask a question though? I don't know. Maybe you lot could educate me. Is Isaac Chamberlain going to earn $250,000 if he fights Billam Smith?
Very, very
That's a
unlikely.
good point.
Very unlikely.
Has Isaac Chamberlain got more chance of winning against the Billam Smith than he has against Vidal Riley? Because we saw, I get his horses for courses.
He had a war with Billam Smith
saw
just a little while ago, though.
Oh yeah, he fought Billam Smith,
Yeah, that's
didn't
right.
he?
I think Vidal's more talented than
But he fought
all of these
Vidal's
guys.
more of a problem, I'd say.
It's a
Well,
really
I'm talking
difficult
about
one.
talent.
The problem is at this stage, someone like Billam Smith is like he's tried and tested.
Yeah.
For a start, he's a big cruiserweight. He's got a good size. He can punch. He's got a good boxing brain. There's no like absolute standout elements of what he does, but he's a very rounded fighter. Whereas someone like Vidal is yet to proven how he's going to be over like a 10, 12 rounder. I just think it might be a little bit too early. I'm not saying he hasn't got the potential, because I really think
What
he has.
to fight Vidal now?
Yeah, but that's
no,
what
he can't do that.
that's what I'm saying. He hasn't. I'm saying down the line. I'm just saying
disagree,
he's not
like-
quite ready.
No, I think he
You
could.
think he can fight? You think Vidal can fight Billam now?
I think here's the thing. I think
tough.
Vidal's talent ceiling
Yeah.
is higher than Billam by a country mile. I don't even think they're close in terms of talent.
I just think it's timing.
It'd be a career
We
making
did,
fight.
so we did a show. We did a Monday Night Smoke, and then someone called in and they put Vidal Riley in their top 5 of cruiserweights now, and I thought that was a bit ridiculous.
in Britain.
In Britain.
Like,
And I
listen,
thought that's ridiculous personally,
No,
because
because you haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
But what I'm
But you
saying
can't-
is,
you
from what
can't-
I've seen, because I've watched him do like 15 rounds in the fucking gym once, and I just remember being like, whoa.
But that's the difference of being in the ring.
Yeah.
Being in the gym and being in under the lights. It's too, like I've seen him guys who absolutely shine in the spawn in the gym. You know what I mean? And then how they perform under the lights. And I'm not saying that Vidal's not got that potential. I just think it's hard to put him against someone who's a current world champion, went through the hard way all the way through from English, British.
Yeah.
To kind of say
It's
Vidal
not
Riley's-
conventional. I agree with
just
that.
at this stage, and like I say, I'm not saying this isn't a possibility. There's a chance that he could beat him. Who knows? I just think, put it that way, if I was managing Vidal Riley, I wouldn't put him in. It would be a very stupid thing to do.
That's
You know
not
what I
I'm
mean?
saying. I'm not saying like, and I know his dad's like guiding him and
Yeah.
training him. So it's not going to be like a rush thing. But I'm just talking about long-term talent. When I watch Billum Smith and the coordination and how clumsy he looks sometimes,
He's just a strong and fit guy.
he's a strong and he's a well-rounded, really perfectly described Eloza. I think Vidal has elite elements of talent to his game that Billum Smith is nowhere near going to ever have that. He's just not going to.
even
The
the
reflexes, the way he moves, the agility to him, the balance. I don't think Billum Smith will ever have any of those qualities. And I think all Vidal needs is that education to keep going, and he'll clean him
My
up.
favorite fight for Vidal right now is Chev Clark.
Yeah,
That's
But that's another one that Chamberlain looks to like he's wanting to avoid
now
now
we
as
know.
well.
These are the type of discussions we should be having, because we shouldn't really be talking about Vidal with the Billum Smiths, because I feel as if it's not fair to be putting them in the same level,
Yeah.
because we need to just let him keep evolving, keep growing. We don't know how high his ceiling height is. I think he could go all the way. I really do. But I just think for now, we just need to not get carried away with him and kind of be looking too far ahead.
Yeah, you don't want to rush a great talent.
Yeah, yeah.
because
Even
AJ
Jordan
paid the
Thompson, I
price.
think wouldn't be the worst fight for Vidal Riley now. Like
Jordan
I know he's coming off the back of that loss.
Yeah, but
obviously.
still, that was
But-
too high. That was
but-
ridiculous what he went
in
up
terms of
against.
levels,
that was
yeah.
way too high. But in terms of like measuring stick, listen, every fight around that weight is going to come with its risks. I
Yeah,
understand that. But I feel, like ultimately, I actually think if Chamberlain was up for that fight, I think that's probably the best fight in terms of progression if you're looking to move quickly. If you're not looking to move quickly, then
I agree with
Chamberlain's
you,
gone
but-
through too much,
but
though.
for
That's
Chamberlain-
why I
no,
get
but-
why he's not
but-
getting.
but
That's why he's not doing it.
That's why he's the choice of which direction he goes has got to be a lot more careful, because he's been beaten a few times. It's like he doesn't want to like. He's just kind of rebuilt, if you know what I'm saying. He's kind of, if you look at his physical stature, he's matured, he's grown, he looks a bit stronger now, and he's kind of got himself to a point where if he makes the wrong turn, it could be snakes and ladders again. And I
also
think that fight's a really good fight that you've just made, because Thompson's a fight where it probably generate a little bit of hype. He's like a big Greek god himself. That Jordan Thompson, he's just fought for a world title. Yes, he failed. I think that would be a perfect fight.
But if Thompson beats him, he then gains, like you could potentially say, gains a lot of Vidal Riley's followers and things like that. So it's a good one. It's one that would generate interest. But I do think with the Isaac Chamberlain thing, and I was completely forgetting that he had fought him, but that's pretty much fair, because I think if he was to then go and beat Billum Smith, if he fancied himself being able to beat Billum Smith, if he was to do it, say he didn't get more money than the Vidal Riley fight, right? If you're actually looking at it bigger picture, long term, yeah, maybe not in that fight, but if you believe you beat him, go and beat him. You probably only get slightly less, maybe 200 grand or something than you like in total, slightly less than you get for the Vidal Riley fight, and then your next fight. And I'm not saying he would have this mindset, but you know, sometimes when someone takes a little bit less to win the belt, and it's like, right, now come and buy the title off me. Now come and buy it off me. I still think I can beat you, but come and buy it off me. And then someone might give him 600 grand or something for the next
Even
fight.
like
So
the UK cruiserweight scene right now, it's a big toss-up, because whilst Billum Smith got the win over Okoli, I think Okoli lost the fight in there more so than I say Billum Smith went in there and beat him up.
Agree.
Do you know what I mean? And like the way that the fight looked with Billum Smith and Chamberlain, it wasn't like Chamberlain got smoked in there. So right now we're in a place where it's like, whilst he's the champ, he's not separated from these guys. Vidal Riley for me has the highest ceiling. Do you know what I mean? It's just a case of whether or not it's the right time to take Chamberlain.
it's
Can
sort
I
of
move us on
upsetting.
to the Eubank Ben fight, lads? Because we do have to talk about that before the main event. What's your immediate thoughts after what we've seen recently? Eubank obviously smashed his last fight. Ben's finally come back in a very weird situation. How do we see that fight playing out?
Tony Bellew thinks it's a 3-round job for Conor Ben. Have you heard this? The comments on
I
that?
haven't seen that, no.
Ade Oladipo
rounds.
was interviewing Tony Bellew, and he said, "How do you see that fight going?" And Bellew said, "I think Ben gets him out of there in 3 rounds." Now, I really respect Tony Bellew's opinions on things. Like when Tony Bellew talks, I often listen, and I think, yeah, like you know your boxing and whatnot. I don't know where
Not
he's
when he's
seen
got
that.
a friend in there, though. When he's
When
got
he's
a
got a
friend
mate in there.
He loves this kid.
You're
When
right.
he's got a friend in there.
So when the drug test failed, Tony backed him and went, I believe him immediately, because there's that friendship between Bellew and Senior, right?
and
So-
Bellew
I'm not sure about
and
that.
Hearn. That's the friendship.
Yeah, it's
thing.
a
but that's
guy
the-
as well, yeah.
Bellew and Hearn, that's his friend, and what do you call it? We accept all the friends along the journey. So I've watched when I've watched Bellew watching one of his friends.
Remember when
in the ring.
Jezza was fighting?
Yeah, and
Tony ringside wanted to jump in there, man.
he might as well jump in the ring. Literally, so he's so loyal in that way that he'll say stuff like that. So you just gotta take that with a pinch of salt. But then this fight here is Conor Ben versus Eubank is a like, even if we say we don't want to watch it, this, that, and the other, this is probably one of the most exciting fights that we're gonna get in a long time.
This is without doubt one of the biggest fights, just because of the names that both have. You know what I mean? This is turning back the clock almost. You know what I mean? The two sons fighting each other. I just think it's kind of a crazy one for me, because initially I would have just said Chris Eubanks,
my hero.
Chris Eubanks straight away, but since when he got beat off Liam Smith, it did change my perception. But I think that was the Roy Jones changing trainer stylistically. It just didn't work. If he can this is almost like Anthony Joshua changing trainers and kind of not finding your style. I think if he goes back to it's crazy, because I kind of criticised his old style sometimes just being all guns blazing and kind of not really having much of movement, not using his jab enough. But then when he did change, it was almost like I wanted to go back to the original style. But I almost feel like that's his best chance against someone like a Ben.
With Eubank though, like, I think there's still some concerns. Like, you see that first fight with Liam Smith, there was a thing of like, I don't want to get hit, and you could kind of see the way he maneuvered in the ring. I don't necessarily think that's gone. No. I just think that Bomac prepared him to be able to exist in a boxing ring and be competitive whilst being tentative to get hit. And I think the way Conor Benn throws shots and he just goes for it, there's going to be some concerns, because some shots are going to land, and we are going to find out if he's still fragile or not to the chin, because something's changed with Eubank Jr.
Yeah, when you get knocked out the way he did, and he was a guy like his dad had a granite chin. It's kind of your invincibility, because I honestly believe when he used to talk, I can't be knocked out, he genuinely believed it.
Yeah.
So when that happens to you, like, it's different. You know, the average boxer thinks, you know, if I get hit clean, there's a chance I could get hurt. I genuinely believe he thought he couldn't be hurt.
Can we give him his credit though? He came back, and like Deontay Wilder, we gave him his credit.
Absolutely.
He was like, it was one time, it won't happen again. Yeah, like, I really respected that.
I just think in the fashion he come back, like Wilder come back and still fought like an absolute dog, you know what I mean? Whereas I know what you're saying there with regards to Eubanks. He come back a little bit more careful. It was he didn't go in there and just demolish him, you know what I mean? Bear in mind, I think Liam Smith on that fight, the injuries and the different issues with having to make the weight quickly, without doubt, that wasn't Liam Smith. So he didn't beat the Liam Smith he lost to previously.
But then, do you not know, like, what the reason Wilder came back and fought like a dog was? Because he had Fury in there with him, giving him as good as he could possibly get. But when you look at Eubank Jr.'s comeback, obviously he didn't have much in terms of having to fight off, having to come through tough tests in the rematch with Liam Smith. So I think that maybe he could have had that to his game.
But that's why I think it's worse, because he had a Liam Smith who was probably at about 2%. You know what I mean? And,
do you really think he was really?
I reckon, well, I'm saying 2%. He was probably at 20, a lot earlier. Something like 20%.
Well, Eubank was only at 60%.
Have you seen the stats of how many punches Liam Smith threw?
It wasn't a lot.
Bearing in mind he's normally quite a volume puncher.
Have they said what was going on with him?
Was it not a
back injury? And he sprained both his ankles.
Rolling his ankles.
No, but I think the ankles thing is something that supposedly happens quite regular in all his
Someone said, like, I watch him spar. He rolls his ankle like that all the time, and I was thinking that.
That's insane.
Like, what?
What about the elephant in the room? There's a possibility that Conor Benn doesn't come back in looking like the Dark Destroyer we've seen him.
Now the magic juice.
Now that
but did you see him in his last fight? Did you see him in his last fight though? How do you think he looked in his last fight? Because I don't think he looked that different.
I thought explosiveness in terms of output. I thought he looked very similar. I do think there's always that looming question there of if that was back when he was on the pregnancy tablets or whatever he was on. If that was back then, would he have dropped that fella? Would he have got him out of there at some point?
Do you not factor in that he's at 154?
But can we not also factor in the fact
was he at 154 for that?
Yeah, it was a different weight class.
When you take enhancements, you don't just stop taking them and everything disappears.
Yeah,
your body adapts to what you've been taking, and whatever strength gains you've got,
they stay.
They don't just, yes, they might reduce a little bit, but you don't lose them. This is the whole reason why taking drugs is banned in sports, because even if you take them a year ago, you're still going to carry some of that carryover effects, the gains you get from them. So this is why, if he is guilty, it's wrong, because as a boxer myself, like, that unfair advantage, and the fact is you can die in the ring, get hit in the head by a guy who's hitting harder than he should be.
Yeah.
This is why, like, I was a massive fan of Ben, and that's just unfortunately put a shadow over it, and I can't quite get on the same wavelength and support them the way I once did.
Does anyone believe he's innocent around the table? Any one person?
If something comes out what convinces me, I'll go fair enough.
Anyone believe he's innocent?
I'm literally just undecided.
How can you be like, this is the thing, the tests?
Because in terms of, okay, sorry, let me just clarify. When you say innocent, what are you saying innocent of?
Do you think that this was just all a big accident and he didn't knowingly take anything?
That's the only accident you can have.
That's the only thing where I could say I don't know what the situation is.
That is the hard bit.
Because you know the thing about me? I've interviewed a lot of fucking people, lads. And I'm pretty good at weighing up when someone's talking shit. And for me, the way he went about denying that, I'm not saying I know for a fact, but if you were going to say, how would a liar behave? Oh, he behaved just like a liar would. He behaved like, you know what he behaved like? When I was a kid and my mom caught me doing something, he behaved like a child. He didn't even behave like a grown man. Like the way he went on with Piers Morgan, I felt embarrassed for him. I thought, mate, if I was in your camp right now, I'd pull you to one side and go, what the fuck are you doing? Like, this is the most guilty you can look right now. You're so aggressive to everyone for even, you say, how can you say that? You failed 2 fucking drugs tests. We're not inventing this in my head. Like he was acting like people had just made this up, and he wasn't acting like a logical person. It was so emotional, and that really didn't do a lot.
And the excuses were changing as well. Like at first, there's no way it's through egg consumption, and then all of a sudden, then we're sort of going, oh, it could be sort of through that. And to me, yeah, exactly. And to me, it's like, well, have you spoke to someone who's actually gone to you? You know what? You shouldn't have wrote that one off, because actually there is a scientific way that could be in your system.
They flip-flopped
and then
so
all
many
of a sudden
times.
it's like,
if first it wasn't that, then they realised, okay, it's going to be hard to go on contamination. We've got 2 different fucking. Now we're going to go with the eggs. And the way Eddie played it really hurt Eddie's. Like the common thing was a contraceptive pill. Yeah. That was what people were saying at first. Do you know what? As much as people might not believe it, if, for example, he did come out, and I'm not saying he should have done this, because if it wasn't the case, it wasn't the case. But if, for example, he did come out and go, do you know what? My missus keeps her contraceptive pills next to my vitamins, and I might have accidentally half asleep took one of them. As unbelievable as it'd be, at least there you've got a solid story. That would sound a lot better.
That it's like, do you know what? It could happen. Do you know what I mean? Like, it could happen. Like, whatever. But it's because there was so much flip-flapping on it, I think you just sort of start to think, mate, come off it. And then one time he's angry, the next time he's in an interview crying. And I get it must have been an emotional roller coaster for him, but there's no consistency in it. You know what I mean?
When a liar gets caught, we've all watched these Netflix documentaries. What do? They change their story constantly because they're trying to get out of whatever's been put on them. And for me, the fact is, you were caught taking a substance which is literally for reawakening your balls after coming off a steroid cycle, and you got caught twice doing it. So it's embarrassing, man.
What was the fight? Like, there's been that many, I've lost track. What was the final reason that they give?
So this is the thing, Loza. No one fucking knows, because according to the vice president of DAZN, we're all fucking builders and we don't deserve to know, apparently. Did you hear that one? Did you hear that? Frank Smith?
Yeah.
He said, what right have you lot got to know? If something happens,
we pay the pay-per-views, innit?
Well, that's the point, is what he failed to understand is we're the fucking customers and we want a drug-free sport.
I think it's one of those things where those type of things where it's like, on paper, that's what he said, and it's just crazy. But it's like, you think about where he might have been going with that. You look at all these other cases where the boxing board of control haven't behaved like this, and they've just kept matters private, and they've just been allowed to do that. And he's like, you're asking all these questions, but in other cases, you don't. But I've got to come and explain myself to this guy on Twitter because he's the one that's adamant. Like, you look at Dillian White's case, pin drop silence. We don't have any information
what did Dillian
to
White
start
do?
with.
Dillian White remained silent.
No, but I hear
Conor
that.
Ben
But what I'm saying is how the British board have behaved has made this whole thing seem weird, because now it seems like a personal attack.
But do you not think that they've done that because Conor went after them, though?
Even Baumgardner.
When Conor started the fire, they were like, internally, they must have been like, this guy's questioning our credibility.
But as a board,
so we're going to go hard on him.
But this is like the police taking it personal with you, and suddenly they're like at your door.
They
can't do that.
With Robert Smith talking to Simon Jordan.
Yeah, on Top Sport.
That ain't right. Like Eddie got him there on that one, because Simon Jordan's giving it to Eddie Hearn, and Eddie Hearn's gone, so how would you even know this, Simon? He goes, because I've spoke to Robert Smith about it. And he went, Robert Smith, the General Secretary of the British Boxing Board of Control, has spoke to you about an ongoing investigation with Conor Ben, has he? You, as someone from the media. And Simon Jordan, for the first time in a long time, was stumped. He did not know what to say. He thought, oh, fuck. fuck,
But
I've dropped him in
what
there.
if
and
they've got a control on robots? Like, of course they're going to go, this little prick is mouthing off that we're a bunch of crooks.
Amir Khan
let's
had a
hammer
whole
it.
year of silence, by
Yeah,
the way.
but
on
Amir
his
Khan
drug test.
silence, Dillian White silence, because that's what you do when you get caught.
Silence.
You shut the fuck up and you hope for the best. This little kid wouldn't do that, and he acted like a child. And I don't necessarily blame him for the
So
mental
let me-
health stuff.
Let me
but-
push back another way, right? How old is he? 24?
About that,
He's-
So let's
25,
say he's in his mind 100% believes he's innocent. That's how a 24-year-old would behave.
Do you know what? Another thing, public perception's everything, yeah. Because there was a few people that maybe hadn't warmed to Conor Benn. Like, Amir Khan, I love Amir Khan, brilliant boxer. He's a lovable idiot in a way. That's how a lot of people perceive him, right?
Remember-
And
so true. I've got so many,
and I
keep
really,
coming back
really
to-
like him.
Remember
But
the
one thing is,
transsexual story?
do you remember
Remember when
the?
he forgets what to call him?
Yeah. Do you remember the bloke that run up outside the court and see Amir Khan outside the court somewhere and spoke to him about it? Because this is the thing. We said about Amir Khan staying silent. Amir Khan didn't stay silent. Amir Khan done that interview outside the courtroom thing and he went, look, guys, like, I weren't on it. Even if I was on it.
like
He went, I lost. And it's like, hold on. That's me. That's like me going, yes, I had 10 pints, but I didn't crash, did I? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, but that's the thing. We do that, and look at us all now. We're sitting, smiling, laughing about it because it's Amir Khan, the lovable idiot,
There you
with
go.
the Conor Benn thing, the destroyer. He
What are you
walks
talking
out to
about?
the food.
Of course
He's
I
like,
have.
you know what I mean? Like the way he talks and whatever. It's a bit more like,
Do you know why I'm
it's
more
a bit
pissed off?
dark.
Because I really like Conor Benn. And that's like his personality, his fighting style, everything about the way he goes about it is class.
Yeah.
But I can't look at two failed tests with no explanation for it and go
And have that
fair.
same energy on top of it.
That's why. That's why it frustrates us because
Yeah.
good impression.
essentially, when Conor Benn had come on the scene, he was exactly the type of energy boxing needed. Like he was a character. He kind of took the role his dad once did, but he was kind of fitting the bill.
Did you think, like, if you look at the original Conor Benn and the Conor Benn now,
Different people?
Do you think the likelihood is different people? Do you think that he would have taken it though, because of the difference in it?
If I'm going on what I seen performance prior to all of a sudden becoming like I say, he wasn't punching hard for
But
me.
the thing, all right, but let's talk about that. He's young. So when he
you don't
started, he's
change
like
overnight.
19. No, you don't change overnight. But Tommy Hearn wasn't knocking people out when he first started boxing.
Yeah.
But it was. I
became-
felt like it was a gradual progression where I feel like Conor Benn was not bursting an egg. The next thing you know, he was bursting coconuts.
And a key thing there, same trainer. It's not like Fury all of a sudden goes to the Kronk gym and then all of a sudden you figure it out, you start punching a little bit different. He's with Tony Sims, he's still there. And mate, the warning signs were
But you
there.
know
He
what
told us he's crushing it in the gym.
The
You know
annoying
what I
thing
mean?
is, right, it's not even like I wouldn't be having this conversation if there was no field test. But
Yeah,
naturally,
yeah.
when he's failed a test, you can't help but go back over. Like I,
know,
say,
I
if
know.
that hadn't have happened, I would be sitting going, I love Conor Benn. His power's enough. Come on, great. Like I would be giving him all the props, but unfortunately, 2 field tests, not
I
one,
know.
but 2.
Guys,
I hate
the
you.
moment, the reason why I'm here today
Is for this.
is now. Yeah, I want everyone to understand and know what's going on. We cannot do this fight at this service, bruv. David Adeleye, this is the fight that is actually the 50-50.
Tell me why you're excited about this specifically.
I'm excited about this fight because we got a guy with all the things you lot talking about. He understands the entertainment of the game. He's fully understood that, listen, this is boxing and I need to get bums on seats. If I look at the comment sections for this guy's interviews, he's hated. They don't like David. They want him to lose today. I need David to win for that matter. We need to carry this on. We need these characters. The AJ era, that era is done. You know what I'm saying?
His face-off was really mean.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
He hates Wardley.
He's a breath of fresh air. And what's so good is you mentioned it earlier before, but then the two different areas that they're coming from, the contrast between these guys
Culturally.
is brilliant. So now you just got chalk and cheese and you can decide where you want to be. You can say, you know what, I'm backing Fabio. I want to see Fabio humble this kid. I want to see this kid just do a madness. I like chaos.
When
and in boxing, this guy looks like he's going to provide that chaos.
When you look at that as well, like that's a massive point. Like I think that it doesn't matter, like, you know, when people go, he'll win because he's had a much harder life and whatever. I don't think that
It doesn't.
tells anything into your skill set. What I do think it does a little bit is maybe puts you in situations where, say you're going into a big fight, maybe you're slightly more comfortable. So say, for example, like, say you grew up fighting all the time, right? Maybe you're able to deal with pressure a tiny bit better because you've been around it. Sounds like how good a boxer you are. It don't mean nothing. But one thing I do know is in the mind of Adeleye, like, he's grown up around bad people, you know what I mean? Like, he's from Ladbroke Grove, he's grown up, he's lived that life probably, do you know what I mean? And he's probably looking at Fabio Wardley and thinking, he Ipswich. You're from Ipswich. Like, and no offence to people from Ipswich, but I've actually like spent time up in that sort of area. It's a nice place, like nice people, whatever. Yeah. Like it ain't Ladbroke Grove, you know what I mean? Like it's very different.
But then this guy wants to.
Fabio Wardley's what? 2 white collar fights and turn pro. Some people just have that thing in them.
Yeah,
I think Fabio Wardley's shown like when he's in the ring, it doesn't matter how bad it looks, he's still going to be there.
And you know there were certain times, like say for example when he come up against Nathan Gorman, I was like, he's going to get his arse handed to him a little bit here. He's going to get completely outboxed here because 2 white collar fights, brilliant. But let's see you come up against a good amateur who knows how to throw fast hands. And all of a sudden, like, there was back and forth in it. Done well
that
against.
fucking shocked me. I used to like going back. I used to thought this guy could really box for a big lad with a bald head. He's a bit like me. I'm rooting for him. Do you know what I mean? But he got fucking wrecked. And I was like, Jesus, I bet on the wrong one today. By the way, just Kanye West just turned up at the event tonight.
They've got
so they got everyone, and everyone is getting paid.
Ronaldo's in there.
Ronaldo, Connor.
There.
To come
for
Fat Ronaldo's there.
Fat Ronaldo's there.
Fat Ronaldo and Mike Tyson getting a picture together. It was
for
like the 90s
for an exhibition bout.
Yeah.
Just to clear up what the ring situation is, do you remember Rocky IV when the ring comes out?
Yeah.
I believe.
Is that what they're doing?
We got a Rocky IV ring coming out where it elevates out of the floor, guys.
Are they boxing in this ring that they're in now?
No.
Because I was thinking this in the Parker fight. That's not a massive ring by heavyweight standards.
They've got in the stadium. There's a ring that will elevate out of the.
Is that because it's not been sanctioned?
Come on.
No, I think they're just making it. I think because they've got so much bloody money, they're just like, let us make a whole nother fucking thing for the main event, just because we can. I mean, look at the production.
Let's go.
To be fair,
I'm happy for this kid.
It's a great
production's unreal.
Great show.
Yeah.
What's the capacity of this?
Like you said,
stadium?
this is almost the main event for me.
This is the main event.
This is the main event in my mind.
This is the main event, guys. This is what we're here for.
Wait, hold on. Is Takam and Martin Bacoli on next then?
That's happened.
That's
That's
what?
Bacoli stopped him. Bacoli, I think he retired in between rounds. Takam was looking old as well, man.
Do you want to? I missed it. Was it a stop?
That's crazy.
Bacoli stopped him in between rounds. I think he retired in his stall. Yeah.
Shit.
What? 2 rounds? Did you say?
No, I don't know how many rounds.
Right,
it was.
okay.
Bacoli come out. Bacoli was looking.
He's like
do you remember when?
300 pounds.
When Dylan White come back on the Saudi card after the ban?
Yeah.
Actually, he fought someone fairly. Who did he fight? I can't remember now. Who was it now? Maris Wack or someone like that. And he looked porky all of a sudden. You know what I mean? That's a bit how Bacoli looked earlier. Right. We were speaking about heavyweight danger men earlier on, and we were talking about like the next crop and whatever. I think there are certain fighters, like especially when you look back through history and the guys that have caused upsets, but then not really gone on to do anything, lose the title in the next fight. There's certain fighters like potentially Michael Hunter, Martin Bacoli, these sort of guys out there, the mean face fella we see earlier.
We've been listening to these. Michael Hunter's name has been in the mix.
Yeah.
For 1,000 years.
Yeah, he has.
With nothing.
Michael Hunter had a good little run though, like a really good run of fights. So after he beat Bacoli, obviously he had the draw with Povetkin. A lot of people thought he won that fight. You know what I mean? He had the Kuzman, remember Sergio Kuzman? Good amateur. Michael Hunter had that. So although a lot of these guys, and it's very much what you were saying in terms of like they've missed the boat almost. They're getting past that point. But there are a lot of guys like Bacoli, like Michael Hunter, even like an Otto Wardley, even like these sort of guys that could come in and cause.
With him, I feel like he had a great night against Fury, but since then he's done sweet FA. Like he's not even looked like how he did that night. I think he just had a moment. Do you know what I mean? You know, some people just have that moment where it's like, this was your night to beat Fury and become great.
Him against Parker might be a sensible sort of crossroads fight.
Yeah, again, another All right, guys, predictions though. Let's no bottling it. Fabio, when is this fight finishing? Who wins this bad boy?
I think David Adeleye wins it probably on points.
Adeleye.
I think Adeleye could stop him. Like initially, I was going Fabio Wardley, but I've been watching leading up to this. I've been watching a lot of old fights of them, and I just feel like the amateur pedigree. He just looks a little bit more solid in everything that he does. Yes, he's not got the quickest of feet, but I just think the power, the strength. I've seen Fabio Wardley boxing. What's he called? The one who Hatton was training. Gorman, and he's not known for being a bit of much of a puncher, and he hurt Wardley a couple of times in that fight, and he struggled in he was getting out jabs sometimes after the smaller man.
It was a bit of a war that actually for a while.
But his nose was well bust up. So I just thought like Adelaide is a lot stronger. His punch selections, everything's solid. So
Does he look nervous though? Or you?
He probably does.
the Wardley here.
I think he's always
Yeah.
like that, though.
Yeah,
isn't he?
everybody's.
Yeah.
But he will be.
I don't
You know
think the
why?
nerves are a
Because
problem, though.
He come from. He's in his mind. He's still got everything to prove because he didn't have that amateur pedigree.
That's
so
right.
he's still He's learning on the job every time he gets in there, and he's asking questions of himself every time he
Is
gets
this
in
going to
there.
be the night I get exposed?
Exactly. So
he's got that chip. He has to have it. I think he wins in like round 8, 9 onwards. To be honest with you,
who's that?
Stoppage though. Fabio Wardley.
Okay.
you think he wins? Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Look at the mean mugging. I'm loving it.
I think.
I can't.
Hold on.
I think this needle
Hold on.
is going to benefit
Who's trained
Wardley
by
more.
Ben?
This
who's trained
needle
by
is
Ben
what the
Davison?
boxing needs.
David. David's got. Yeah, David's got
Didn't
Ben.
know that.
Oh, that's
Got Ben.
interesting. I didn't know that.
Apparently,
no
Ben
idea.
and AJ might have been trained together, but but then AJ put a picture of him in.
Yeah, he never left him. He just
Yeah.
was working out in between fights. I think a lot of people made it sensational. Sensational.
I
story,
understand
but-
why.
Done a
but-
bit of exercise.
Yeah.
Can we talk about the promoter situation that we've got right now? How are we ranking Eddie Hearn, obviously Queensbury, Bricktop, and Ben Shalom? How do we feel like they're getting on right now?
Whatever the order is, Ben Shalom is at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel for Ben because he was starting at the bottom, right? Started now at bottom, now
Still
still
there.
here.
But he looked like he was going to start to take over a little bit when Eddie Hearn kind of dropped. I thought, might be the new guy, but
Yeah.
I feel as if Frank Warren's kind of resurfaced and is starting to take over now in terms of on the British scene.
Yeah.
I feel as if. I think he's tried and tested, isn't he? And I think everyone's always had trust in Frank Warren, but I think a lot of his shows over the years were they didn't. I just think the whole show wasn't very good. The type of opponents he was putting together, and the show was just lacking something.
One-sided wins.
Yeah.
You can spot the win on the undercard just easily.
It just lacked the spark, and I do think in terms of manager, he's in promoting. He looks after his fighters really well. He builds them great.
It's a bit too well, in my opinion.
Yeah, so it's
I
all,
think there's polar opposites. Eddie's throwing everyone to the lions,
It's kind-
and Frank doesn't want a competitive fight for some of his
it's kind of if
babies,
them
right?
two had babies, you would have the perfect. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Beautiful babies, there, Ben.
I mean, yeah.
I think the bigger fights at this moment in time, are coming from Frank Warren. However, I think the actual depth of quality on the cards is obviously coming from Eddie. I think when you look down an undercard, like say for example, I know the budget would have gone on the main event, but I was at the Fury against White fight. Yeah, obviously on that Fury against White. No offense to him, but Nick Ball, chief support against Isaac Lowe. That ain't
Yeah.
a chief support at Wembley,
was
man.
wild.
Like that's just not that. So when I look at that sort of fight and a lot of the cards that I see from Frank Warren, I'm like, okay, despite main event being good, and do you know what? It sort of contradicts what I'm saying because here this is a really good undercard. Main event,
Saudi
not so
money
good.
though.
That's
Saudi
here's-
money changes
Saudi money.
everything.
But here's the main thing I would say about it, right? Context is very key here because when you listen to what Eddie told us, we were going to be getting, with the zone, when he went in, changed the game, left Sky, right? With the zone,
Game-changing.
we were getting pay-per-view undercards on just normal
Netflix-
Saturday
Netflix
night boxing.
prices.
Yeah, normal Saturday night boxing was going to be like a pay-per-view card. Eddie. It's not, is it, Eddie?
Eddie.
It's really not. Like, these cards, if anything, are worse than when he was at Sky. And we ain't getting, like, these pay-per-view things. Okay, show me some examples. Show me some examples, because we're not getting that.
I feel like if Eddie and Sky could both have an honest chat now, they'd go, should we
Shall we
you
get
know when
back
you left
together?
that girlfriend, you're like,
I didn't
yeah,
see why.
pretty
But
good,
even-
actually.
even
I
you
think
could
I
look-
fucked myself.
We
for
was better
myself.
together.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
grass
even
wasn't greener, was it?
recently, when we look at like Wood
better
versus
together.
Warrington, right? Again, because we're sitting able to look at that in hindsight, we're going brilliant fight. That was really good. I'm telling you now, back in the Sky days, although they've come on a little bit in their career, that's still not a pay-per-view. That's still a headline Saturday night fight.
Yeah.
So the way I'm looking at it is with Eddie Hearn's cards, like they're not pay-per-view quality like we were being told.
Eddie Hearn focused on the global market. His position was, I want to take over the world. I got Canelo. We're going to do things over there. AJ should be a world star. That was the whole move. When
think
these
that
guys
was the
start
downfall.
losing, these guys start losing, and he's not even giving UK the same energy. And it's now starting to come up where you see Frank's cards, and it's like, right, TNT, they're back in the mix. Like,
It's the classic. Do
in
you
a
know when
big way.
people?
I had to make a correction, by the way. I said that David Adelaye's coach's Ben Davison. It's actually Fabio Wardley's. Apologies.
Oh, right.
Sorry about that.
interesting.
Well, that's good for Fabio Wardley
facts.
because I
Do,
think
do we give Ben a chance in the future? He's such a young lad, and he has actually came up from like promoting very small shows. Like, people think he just arrived out of nowhere. I remember
Right,
talking to
he
Ben
did the old
Shalom, by the way,
boxer.
in like 2018, maybe even earlier, where he was like, "See what you're doing on YouTube. Maybe you could commentate for me." Like he hasn't.
Oh, wow.
come
Remember
out of
Ben
nowhere.
Shalom did the boxer card
Here we
at
go. And
the
we're off.
O2 Indigo, and
Yeah.
it was like the old prize fighter format.
Yeah, yeah.
They were Ben Shalom Shalom card.
To me, he reminded me of his whole persona was a bit more of a Frank Warren. He was a lot calmer.
Okay.
He looking after his.
I'd like to give Kelly Maloney a go again.
Wow. Wow.
I'd also like to see her promote more cards. No.
I actually reached out to Kelly for an interview. You know, I just wanted to say what it'd be like to get on a podcast.
Oh, that'd be
'Cause
sick, man.
I was like, that would be so
In a
different
different conversation.
How
So
is she?
many. Do you know, actually, all right, but doesn't live in London, unfortunately. So.
I think Ben Shalom tried to come in with this nice guy thing, like we're all going to be mates, we're all going to work together, and it's just like, bro, this is a land of sharks, man. You better be able to swim out these waters.
He found out the hard way,
Yeah.
unfortunately. And I do think Ben, well, for every time I talked to him, he was a nice guy.
Do you not think there's a little bit there with the Ben Shalom thing of like how Frank see Eddie when he was coming through?
Yes.
It's almost a little bit there. It's just not magnified as much because obviously Ben Shalom is not doing what Eddie was doing when he was first coming through. But I do think there's a lot of the time when Eddie's now contradicting himself because he used to speak about like the way that Frank Warren would he'd never put one of his fighters in with one I'm willing to work with him, and it's like, well, you're sort of doing that to Ben Shalom now. Like,
It's the way the
can I
game
just
goes.
say, David Adeleye is not looking as confident
He's
as I
not
was
looking that
expecting.
confident.
He's come out a lot more. Look at him; he's reacting to everything Fabio does, which is really
But
surprising
then
me.
he's landed the
It's
first
nerves,
two.
though. It's nerves, though.
He's landed the first two big shots, though.
Yeah.
That's happened. But he's on right now. He's on the back foot.
The way he's been behaving on the lead up to this, I thought he was going to come
It's
out
not married
and
up.
boss it. So
He's quite square, yeah.
But also, it's the first round, guys.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, they're still getting to know each other.
I know. It's just. I
Got to call it
expected.
early stuff.
I wanted to see him come out like a lion.
on
But
fire.
yeah, that's the energy he'd been given. You know.
I think sometimes being the more skilled man and more experienced man in terms of that amateur pedigree, maybe you are going to want to go on the back foot ever so slightly more because you
See what
think
he's
the
got.
chances can come to you.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then after a round or so, start working you out a little
But
bit. And then
he
start
doesn't look
putting it on
comfortable
you.
though. He's leading with lead hooks miles out of range.
And also, those shots to the body, he's out of range himself. So it's like he's trying to range find with those body shots. But it's like right now, they're both not really giving much.
When you're talking that shit, right, and you're giving that lion energy off, and then you take the outside and don't look like you really want to trade much.
He's basically was looking
not,
at the floor there.
It's not a great look. Like,
No.
But if he catches him on the way in,
Oh yeah, listen.
it's bedtime. So we got to just.
What he's saying, he's trying to do the Dylan Dennis special, yeah? Because Dylan.
Fuck
There's-
me,
there's
we
a-
need-
there's a
we
part-
need to talk about that. I haven't talked about that with you guys. Fucking hell. While we're on it, like let's just do a quick Misfits chat because I'll definitely clip this up because I want to know what you guys think.
Oh, that's a good left. Good shot there.
As
Good
the,
shot there.
as the proper boxing guys, obviously I love the Misfit stuff. But beforehand, we did a chat about Tommy versus KSI. And you lads thought KSI didn't stand a chance, and that Tommy would school him.
I did say
And
that, yeah,
I'm not
you're
here
right.
to glow. It's more now after saying that. You've watched Tommy Fury fight two YouTubers. First of all, what's your honest opinion of Tommy Fury?
He's shit.
He's got no chance with
He's
any
shit.
decent light heavies or cruiser wherever he's campaigning at. He should just stay.
Because
in
he
his
said
world.
afterwards, "I'm back to the pros. I'm not doing this."
Don't you dare.
He's
Stay
chatting-
where you are.
Chatting crap.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Is
he
he
should.
allowed to be here?
I think he should stay where his bread's getting buttered at right now because he's making good money, and I think it'll almost like be going backwards for him because he's not going to be able to mix it with the top guys. He's not going to be getting paid. And you imagine you're getting paid millions, and all of a sudden they're offering you a couple of £1,000. Like, I mean,
Yep.
I just think he needs to stay where he's at. I think there's no go. Like, I'm speaking honestly here. If I was offered to fight for millions of pounds in Misfit, and then the pro boxing game was like, I'll give you a few £1,000, I'd be going, no thanks.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in them belts anymore.
Well,
Like,
in terms of his
come on.
level, though,
He's found his level.
He's not good.
This
That's
is-
what we learned. We learned in that last fight. We said, and don't get it wrong, I don't know what KSI was doing with the jumping jacks and stuff, but then he should have found a way. He should have looked better than him. And the fact that it was a close fight and they're saying, you know what, I could have won it in points, just lets you know how bad.
I think
the level
KSI
of it.
did win it. I think KSI did win it, and he didn't get the decision.
It could be a combination of two things. Sometimes when guys are so inexperienced, because let's face it, he didn't have an amateur career. He had a few fights. He's just come straight in the pro game, and
Oh,
Good shot there.
love that little shot there.
I think
Big John said I
When you-
wouldn't have complained if we'd lost the decision.
When
which
you've
is
got-
a first.
That's what I mean.
sometimes when you've got guys who are that inexperienced, these lesser guys will bring you down. So there's a potential he could be better than what we've seen, but based on that performance, you wouldn't think he was.
Could you
going
imagine
for.
him against any of the light heavyweights that we look forward to seeing? Like
Oh, but
Dennis
listen, I'm a
Lees,
light.
Watsy,
You've got a
Yard,
light heavyweight right
Craig
here.
Richards.
I would, if I couldn't beat him quite easily, I'd be retiring like straight away. That's my
Fact.
honest assessment of it.
Straight.
Well, like,
So,
you've heard it here now.
Tommy Fury, if you want the fight, I'm sure you don't. But this is the thing.
Good shot.
Let's go,
My-
man.
We've got 14 rounds from Tommy Fury against the YouTubers now, Jake Paul and KSI. He's been dropped once. He's dropped them both 0 times. So, like, I just wanted to
Fury,
hear
innit?
that because for me, that is the way I feel about him. Now, in terms of KSI and Jake Paul, what do you guys see that fight looking like after now watching them both fight the same guy in very different ways, mind you?
It hasn't changed.
It's almost
I
the
still
styles
think
are
Jake Paul wins.
Jake Paul wins it.
He's the more,
absolutely.
to be honest, I see Jake as the proper, but he looks like
He
more
looks
of
like a
proper,
boxer, yeah.
He looks like an actual boxer, but like when you're comparing against Tommy, like they both did a similar job.
Yeah.
It wasn't that different. This is where styles make fights, but I've got to go with Jake Paul. But
Do you think the KSI
boxing.
style was a little bit like a Coley, like in terms of
No.
and I don't mean in terms of exact style.
know
I
what
mean
you
the way they thought about the fight. The coaches, they went,
Yes.
we're
Yeah.
going to take your jab away, and we're going to be very awkward,
And
and,
click
that
you.
could be really problematic for Jake.
I think it was very much like that. It was one of them. You look at it and think it's like that should be easy to beat, but it was obviously harder to deal with. Going off Tommy,
Uh-huh.
than it looks like. From what I've heard of people on the boxing scene with Lawrence Okoli, his style's dreadful to watch sometimes, but it's seriously effective when you're in there with him. And
Clearly,
sometimes from
yeah.
the outside, it can be very different. I've fought people when I've watched from the outside, thought I would beat them easily, and I've got in there with them sparring or whatever. And I thought,
It's tricky.
it's a lot different when you're inside there with them.
Do you know what?
I just think KSI is not learning how to box. He's learning how to fight. He
Yeah.
does these weird things that he's learning. He's clearly been trained by MMA
Good
fighters.
shot by Wardley.
You see, everything he does is not how a boxer's foundation is being built.
I also think that KSI is probably guilty of training for fights, whereas like Jake looks to me like he's in the gym all year round. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
KSI has been
Whoa,
a...
1, 2. That was his first good
Adelaide
two piece.
needs to switch on.
No, but that was his first good 2-piece. I think Adelaide's been in control in the early, like literally from round 1 to this. But then now we're just seeing a bit of a change from Fabio Wardley. Ever since it's stopping, so it's actually working in Fabio Wardley's. It's getting in his favour, the fact that the referee keeps coming to stop it and break up and stop the rhythm.
The thing he's got to be careful with, because Fabio, like straight away, even from this couple of rounds that I've seen, Fabio Wardley's much better at range. But
Yeah.
what that Adeleye is very sneaky at, when you're in close, he throws these
That's
little
right.
short.
Left.
Have you seen? There's a knockout where he's got
Yeah.
a guy come towards him on the back
Lovely
row.
work.
Left hook.
Left hook, is it?
Yeah,
lovely
it is.
Short shot. So
That's his
in them
shot, man.
shots, I've seen Fabio feel a couple of them shots. So he
Yeah.
just needs to be careful because he's not that experienced not to switch off in that close quarters.
Yeah.
You're right with that on range, though.
On the KSI Jake thing, if I'm Jake Paul, I'm wanting a certain type of referee who's going to break up clinching every fucking time and take points away. And I'm wanting the longest fight possible because I feel like KSI's style is very much like a sprinting style.
Yeah, he's-
which is why obviously they went for the 6 rounds.
I think 6 rounds was massively in KSI's favour.
Yeah.
There. And I think that that's something that like maybe the sort of casual fan or the fan that watches influencer boxing doesn't see how sort of detrimental that actually was
Yep.
to Tommy Fury. Like when we speak about
Nice
you know, maybe unfair judging and things like that. Of course, it doesn't affect how the fight was judged, but I do think that's a pivotal thing that everyone needs to remember is Tommy would have done 10, yeah? He very much insisted for 8. KSI only said 6.
Ooh,
And it's,
good
it's,
shot there.
it's like if I was sparring a guy, yeah, and I knew that potentially a guy started strong, but he didn't have the
Hey,
best
that forearm.
fitness.
That referee
He's
needs to.
using it a lot.
That forearm is
The referee
insane.
spoken to Matt. He's going to take a
That
point off.
elbow is
He's been
stupid.
using it a lot. Finally.
You can see
Yeah.
that. You can see that Fabio Wardley's a lot more naturally
gonna take the
athletic.
point, though.
But
Yeah, that's
there's
right.
times where he looks a little bit novice, where his chin's in the end.
Agreed.
He looks a little bit vulnerable in little spots.
Yeah.
I can't believe he didn't take the point.
Adeleye has to capitalise off of the fact that this guy doesn't have a deep amateur experience. Like,
Yeah.
He's got to make.
He just needs to be patient, really. This is a
Yeah.
12-round fight. If I was him, I'd be being.
I think
And you know,
Wardley's going to get
just
to him
going
again.
very quickly, going back to KSI. Like one thing I will say, this his lack of experience. He's obviously quite intelligent. Well, he's been a successful man in the YouTube world. He's obviously extremely intelligent. I just think even when he's boxing with these guys who should be a lot better,
Yeah.
he's obviously got a good brain. Even though technically he doesn't always look that great. He still tactically knows what he's doing.
He executed the
his
game
mind
plan.
games and executing the game plan is really good. So I've just got to give him credit for
I
that.
think for me, my criticism of KSI is not necessarily him and what he's putting out because he's sticking to the plan that they've put together. it's the coaching and the coaching that he's getting. He's getting MMA training. It shows in his footwork. It shows in the way he moves. It's like MMA guys who know how to box are ones looking after him, not boxers.
Do you know what I have got to give massive credit to KSI for? The absolute gulf in level of opposition that he jumped to fight Tommy Fury.
Yeah.
Mate,
For real.
like Joe Fournier, you didn't have a fight with Joe Fournier. It didn't go long enough for you to call that a fight. So you've went from YouTube guys, FaZe Tempo or whoever these guys, Swarms and people like that.
Facts,
you went
man.
from fighting them to fighting someone, regardless of his last name being Fury, someone who's had a handful of pro fights
You're right.
and probably maybe 15 amateur
And you know,
fights.
based on the
It's a big
6 round
jump.
thing, just
And he's a lot heavier than you.
Just to explain that as well. He lost in the negotiations. He gave up.
both
He gave up
missed-
weight. He
Yeah.
gave up. He's about 15 pounds lighter than Tommy naturally, and he's way less experienced.
Yeah.
He gave up everything.
And he'd actually been out for a little while.
Yeah.
He'd just come back into the YouTube
Yeah.
boxing. So,
Oh,
fair
full
play.
respect.
KSI's probably
Respect it.
been training boxing a total of like 3 years in total of his lifetime.
And he's probably had
Of his
2.5 years gap in between.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he did like a year, then like a few years off,
good
and then a
there
few
from
years.
Wardley.
He should never have been able to do that at Tommy.
I tell you what, this
KSI
fight is actually living up to the hype.
Brilliant.
It's building up.
It's like, you know what I mean? They've both got straight into it, and they both, you can see the amount of needle that's been because they're both looking a little bit tired, and it's only the third round.
Because they're so tense to try to
Out of
knock each
any-
other out.
And it's mad because David's playing possum. He's letting him land some big shots, and he's waiting for that little short hook
That
that you're
left hook.
telling me about.
Yeah,
Left hook is right. Yeah.
But then
It's-
it's hard. This is a harder round to score. I don't even know who.
Do you know what it is?
They're
This-
shaking the nerves off as the rounds go on. Round 7, round 8 is going to be a very exciting fight.
This is what's great. This is great boxing. This is British guys,
Yeah.
you know, capturing the imagination of
Yeah,
what the
yeah.
boxing fans want to see. We need to
Yeah.
see more of this.
Yeah.
The build-up's been great, and it's actually delivering on the fight, which often doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, just
I love
to
this.
cap my points on KSI, full respect to him for the journey that he's been on. Like, from the starting place on YouTube playing FIFA
Yeah.
to being this dude that's
It's
like fighting
ridiculous.
headline fights against a pro fighter.
Sponsoring big clubs as
Bro,
well.
what a life.
There was a video that came out 10 years
What a
ago.
life.
Yeah.
It was like 10 years ago to the day or whatever. Tommy hitting pads with Big John, looking really good, right? Looking like a killer. And then there's a video of KSI, like, he's just playing FIFA, like total nerd, right? Total
Mate.
And it was like, you're one of these motherfuckers who can apply yourself
Absolutely.
in a way that
Absolutely.
other people just can't do. Like, so
Yeah.
fair
It,
fuck.
it's funny you should say that because I seen the video on the pads and I thought Tommy hasn't really improved
He's
that
got
much
better.
since then.
No, you're right,
He looks a bit different, but like
Exactly
whereas
the same.
Whereas
Is there not a reason why Tyson doesn't want Big John as his coach, though? Do you know what I mean?
There could be a
Like,
little
I'm
bit
not
of that.
saying Big John doesn't know boxing, but there's levels, isn't there? And it goes back to what Lennox said about my school teacher
Yeah.
and my degree.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You know,
You've
there's
got
two different things.
You got
right?
your primary school, you got your high school,
yeah,
you got your
and
college.
Big John just knows what he knows, and it's great. But
right.
if you're Tommy, really,
Decent
you
foundation.
need to go to that next level, man. And he's
100%.
never going to.
This
It
guy-
makes you think. Do you imagine if KSI had been boxing from a young age?
That's
Potentially
on
what
my
he could have
video. I
done.
said if Jake Paul and KSI had fought as long in boxing as Tommy, they'd have smoked him
Without
because they've literally been boxing a handful of years. Tommy's been doing it fucking 15.
Yeah,
catch-
I-
But
catch
you
him
was
up is
right though. I
insane.
have to be fair to you. You were like, I'm telling you now, KSI is going to be ready for that one, and I was
Yeah.
like,
I didn't
no.
believe-
way.
Same, I couldn't
Yeah.
see it.
I was
couldn't
like,
see
you're
it.
having a
Well,
laugh.
I've
I
got
think
it-
you're having a laugh.
That's loyalty, man.
I was exactly the same.
I
I was
thought you
like,
just being a friend.
I was like,
Yes,
what,
I thought he was in your Tony Bellew bag.
yeah.
what he's seen that we haven't
Yeah.
seen. I was like,
I remember the word brethren bias.
Yeah,
I was
brethren
like,
bias.
okay.
That's the term we use, man.
yeah, because that's a real thing. Listen, we'll talk about Anthony Joshua. I used to train alongside of him on GB, and I know I'm looking through
Absolutely.
beer goggles sometimes when I'm talking about him because
Don't talk about Anthony
I can't be
Yards
clear
to me.
about it.
I'm not
sometimes,
hearing
but
any of that.
That's what that does. So I thought that was the same with yourself, but
You know what it was though? It was a combination of things though, because I just don't. When I look at Tommy, I'm like, all right, you're all right in that, but you're not. I don't think mentally, Jake, like to come from nothing to what KSI and Jake Paul have achieved.
Incredible.
They're bastards. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
like they won't be denied. Like you have to be undeniable to achieve that. Tommy's had to walk to where KSI and Jake Paul have had to fucking fly to.
Yeah.
That's
Tommy's
right.
had it easy,
land,
you know.
yeah.
Like he was the brother
Yeah.
of Tyson Fury. A reality TV show made him, which was no effort of his own. He just had to turn up.
Nothing.
The girlfriend then puts him on. Like KSI and Jake Paul have had to build empires with their
Yeah.
own two hands.
Yeah.
He's not had to do that.
Yeah.
So I just think that they're both. And again, if they'd both been boxing as long as Tommy, this wouldn't have even been close.
Absolutely.
He
Absolutely.
didn't even win Love Island either. So I've been told.
Couldn't even been Love
he
Island.
wasn't even.
I don't watch it. Obviously, my missus has it on sometimes.
Yeah, don't we were all
That's what
guilty
we all
of
say,
that.
mate.
Yeah.
Do you,
One
do you know
roller
what
Don't
coaster of a
dislike
summer
Tommy,
that was.
I don't dislike Tommy. I think he's actually a really nice guy.
Oh no, is he hurt?
I'm not.
That left hook.
You don't throw like that.
That left hook. That
No,
left
but you know
hook
what it
is-
is?
Tell Wilder that.
Blinken there. I don't know if he was hurt by.
He wasn't
something.
hurt.
Was he?
That's his shot. He's been
I'm
looking
not
for
sure,
that all
guys.
night. He's been looking for that shot all night.
Do you
If
know
he
what's-
wins, it'll be on that shot.
He's blinking a lot. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know, his
blink-
right eye.
Something's hit him. but it's-
He's blinking.
He got hit with something, guys.
Oh, there's that
That's
left
his
hook.
shot.
It's very.
Do you
close.
know what's so crazy with this guy though? Because he can't fight. He can't fight at range.
No,
so
he can't.
David can't even. He's trying to throw these.
David's not doing
damn-
anything
He
much.
leads with hooks.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
do you want to watch all these fights? He's got to. It's like, I remember boxing a guy in ABA final. I'll just mention this.
Come on.
Was that the AB finals you won?
I didn't want to mention it, but yes. but yeah, it was a guy who I fought. I remember my uncle getting some footage on him, and he literally said, this is the type of guy who's got to touch you with the jab before he can do anything. And this is exactly how he is.
If
He's
you
got
take it away.
He's got to get the range. If you're boxing on the jab, the guy, he's got to reset every time.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? Watching this, right? We were saying, like, could you imagine if Jake Paul and KSI had fought since they were kids, sort of thing? Imagine if Fabio Wardley had.
Oh, my
like, we're looking at a guy, yeah, who we know is British level.
Yep.
Some of us are looking at him thinking you could possibly even go to European level. For me, he's not going to go to world level, I don't think. But stranger things have happened.
Yeah.
If that guy was boxing through the amateurs,
Insane.
like when he was a junior and stuff,
Insane.
he would probably be Britain's next world champion at heavyweight or something.
Yeah,
Like,
He
This is the
puzzles me.
crazy-
Me and him have the same boxing
There you go. He
experience.
got hit right on the eye.
Boxing's
something did go through.
Do you know what it is?
Can we ask a question just before we go into this next round? Who's winning right now?
I would say Fabio
I
Wardley
would
right
say
now.
Wardley.
I'd say Wardley as
I'd
well.
say Wardley, yeah.
How many rounds has gone? We're in the fifth now.
Four.
This is
Four
the,
rounds.
this
Four
is the-
rounds down.
This is the funny thing you just mentioned
say a
there
draw,
about
you
boxing.
know.
Sometimes the guys who haven't been in
I'd
so
say,
long.
you know, it might be 2-2.
I say a draw, guys.
It might be 2-2.
I say a draw.
Okay.
What's the
What are
now?
you saying, Lazar?
Yeah, 2-2.
First two to Adeleye, and then the last two.
Yeah, the last two. Fabio's
Wardley, yeah.
coming strong enough.
I was just saying, with regards to sports in general, in boxing or whatever the sport is, sometimes when you're in a sport a long time, whether it's you lose motivation, you get a bit sick of it. A lot of boxing, like say,
Referee.
when you're younger, football, you maybe train once a week, and you have a football match on a weekend when you're a young junior.
Yeah.
In boxing, you're generally 5 days a week, very early on. So sometimes in boxing,
They burn out.
guys burn out, and they just lose interest. They miss out on being a child, and by
true,
the
you
time
know.
they get the teens, discover girls, and all the rest of it, they kind of lose interest. a little
Oh,
bit.
this jab is
Mate,
hilarious.
he's
the
not
amount of
comfortable.
like, I grew up in an area where there's a lot of travellers, and
Yeah,
some of the best boxers I know are now just in the pub with massive
this-
bellies and
because-
stuff, like because they get to like 16 sort of thing, they're
They
out
lose
working,
interest. They've
start
lost,
getting
they haven't had much of a childhood.
Yeah.
They've missed out on playing out and all the rest of it. So yeah, it's a funny thing. Sometimes it's actually a blessing in disguise that you find the sport a little bit later.
You know when we were saying about this sort of being level, one of the things that I was sort of thinking, and this is sort of changing a
that
little
left
bit
hook.
now, but see, that's a good body shot. When sort of Adelaide has
That
been on
body shot hurt
the
him.
back
That
foot
body
for a lot of the fight, I think that sometimes if you're on the back foot and the other man's being the aggressor, you've got to be almost putting on a bit of a clinic with your boxing skills.
right.
So that's the only reason why I would say I'm maybe edging towards Wardley, but
sense.
I also wouldn't be surprised if the cards were going either way.
He's got to stay in there. What David's got to do now, he's got to stay in the pocket because it's not working for him.
David, I think he's got stamina issues. I reckon he's trying to preserve his
You've just
energy.
put the words out of my mouth. I don't think he likes the high tempo.
Yeah.
And plus, as well, we got to remember he's had quite a few knockouts, and I don't think has he been the 12
hasn't
rounds
done these
before?
rounds like that.
So again, this is what happens when you've never done the 12 rounds. In your mind, you've got questions. How am I going to be in the 10th, 11th,
It's
or
like
12th?
Eubank Jr. against Billy Joe in that fight.
Yeah,
in
yeah.
that first fight. First 6 rounds, he just relaxed and just thought, all right, well, I'll wait till later on and then I'll start fighting.
Every fighter does it. You know, it could be in the gym sparring. You might go. Whether it's you've just got in the gym and you're just getting your fitness up. If
Yeah.
your coach goes, "Oh, by the way, you're doing 8 rounds today," in your head you think, "I'm just going to take my time for the first 3."
Yeah.
It's all a mental block until you.
Ooh,
Good
big
left hook.
there.
Who was
Good,
that?
good. Did it hurt?
Oh, it did hurt.
Stay there, stay in there, in the pocket,
Oh,
in the pocket.
His
His
defense has
chin
gone
is
a little
so high.
Yeah.
He's doing it again with the elbow.
That's the
elbow.
novice.
Yo,
He's gonna-
Wardley's chin is so high.
Yeah, that's the
oh
inexperience.
My gosh, man. He's got to tuck that chin because that
He's-
left hook is always coming. Always coming.
He's
But
lucky that he's so athletic and he's in most of the time he gets out the way, but it only takes one.
Yeah, man.
That elbow help though that he's using is
Nah,
that
'cause
forearm.
it's an
help.
ugly elbow.
The fact is that the referee hasn't put a point yet.
It's
really bad
it's shocking.
because
Yeah.
that's a blatant.
It just lets you know that he's the home fighter.
But
Yeah.
Ben should be calling for that and saying he should be telling the ref.
Don't
he should be
matter.
shouting.
He's a matchroom fighter.
You know what?
He's getting nothing today.
I'm just. I'm not going to bring about the KSI Jake Paul thing.
Ooh,
Good
shot
counter.
there.
From
Good
Wardley.
shot there.
But when KSI actually baited Tommy for that, and he actually said to the referee, "Come on,
Yeah,
come
that
on."
was intelligent.
That was very smart in the heat
Yeah.
of the moment. 20,000 people screaming, and you're brand new to fighting.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're conning the referee a little bit early
Yeah.
than what he might have done.
That's exactly what I was just saying
That was
earlier.
streetwise. That.
He's intelligent,
Yeah.
and he's almost got experience beyond the years he's been within the
Yeah.
sport. But at the end of the day, he's a successful man in the YouTube world. Like, he's an intelligent guy. You can see that from the off.
don't
When
get
your
through that
adrenaline's running though, and you've got, like you were saying, 20,000 people,
To
it is
lock
hard.
in.
I've been in fights, like I was in a fight in particular, and I can remember from the first round, mate, he's punching me in the back of the head constantly, and the whole time never said one thing to the ref because I'm thinking, right, you wait till I get hold of you, and actually it'd have been a lot more intelligent probably to go, ref, get a
right.
point off
Because you're
there,
a
you know what I
typical
mean?
boxer, the bravado. You're not going to
That's right.
complain because most boxers are told not to complain. But on the back end of Usyk complaining about the body shot, probably again,
It's fucking smart.
It's smart.
do you know what
Yeah.
it is? It's a crazy thing. This is the thing. Boxers were kind of in this isolated unit of
Yeah.
we'll behave a certain way. There's things that we don't do, and it's like
Forget about
the
it.
dark
realistically,
arts.
You have
It's
to
the dark
relearn.
arts.
You have to learn
times
the
are
dark
changing.
arts.
We need to evolve.
Yeah,
quite
yeah,
frankly.
Guys are breaking the mold.
I mean, the back of the head stuff. Really.
Oh, lovely shot.
There's that left hook.
Stay in the pocket.
Oh! See, that's
He let his
oh,
hand
that-
down.
There you go.
He let his
Two
hand
big
down.
lefts.
That was in-
Wardley's in
What
a
is he
bad
doing?
way here.
Hey, wait, guys.
I'll tell you what that is.
This
It's
is when Fabio
inexperience.
wakes up, though. Fabio,
No,
I hope so. That-
Sorry, but that was so silly to allow yourself
Right.
to get hit to prove a point. What, you
Is he
stop
taking
taking
a
a
point?
point to prove a point?
I think that was inexperience. He kept on thinking the referee
taking
was
the
going to
point
intervene,
back.
and he
That's
didn't.
right. Two big lefts on the button. Bro, his legs are going to be feeling
What's the
that.
last thing the ref says to you?
Protect yourself at all times.
Exactly.
This is
Why
uncool.
would you allow that? To prove a point.
I mean, to be fair, he took them well.
Yeah, but one
Let's
more
see
of
what
those,
happens.
one more of those, and you're going to see that he could go.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you let me know if the referee took a point there? or
didn't.
No, he didn't. He warned him.
Yeah, because this is a home fighter. He's not getting any points.
No, let's just say the referee didn't intervene. There was no need to take a point. You know what I mean? Like, yes, the referee didn't shout and say anything, so you can't then go in and just say, oh,
And Wardley's
point
not
off.
complaining. He's just doing these weird protests.
The referee's quite frankly not doing the job that he should be doing.
Yeah.
It weren't.
But this is what happens in boxing. Not all referees are the same. You get referees who are like they're on you with everything that you do wrong.
Yeah,
Some
that's
guys are like, listen, if you're in close, there's any dirty action, I'm going to let the play
That's
continue. Protect yourself at all
Fight your
times.
way
Like,
through it.
You get different type of referees.
Yeah.
So they would have all had that discussion lead in the dressing room. The referee comes to you and has a little talk to you,
Yeah.
tells you how things are going to be. So that's just inexperience from
Because
probably
he could
Wardley
win this
there.
now just on the fact he's pissed him off. Do you know what I mean? All those.
But he's pissed him off and he's also been rocked.
That's
Like,
right,
we don't
yeah.
know if he's fully recovered from them shots.
That's right. That's right.
Shout out to everyone watching, by
I
the way. If you
love
could
this.
hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. Any super chats you want, I'll get them fired over to my phone so we can read them out for the boys. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Oh my goodness! Hey, this is a good
Interesting.
fight.
If I'm
man.
Adelaide now, I'm thinking I've hurt him because I think.
Oh,
Good
good left
left.
hook again.
Yeah.
With the legs, do we have a
course.
little leg hook? Or was just a reset and balance?
He's resetting, but those left hooks, they're adding up. If it's not a single shot that gets you, it's the accumulation that's going to do it.
But if you watch Fabio Wardley since them punches,
He's getting more
hit
confident.
a little bit more. He's still coming forward in the same way he was.
Yeah.
He's like an autopilot, but his hand speed's reduced significantly.
Yeah,
He's getting hit a little bit more. So like it's almost like any shot now.
I'll tell you though, Adelaide's tired, man.
He
Like,
is, he
just
is.
look at how his feet step.
Mouth open.
He's stepping.
They're heavy.
Say he's moving to his left. He's stepping the right foot first, rather than the left foot first, to obtain the space between the feet.
was he
He's in
hurt there?
trouble of being worn out here a little bit, isn't he?
Yeah.
Honestly, when it comes out, you watch his feet. When he's stepping, if he's moving to his left, he should step that left foot first, so he keeps the space between the feet.
Yeah.
So he's got the
That's right.
structure and the stability there when he takes a shot. He's stepping the right foot first a lot of the time, and that's
you're right.
that's a telltale sign of being
Even
really
look at the
tired.
way he's breathing.
But I think that's why he's quite often goes on the back foot and counters because he is aware of his lack of engine, but he knows he's got that power, so he relies on it.
There's not many body shots
then-
going.
But if you look at him as well, he's quite muscly. You know what I mean? He's got quite
He's got
big
quite a
fist.
solid build. He's true.
Quite naturally, you know what it's like when you've got
Top
them
heavy.
fast cars, the explosive, but the drain the juice.
can't
You know
do.
what I mean?
Because when Adeleye goes forward, right, on the front foot and he starts throwing that left to the body, it always lands. Whereas he just doesn't go back to that because he knows the energy is not there to maintain.
This is gonna actually it's a battle of who's tired.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
because
Facts.
but on both sides.
look at Fraser Clark
Big
there
Fraser.
pulling up.
Shout out to Big Frizz. I was on
Yeah.
GB with him from the development up to the seniors. He's absolute great guy.
Good guy.
And yeah, I hope he does well in the pro game.
like
You know, the
Still
funniest
coming-
thing is I never knew he had an amateur career. So when he first
Fraser Clark?
I never knew this before, right? Like this is quite a while ago. And then when I've seen him in his vest, like obviously it's when he's still an amateur,
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
went, Oh, he boxes as well, does he? Because I knew him as the security guard.
It's funny you should say that
Oh,
because a lot of people
Van
have.
Wilder, like he was never leaving GB. He was just there forever.
The thing is,
right?
when I got onto GB, that guy had been on like 5 years prior, and I left GB. He's been on another 6 years. Like he's the growth in him, the experience. When I got on, he was still a very like young heavyweight. He wasn't mature, and he had the likes of Joe Joyce in front of him, Anthony Joshua. So like, but like. The guy's improved loads. He was medaling at all the tournaments, and I really hope as a pro that he succeeds.
You know,
because
strange-
he's an absolute grafter.
Little like weird off-topic fact about him as well. He was on the bridge at that terrorist attack, wasn't he? London Bridge.
Yeah, but
wow.
yeah, because
He was there. He was first on the scene.
the
He was
guy-
like- and I was like, this fella's
Pretty
popping
good guy
up.
to have
This,
at the moment,
this
isn't he?
fella is popping up everywhere.
He's
Like,
in the
he's
right
in the
place.
ring. He's on the bridge.
Great
like,
Bradley.
Yeah, because GB had a tournament. It was WSB.
Yeah.
So the full team and the coach actually give somebody CPR. Tony. But yeah, he knows where to
Wardley
be.
needs to get on that
Yeah,
jab. That's how we can win this fight. Stay on that jab.
It's a tough one because Wardley is tired as well.
Yeah, he is, but
the
it's
point that he's going for that one single shot and hoping.
You got to let Adeleye burn himself out.
I'm
each
just
round.
worried that Fabio is just going to make one little mistake.
Yeah,
'cause
same.
He's slowing down his feet now, and he's giving more opportunities for Adelaide to kind of get that left hook off and get them short shots off.
That
But
jab
that-
is
that
fucking
jab's
working.
getting
It's the
through.
jab. It's
If
all
he
on the
can,
jab.
if he
Talking
can
to him.
continue using that and he's not getting, see, if this continues to happen,
Force him to
he'll
fight you.
break his spirit.
That's
Yeah.
right. Force Adeleye to work every round.
Yeah. If he can
That's
just
how you're
keep him
gonna
on the
beat him.
end of the jab and
Yeah.
keep his range, he's got a good chance
Because
to win.
Adeleye doesn't jab. You notice he hasn't thrown a jab. He just waits and just waits.
He tried-
and waits
he tried
for the
it. He hasn't worked.
He
He
waits
tried
for him
it.
to overcommit.
I do think Adelaide at this point is probably thinking, I didn't realise this fella was this good. I'm thinking two unlicensed fights,
That's
you know,
right.
no amateur pedigree and whatnot. And he's
Absolutely.
one of them that I think you need to get in the ring with him to go,
He's a
oh
fucking
no.
natural,
tell you
isn't he?
what,
This
like-
is where not having that amateur pedigree can actually work in your favour because
Yeah.
every once in a while you get a guy who hasn't got that.
Aye, nice
They
work.
do stuff
Good
a little
shot.
bit unorthodox and it
Yeah.
can be extremely difficult to deal
And they're
with.
just made for this. They're
Yeah.
made for this. And I think Fabio Wardley is one of those guys, he goes against all the rules. And he's here in round 7 with a guy
so-
that's got deep experience in comparison.
Because normally that experience gives you the confidence, so you don't normally expect a guy with lack of experience to
You have to stay in
conduct
the
himself
pocket.
in a certain
Yeah.
way.
You have to stay. For the only way he's going to get joy from this fight is if David stays in the pocket right now, because he'll take the jab away from him as well.
He ain't got the energy for that.
Oh,
I'm
my
gonna say, do you
goodness.
see that hook going forward there? It didn't look
Yeah,
it like it had the
That's
pop
right.
in it.
At
That's
all.
right.
I think his best bet is maybe being off the back foot, maybe on the ropes and looking for that counter left hook because that's
Yeah.
one thing we know he can throw very
Yeah.
well.
It's over.
He has dropped him.
It's over.
He's done.
It's over.
Tongue is out.
It's over.
You know what it is?
What
Come
the
on.
hell?
Come on.
What a
step-
combination. Big
Ah.
right, big left.
Hey, he gets up solid. He gets
no.
up solid.
Do you know?
Wake up, big
He's
man.
going bed now. They're looking
Nah,
at him in the ring.
He wants him to stand there.
Wake up.
He's going bed, man.
Nah, he's
Wake
hurt.
up.
He's going
Oh,
bed.
Finishing him. Great shot.
Don't get.
Hold on. Don't get irresponsible.
I know.
Nah.
Stay
Come on,
locked
he's
in.
dead.
Nah.
Wardley-
Stay locked in.
No
Unlocked
fucking
in
way.
on him here.
Adelaide
He's got
is
him. He's got
fucking
him.
done.
He's done.
David,
Come on.
17.
Oh!
Ref, no. Ref,
Listen.
no.
I
tell you what it is.
I told you.
The
Fabio
refer-
Wardley.
I must admit, that referee we said he was a
should've-
homer.
Yeah, you're
Threw
right.
that towel in quickly there.
Ref, man, he should have waited a little
Nah.
bit.
Sorry.
17
This is
seconds
going to be
left.
controversial.
Is that snot on Fabio
But-
Wardley's nose?
Do you know what the thing is?
17 seconds left.
Was there only 70 seconds?
I hear what you're
Someone's
saying.
gonna wipe that for him.
But you
Someone's
got to
gonna
remember
wipe
though,
that.
if he takes another shot and he's in a seriously bad way
Someone's
after
gonna
this,
wipe that.
This is where referees.
Yeah, but if I'm in there, I'm thinking,
I
right,
love the
Exactly.
fact, right,
Exactly.
that the fight has just been ended and all we're talking about is the snot on this guy.
he's got to wipe that.
Nah, but it's important though.
No, because let him celebrate with pride.
Celebrate, like.
Someone, fucking hell.
No. If that's
Listen.
my boy, bro, if that was you fighting in there,
Nah,
he's
you have to
getting
wipe
wiped
that.
straight
You have to
away.
wipe
Don't worry
that, 'cause
about
I'm going
that.
to talk to you
This is
about
why
that. on the podcast.
referees can never do the right thing. Like they've got the toughest job. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Are we right in thinking that was kind of coming, like, in terms of
It was
Wardley
coming.
was growing in strength and
Yes.
Adelaide with
Well,
those
no,
big muscles was
Can
fading
I tell you
out.
something as well,
I
yeah?
still think it was 50-50 at that stage. I still
Nah,
think because
nah.
Wardley
I
was
think
still
it's
slowing
done.
down
The
the trigger
journey-
I think
defensively.
we were all sitting there going, how does he get back in? Because the jab is jabbing his head
Thank
off
you.
here.
You know what?
We
Can
were
I-
all saying
Wardley-
that.
Can I
When he
say
committed
there's
to
a
that
lot
jab.
of refs that would have waved it off when he went down.
Yeah.
That was a
'cause
heavy.
the way
Yeah,
he
but
laid down
but
as
he's-
well.
The
he
only
stayed.
difference is his
Tongue out,
eyes.
bloody
Even though
tongue.
Adelaide was on the floor, he was looking up, smiling, and his eyes still looked quite clear. But it was the fact he got up.
Yeah, but you got to remember he's never been down before, so the referee's not going to just give him grace. It's
Yeah,
not like
yeah,
it's a Holyfield or a
Ipswich
Fury.
might not be the hardest place, but that's a hard motherfucker.
That's a hum.
Nah,
Sometimes
But wait,
it's just in you.
That's a humbler
You said that.
though.
Yeah, dude.
that is it. Do you know what it
That's
is?
a
2 white
humbler.
collar fights, and he's fighting at this level.
This fight didn't go anywhere near the way I thought it was going to go. Like it was better than I thought it was. It lived up to it, and I just thought Adeleye was going to come in and dominate.
Yeah.
I thought, to be honest, stylistically, when I looked at it, I thought the best chances Adeleye had was starting fast, using his strength and his power and his speed. We all knew that Fabio was athletic.
Yep.
He could box. He took all the acid tests.
Yep.
He'd been hurt, come back. He'd done the distance. So.
Thing is, for me, I liked what Adelaide's done to make everyone know his name and the stuff he's done. There's a lot of antics that's happened. It's not been the in-ring performances that's made us go, oh, he's the guy, he's up next.
Yeah.
He just made this a beef.
Yeah.
Whereas Wardley he's proven himself
He's done
in the
exactly
ring.
what he was meant to do. You know what I mean?
Gee whiz, he got him.
I think Wardley's been a class act, mate.
He has.
Even when you see him after the thing, like of the little altercation. Well, I say little.
Well, he punched him, didn't he, earlier on?
Someone else.
It was his
One of the
pal. His
entourage.
pals left hooked him and put him out.
It wasn't actually Adeleye. It was
It
his.
weren't Adeleye.
Okay.
It was his friend. Like he give him.
Look at this, look at that,
Bang.
That's
Bang.
You know what it is? That was.
off the shoulder.
See when
The
You
funny
see-
thing is, I was thinking that Adeleye was going to catch him in close.
Yeah,
And
same.
But
Same.
it happened the other way around, so it just goes to show how much I know.
Mate, I'm telling you
Super
now, look at the way his feet come off the ground here and that as well. I know he was smiling. There's a lot of refs that would wave it off there. There's a lot.
Yeah, but-
You're right,
There's
you're
a
right.
lot that wouldn't,
You're
but
right.
there's a lot that would.
But he should have given him the 17
Look at this.
seconds, though.
He done.
Yang.
He
That's
was
a beautiful punch.
So it was
He let-
Adeleye who switched off in close,
he let him-
and I thought it was going to be the other way around.
He let him get up from this knockdown, by the way, and then was getting blasted around the ring.
Yeah.
The referee knows it's going to be ending
To
soon.
be fair, his legs were gone. He was wobbling around. When a guy's starting to he's not in his normal stance and he's falling against the ropes and stuff.
Look, here we go. Look.
This is heavyweight boxing. How long do you let it go? Before look at that. The way
That didn't look good, to be fair. Like,
Yeah.
it didn't look good. Do you know what it is?
he
It's,
couldn't stand up properly. Like
This
after
is-
being
Oh, he hit the
dropped.
ref.
He banged the ref. He banged the ref.
I missed that.
He punched the ref in the belly. He gave the ref a nice
Nah,
little
it
body
might not have
shot.
been that hard, but it just looked crazy for them. He's
Snot's
gonna
crazy,
hate that. That's
Yeah,
not.
but listen, can we just stop? What about the snot again?
Yeah, it's crazy.
He's gonna hate that was there.
Where do you think Fabio Wardley will go from here? Because now he's beat a couple of the guys,
Oh.
but a lot of the guys at British level.
I
he
think
beats
he's got-
Fraser Clark for sure.
With the Fraser
It-
Clark, the Fraser Clark fight's looking like it's going to be hard to make. Like they had it pretty much
To be
all but
honest,
done, didn't they?
Ben Salom pulled him out of
let's
there.
just say, I put it there. I'm Fraser Clark's biggest fan because there's a friendship there, but Fraser Clark had a better chance previously, whereas I feel as if this is another test to
That's still a
to
needle.
show me that he's got that class and he's got that is
Yeah.
that level where he can continue
Yeah.
going. Not to say that Fraser Clark can't, and I
don't
think
think
he
he can,
could,
man.
but maybe is he ready yet? I don't know.
I appreciate that's your guy, bro, but
know.
I've not
Listen-
seen anything from Fraser Clark to suggest he can stand with
But the
Fabio
problem,
Wardley.
in fairness to Fraser Clark, listen again, I
He's
might
been
be
slowly moved though, Fraser, hasn't
Yes,
he?
I was-
They're not rushing him.
The problem is, I was going to say again, I could be having,
Brethren bias,
not
bro.
saying things clearly here.
That
but
brethren bias
Fraser
kicking
Clark
in
has been,
strong.
if you look at all the interviews after the fights, Fraser Clark's been shouting out for tougher tests. Like, he's been complaining after fights saying, I'm sorry to the public, this isn't what I wanted.
got-
So I
Ben-
don't feel like it's his fault.
I don't think
the type
I
of
trust
opponents-
him.
You got to do that. What do you call it? Sorry to stop you there. But
Oh, that's Stephen Bartlett.
You got to do Stephen Bartlett because he's saying he's shouting out for things. It's an easy contract to sign. You don't have to shout for something when you just go and sign the contract and fight.
Is it
Well, I
not the
know-
case that Sky are worried about, because Ben's been
Well,
losing
Ben,
a lot of...
but supposedly Ben made the
50-50.
decision
Ben
on
pulled
that
him out.
last one.
Yeah.
And then he's
It's killed his stock. It's hurt his stock massively because now people are like, well, maybe they don't believe in you. And if your own promoter doesn't believe in you,
This
to the
is
point,
why-
he's going to do something
Oh,
that
he's there.
drastic.
Oh, he's ready to get in
there.
the
Of
ring?
course he's there.
Oh, he's getting in the ring. The big lad.
Listen,
Get in the ring.
have
Get
He's
in
got
the
the
ring.
shades on in Saudi.
Yeah, let's get in the ring.
Indoors. He doesn't give a
At
fuck.
night.
man's looking good. I'm gonna put it out there.
Let's get in the ring.
Listen,
Lovely work.
if it was up to Fraser, he will get in there, no problem. And the thing is, when you've been a GB boxer, Olympic bronze medalist,
Yeah.
you've always got it up against you, and it's like people have been crying out for those fights, and it's not his fault that
Yeah.
the opponents haven't been up to scratch. So,
Do you know what? With Fraser Clark, if you think about from Fabio Wardley's perspective, I'm not saying they're like for like, but when I think about Fraser Clark's jab and things like that, Wardley's had a lot of preparation being Dylan White's main sparring partner for that
Yeah,
fight.
that's
Yeah.
Like,
very true.
stylistically, they're actually not too different off the lead hand, that Fraser Clark and Dylan White. I think Dylan White obviously throws his body into shots a bit more. Fraser Clark's got a bit more of that amateur pedigree. But I think Wardley would be pretty well sort of prepped for that.
Fraser's kind of one of them. He's not got the most power, but he's very rounded in what he does. He's got a nice jab. He's got a nice balance. But Wardley's so athletic.
He's gonna need to-
I think he could give him some trouble. But
Thank you.
the only thing I'm thinking right now is Wardley doesn't really need Fraser Clark right now. What's he got?
Nah,
What belt?
I think go after him. Go after him. Show that you're the best of the new crop.
But
I think Wardley's got that mentality. He will as well.
yeah. It's just I'm just.
We have to give him his credit today because
Especially
again,
you, 'cause you were
I
really
didn't think he was
against
going to
him.
do it.
I
You
didn't-
asked
I
him how
didn't-
nervous he was.
I was nervous.
To be honest,
I literally, again, I'm worse than David Hay for predictions anyway. So like, I'm just up there. If I say something, go the other way, put a lot of money on it.
Drake, he's a bad one for him, isn't he?
But I'm shocked, and even the way it ended, in close, you thought that the lessons that he's learned in terms of he's never going to drop his hands like that, but then it worked. David is the one that made the mistake.
Yeah.
He dropped the hands when it get close. He's done it. It's a bit of experience.
I meant to
off
know
the
what I'm
shoulder.
talking about. I got it wrong, you know what I mean? But at the same time, again, Adeleye, I don't know too much how experienced he's amateur. Like, I don't know how experienced he was as an amateur. I know he had amateur fights, so
Yeah.
maybe the levels weren't as
The
far
jab
apart
did
as
a
I
lot of
once
the
thought.
work, though, didn't it?
Oh,
Like, that
well, do you know
jab
what it
was
is?
broken.
There it is. Do you know, when you talk about boxing, everyone neglects the most important punch in the
That's
book,
right.
the
That's
jab.
right.
And it's like, it just goes to show, doesn't matter how good you are, if you don't have a jab,
Absolutely.
Bro, if you like, that's my one pet peeve about Misfits right now. Is like, I'm like, are these coaches fucking teaching any of these kids to jab?
you.
It should be day one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Footwork, jab.
It's
That should be
basics.
the
All right, so
I'll
then
tell you that
what's
King Kenny.
Ngannou gonna do then? Because I know he ain't
Ngannou
got
ain't
no
jabbing.
jab. He ain't got no jab to do tonight.
Against the current world champ.
The jabber,
At that
the
level.
jab of the jabber, fam.
Yeah, no, that's not. That's not. But yeah,
Listen, absolutely,
Credit
I
to
am really happy for Fabio Wardley there. Oh, what's going on here?
Well, Fraser Clark's ringside.
Fraser's looking smooth.
Has Ben Shalom approved this appearance and this call out? Because if we get to purse bids and it happens again, it's the same guy.
he's on the ring corner, so fair play.
Give him a mic.
tell-
Give him a mic.
I'll tell you what I would like to know, yeah? What's obviously because you got the friendship with Fraser Clark, you want to see it. What would people be more excited to see? Wardley against Fraser Clark or Wardley against a Romford Bull? Hard, isn't it? I think I'd rather see him against
Nah,
Johnny
'cause
Fisher.
Johnny Fisher would be a good fight, though.
Yeah.
You know, I do.
I think it's a little
Did you-
bit too early for
Early
Johnny
for
Fisher.
Johnny-
No, it ain't. Johnny
no, it
Fisher's-
is. It is. It's too early.
Who's that? Sorry, too early for who?
Johnny Fisher.
For who? To fight who?
Wardley.
Wardley.
It's too early.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
too early,
Yeah.
Look,
too early.
yeah. What test has
That's what I
Fisher
mean.
had? He's not really fought anyone.
Okay,
Wardley's had like 4 fights, which going into we thought they were 50-50s.
Yeah, he's had quite
Maybe
a few.
3-4.
Yeah, he's
Right.
had a few.
No, they're not gonna talk. That's ridiculous. Stay in the ring, man.
Like I do feel a little bit for Adeleye because like I would have liked to seen it
He's done a good job of selling this fight as well.
a little bit longer, maybe 5-10 seconds. But again, this is heavyweight boxing. One wrong punch and it
There
could be
you
Do you
game
not
over.
think
But
that's the absolute beauty of heavyweight boxing? I know in all divisions,
is, yeah.
there's a lot, but the beauty of heavyweight boxing now is, this guy goes away, he's had a TKO, so he's got to be like 90 days before he's fighting or whatever it is. There'll be so many fights that he can come straight back into, and we're interested in all of them. Like, I'd be well interested to see him in against other opponents.
Oh,
You know,
without
we
doubt.
mentioned the Romford Bull there. I'd be interested to see him in against him. I'd be interested to see him in against loads of the guys at heavyweight
yeah.
now. So, although this is the best thing about taking risky fights. You take the risk, but like, no one then thinks, oh, well, you're on the scrap heap now.
No.
You lost
yeah,
to him.
yeah,
Thank
nah,
you.
nah.
Seeing loads
people
of good
just want to
fights.
see these fights happen.
I think what's happened is the current crop of heavyweights has just starved us of action for so long. We don't care about.
We're
the whole
hungry for
undefeated.
any fight
Yeah,
out
I don't
there.
care about undefeated no more. Take a loss, come right back, and let's go in. Let's go
Especially
again.
heavyweights, you know what I mean? But the thing is with Adeleye, like, that was, despite, I think a lot of people weren't warming to him in the build-up, but look, he played his part to make it exciting. Let's
Absolutely.
face it, it was the vibe he was given
He
what
sold
actually
it.
make it entertaining. It wasn't really Fabio Wardley, so respecting what he done there, because I would like to see him fight another guys, and he can easily come again. He's still so early in his career.
Yeah.
And the mistakes he made were just small mistakes, the things that can be adjusted to, you know what I mean? He can make them improvements.
Mistakes that you're supposed to make at this level.
At
coming
this
up.
level,
it's
exactly.
like when Dillian fought AJ the first time round. He wasn't the Dillian that he became.
He
Do you know what I'm
became-
saying? And
it's
now
just
there's a story there.
It's just unfortunate heavyweight, them little mistakes.
Yeah.
You end up on your back. That's the simple thing.
I wonder what will happen to Dillian because there's been no talk about
He's
the
like-
punishment or the
He's just
ban
went
or
underground.
No
with him.
details. No details whatsoever.
I hate the lack of transparency within the situation that they're in when anyone like. If a footballer fails a drugs test or has anything happen, it's swift, it's loud, it's
Yep.
transparent.
Yep.
In boxing, it's like the shadow fucking government. Like you don't know what the fuck's going on. Do you know what I mean?
As long as you don't have any attitude,
Yeah, I
Then
suppose,
it'll be kept private.
Yeah, I think that they've done Dillian a favour by going, look, we're not going to out. Like, but I don't even know what the fuck he's popped for.
He must be so pissed because Hellenius came straight in with his own adverse finding.
But this must be
How mental. He got paid.
Going back to Ben, he must be really annoyed because, like you say, the details, everything was out. Everyone knew exactly what was going on.
Yep.
Yeah, Dylan White is just,
Yep.
he's just
But then,
disappeared.
then I think Ben sort of give the promoters a blueprint on how not to do things next time.
Yeah, it's
Do you
almost
know what I
like-
mean? And I was saying this to you when I they was probably thinking, well, how often can this happen? At least we got a bit of leverage, a bit of leeway until this happens again. And it's like, no, your next show. It will happen with your next big show. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
next time AJ fights. But the good thing is there, at least Eddie in that, even in that situation, like you see the way Eddie just distanced himself straight away from it. And I don't blame him. This ain't me like digging Eddie out, but straight away, distance myself, new opponent in, on to the next, not
When
even
I look
talking
at
about that.
drugs in boxing, though, it's like it's so easy to beat those drugs tests because they're literally. It's not like the UFC where it's constant random drugs testing and like most boxers could be on drugs if they wanted to.
Yeah, the only way to catch anyone is random testing. The testing
But
after the
it
fight
costs
things.
far too much money, and it only comes in at the point where you're at the AJ level. So you could have spent most of your career
Well, on
drugs.
I put the situation out on our podcast, right? And I just say, all right, let's take a fighter, right? Some random dude who's showing a bit of potential, pumping full of steroids, right? Up until he gets to world level and just suddenly go clean. We've seen the storyline of a guy who's suddenly at world level, the power didn't carry up. And it's just like, well, that's not to say the power didn't carry up. He's just not been able to take the steroids now.
And if we're being honest, a lot of our heroes, like, kind of like watching this event happen, you know, you see all these legends, and you think a lot of you guys, like Manny Pacquiao, 100% was juiced to the fucking tits. Evander Holyfield,
I know.
Well, Evander Holyfield's one of them guys. you think of
Holyfield
first.
was
Roy
juiced
Jones.
to fuck.
He
Roy
come from
Jones.
cruiserweight. I mean,
Aye.
the traps. Like, if anyone knows,
His stuff is out there. It's not.
What are you saying? Are you not?
I was saying Roy.
Jones.
Right, oh yeah,
It's
but
documented,
If
though.
you're
It's not-
if you
I'm
were a
not
boxer in
breaking
the
news.
'90s and you weren't on the juice, what was
But
wrong
if
with
you had
you?
Mike
Yeah,
Tyson talk about it on his podcast,
Like they were all on it.
there's even some potential admissions in there.
I've missed that.
Dude,
The way
Mike
he
Tyson,
speaks.
but this is the thing. I don't have a problem with it in the '90s because they were all on it. Like
It was a level playing
If we're
field.
all on the juice,
It's
then
still like that
whoever
now.
wins, right? Like
It's still like that now.
Yeah.
I think Joe Gallagher was talking about it one time, and he's like, "There's guys right now serving, quiet bans because of they've been caught."
Well, yeah, that's a key thing, isn't it? Like, quiet bans is a massive thing. Like, there's a lot of times
Oh, yeah,
when
just see that
certain,
punch there.
certain sort
That
of,
was a little
maybe
bad
not
body shot.
mainstream pundits, but like guys like Hatman, who I might listen to or whatever, they'll talk about stuff and they'll go, it's funny that, isn't it? Like, it's funny, like, his box rec says suspended. I don't remember him getting knocked out and things like that. And it's like, and then you go and look at it and I'm like,
Shit.
it is.
There we go.
X-Files theme tune comes on all of a sudden. I'm like, oh my God.
Illuminati.
Yeah.
Telling you.
Look, do you know what this is massive, right? We were saying about Eddie Hearn, the zone thing not going too well. He's lost Laura Woods. She's on the
Not really.
TNT card.
Remember, because Game Changed was when they brought in Maya
Maya
Jama.
Jama.
And Maya Jama got shit canned after like 2 episodes.
No, she didn't want to do it. She said,
Yeah,
I'm
But with all due respect, though, like people gave her a lot of shit, though, didn't
Yeah.
they? Because they were like, with Woodsy, people actually have respect for her.
I quite like that. I don't know about you.
in
I
the
think you know what
sports
it is.
field.
If you
I
come
really
in,
like
if
her.
you come into the boxing space here and you suddenly get this army of what boxing Twitter and the social
Oh,
media
yeah.
can be like, you think,
Yeah.
if I don't need the money,
Maya Jama's like, I'm good with Love Island.
Yeah,
I'll say it.
yeah,
And I respect that, like, because like sports Twitter generally is fucking cancer.
Boxing Twitter is
boxing
hell.
Twitter is different.
Really?
Do you know how long it takes them to respect your opinion in boxing?
It's never gonna happen.
we got hell. We got hell when we first
who's
started.
these two comedians?
Tony
What do you not know about
Bellew
boxing?
won world titles, and they give him shit all the time. You know what I mean?
If you
When he comes out saying Conor Ben will stop Eubank Jr. in 3 rounds, he sort of deserves
when,
it. doesn't he?
when it was funny when Woodsy's just recently got a boyfriend and it all came out on football Twitter. The way they reacted,
It's disgusting.
It was mental. Like it was. I've never seen anything like it. Like they were
Sickos.
posting so many videos about her.
No.
Oh mate, it was crazy.
sickos.
I don't know how she
No,
handles it.
I didn't even know she got into a relationship. Who is he?
Yeah, he's quite young actually, but that was one thing I didn't know. But yeah, fair play. Like she actually does know her stuff in terms of sport.
And she's a fan of the sport as
She's
well.
great, man. Honestly, I've actually spoken to her a little bit. She's a lovely person as well.
Do you think John Fury ever apologised to Carl Frampton?
Oh,
Yeah, I remember that.
That
No,
was
because
wild.
Do you
what, was,
remember that?
what was he so annoyed about? Carl Frampton picked Jake Paul to beat Tommy Fury.
That's right.
So after the fight, when it was fairly close, do you reckon John ever went, All right, sorry about that, mate.
Yeah, but it
Like,
was a
do you know,
split
do you know
decision.
that was one thing that
It was actually
really
a
like.
split decision.
I'm not even digging John Fury out, but that was one thing that did really unsettle me. I was like, mate, this fella's a ex-unified world champion. That fight against Leo Santa Cruz, one of the best fights I've ever watched. You know what I mean? It's like you're shouting in his face, and it's just
because there was the size difference. Would he have done that to a
That's
heavyweight?
right. That's right.
He just because he thought, do you know what I mean? But like,
go away. I don't want to talk to you. That's what he was saying. I was
that was
thinking,
that was bad.
Oh, there's another one that we got as well because Simon Jordan got it, and now TalkSport they've been like the beacon.
TalkSport have been banned.
Oh,
from
they
Tyson
TalkSport have been
Fury.
banned from this.
He's going to regret that.
But what exactly?
He's going to
So,
regret that.
so Simon Jordan has called out this fight for being, an easy fight, and he's had his say. And Tyson Fury said, from now on,
You never will.
TalkSport are no longer welcome at any of my boxing events.
You know, it's a little bit strange, that one, because maybe not from a Fury perspective, but from the bits and pieces I've watched on TalkSport Boxing, I've always thought
They're
they were
very
very
pro.
pro-Warren.
They
I
go.
wouldn't say.
Yep.
I don't know necessarily whether I'd say pro-Fury, because not saying they're not, but I haven't watched enough
I
to
think
say
until
that.
this last
but
fight,
they're
they were
very,
very pro-Fury.
easy on Frank Warren.
Mate,
I've
they were
always thought.
very pro-Fury. Until the Ngannou fight, they were all over Fury,
Yeah.
hated AJ. The fact, and this is the thing that says a lot about Fury's ego, in my opinion, because I'm like, these motherfuckers been riding your dick for the longest
the
time,
longest
and even
time.
they're banned. Like,
Yeah.
this is mental. Like,
He's going to regret this though, because TalkSport have managed the narrative around Fury the best that you couldn't pay for that type of PR.
Yeah.
Now he's not going to Jordan is going to be ready to chop Fury down.
because when
anytime.
people don't know boxing, and look, let's be real here. Like, Piers Morgan doesn't know football. Simon Jordan doesn't know boxing, but people listen to them because they're in positions of power, right?
Yeah.
Simon Jordan doesn't have a fucking clue about boxing, to be honest with you. But he likes it, and fair play, he actually shines a light on it. But after this, he's going to stick the knife in. And well and truly, he can, because you guys have literally banned him from your
That's
shows.
insane.
This is what we've been talking about. Fury's a celebrity now. In his mind, he's not that humble guy anymore. Yes, he
Yeah.
still shops at Aldi, but he still wants
So
the red
he
carpet
says.
when he goes into Aldi. You know what I mean? He's changed his
But
whole
with me
narrative.
as well, like I was one of the biggest Fury fanboys
Yeah.
on YouTube, as was Simon Jordan. Now we're both in the bad books.
Yes.
That shows you can have 5 years of undivided, like absolute support. There's videos of me after the Wilder fight going, he's now one of the greats. He's one of the best fighters I've ever seen. Mental health inspired me, all of this. None of that matters. Once you challenge him in any way and you say, even prick that balloon of an ego, you're gone.
Can I ask the boxers now? Because I've noticed it's not just Fury. It's literally boxers with the media or anyone that speaks on boxers. What is that thing that you lot just decide that I'm done with you lot? Like, you lot just decide. I don't know if you had a hard training camp and you're like, how dare we have an opinion? But what is that? Because I thought this is the most sensitive in all sports. I think boxers, even though they put their lives on the line, are the most sensitive
Is that
when it comes
maybe
to
not
feedback.
why? I don't know.
I think it's because of what's like they're going in there to potentially risk their life, and they put on such a big show for the fans. And like I can't really say exactly because I've not boxed at the level of these guys have boxed, but you can imagine the magnitude of these fights, and they're getting scrutinized on everything they do. And I think they get to a point sometimes as they're building up, they're doing everything right, and they get to a point where they think everything I'm doing, I'm trying to do the right thing here and there, and then I'm still getting shit for it essentially.
Yeah.
And I think they just turn the back eventually. And I think most of them kind of stay uniform until they get to a level because they're frightened of like not getting the opportunities if they say the wrong thing. But once they reach the top as such, they're now in that position of power
Kanye
where they
West,
can go,
innit?
they can
They go
do you want
full
it?
Kanye.
I don't need you. You're out. And I think that's what Fury's doing now. And I do understand it because it's like a pressure cooker these boxers are in because the lifestyle they've got to live, the sacrifices, the way they're getting analysed at everything they do. So I totally understand it. And like I say, I can't even imagine how it must be at the very,
I think
very
it's
top.
harder to be where you are, mate. I think.
Do you know what it is? I was going to say that. I just didn't want to say that.
No, it's
been really
genuine.
difficult.
The point I'm making is, if you've got Mrs. Kids and a family, and you've got bills to pay, and you've got all the real life struggles, plus training, plus a guy waiting at the end of the next 2 months who's ready to rip your head off.
Yeah.
That is a harder thing to go through. And Fury's been through that. I'm not saying he hasn't. I'm not taking that away from him. He's been through that to get where he is now. But where he is now is a nice place.
It is, do you know, that's the funny thing because it's almost like when you're at that level, you essentially are going through the tougher times. But I think people like Fury, he's had a number of years of going through all the toughness, and then when you finally reach the top, you don't want to go backwards, and you're at the point of power. You're just like, I'm not putting up with this, and it's like, I can't imagine how it is, because I think if I reach the top, you get to a point where, you know what it is, I'm not going to quite let that guy speak to us the way he once did, or I'm not going to let that reporter comment the way he did. Like, I can't understand it. It's like, you've almost got to be so thick-skinned and almost let a lot of things go on the way up, where naturally, it's like I say, it's a pressure cooker where you get the point of, I don't need to put up with that shit anymore. I'm going to say exactly how I really feel. And I think that's what all these guys end up doing.
Do you know what as well? I think that our boxed unlicensed is a million times lower than this level, but unlike any other sort of thing in life, like, there's very much that sort of thing. Maybe this is just me, but there's very much that element of like, you couldn't fucking do it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what I always just think. Like, and as well, like, when we think about what goes into people's fights, like, a lot of people go through grief in their camp, stuff like that. I had family members die on 2 fight weeks, 2 separate fights, like 2 fight weeks and stuff. Yeah, and then like after the fights, I had people going to me, "Got to be fitter though, ain't you?" Like whatever. And I'd think, you saying that with a fucking fag in your hand and a pint, like, you know what I mean? And like, obviously we say joking side of that, but I could imagine in that pressure cooker level, there are a lot of times. I'm not defending the way, like, I don't think you should cut away the media, because I also don't think you should bite the hand that feeds you, and talk do a lot of good for him. But trying to get inside the mind of maybe Team Fury, I can see why they're like, do you know what? Fuck off then. Do you know what I mean? But I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying I can sort of see.
I got one other thing. I think that there's a male pride thing where, like, if you take there's certain things a man judges himself on, and the way he fights is very personal. It's very close to home, right? It's like, I don't know, a woman criticising the size of your dick, for Christ's sake. Like, we take that shit seriously.
That's what I thought. I was thinking that's the only thing that.
No, there's certain things that men are very.
Who have you been talking to?
We're precious about things, right? And I get it. Like, and if a man like me is criticising. Like, there's a reason why I've really got under the skin of people like Conor McGregor and Tyson Fury, and it's not because I'm talking shit. It's because I'm saying what really is the truth. And it's and even as respectful as I was to Fury, it was too much for him. And I kind of understand, and I can kind of forgive it, really, because it's not me who's getting criticised all the time. But I think they need to be a bit more. Unfortunately, the thing that drives you is ego. And it's the thing that gets you up in the morning, gets you in the gym, and wants you to be a world champion. But it's the thing that's your downfall at the same time, because when people are nitpicking at you, you're not able to brush it off. And that's why I give massive credit to AJ, because I think that he carried himself in a way that, and everyone gives him shit about mental this, mental that. There wasn't a fucking single crack in the fucking glass for him. A lot of time where, and yes, he was winning, so it's easier to do it then, but he handled himself with class, in my opinion.
Listen, it's easy. You've got a lot of AJ fans right here, so it's easy to agree, but I've been saying this for so long, because since 2012, I'll say it again, he is been boxing, not British boxing, world boxing. When he's kind of failed, if you look at the grand scheme of where boxing is,
it's
changed. It's
not at the top.
It's had a snowball effect. So it just goes to show the level of pressure he's been under for so long. I'm surprised he didn't crack so much earlier, really. He's been under scrutiny for so long, and this is why you've got to give him respect. And even still, I know, like, even now, he's not really doing anything that wrong. There's a few things
he's very quiet right now.
Yeah, he's not really coming out with anything major, but still people are jumping on anything he says.
Question then about AJ. The 4 nights in the darkness. Have we seen that? Seen that? So
I missed that, by the way.
Didn't Marvin Hagler do this?
So I don't know, but I know he went into this sort of shed in the woods.
Yeah.
And it's a darkness retreat, as he said. And they shut the door 4 nights, and like that to me is hard going, right?
It's too much money.
You know, this tells
just too much
this
money.
doesn't.
What do you mean?
It's too much money.
Do you know
when you
how
have too much money, you just start. You pay for dumb moments. You pay for dumb retreats.
Yeah.
My wife took me. Me and my wife. Yeah, we went to a retreat where we paid for this expensive hotel where you got to hand your phone in. Why are we paying to hand in our shit? You know what I'm saying? I mean, then there's board games. We're paying for board games we got at home. Monopoly, Jenga. I couldn't believe it, but we paid for this experience.
Don't tell me this was a birthday present. Was this a birthday?
It's supposed to be, and they rename it. They just rebrand it. It sounds organic and stuff. It's like an organic retreat technique, fam. And that's all it is.
No, but-
AJ's got too much money, and he thought,
Everyone's had that where they've had a present. It wasn't really for you. It was for them.
Okay,
It's
like,
gonna
but
look-
anyway,
it's gonna
but
look
we
like
got
Conor
Conor
McGregor.
McGregor on our
Conor
screen,
McGregor
right?
looks different every time I see him.
Here's a man who is changing as a fighter, right? This man, he looks like a completely different human than the one we seen a few years back. What do you make of his? Because he's definitely gone off the rails with all the money. What do we make of him?
I think he's looking great. I think the Botox is doing everything it's meant to be doing.
I think that's the best he's looked
His
for a while.
skin looks smooth. His hair looks thicker.
He didn't even look like this at the AJ fight. Like every time is different.
Yeah, no, I think he
At least he's
well.
sober. He looks a bit sober in this one.
Give it a minute. Give it a minute.
Give it a minute.
I mean,
It's not even main event
I
time
had,
yet.
I had a plastic surgeon, shout out to Dr. Esho on my podcast, and I asked him, like, what's going on there with the face changing? And he was like, well, it's one of two things. He's either taking a lot of testosterone or he's having reshaping going on.
It's a funny thing though, because us boxers, when we're on weight, we look ill. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're so down at the weight, you generally look quite unwell. So it might just be a simple thing. I mean, it looks like he's even dyed his hair. So dyeing your hair and kind of actually face being a bit fuller, you can look quite different.
He's
So
actually had hair replacement therapy. You can see it in the hair.
mate, yeah.
You can see the plugs.
I thought
wow.
the hair, I did think the hair looked
Wow.
thicker. That's what I mentioned.
Wait, so
That's a hair transplant.
Yeah.
That's-
Yeah,
Okay.
he's just had hair replacement.
What do you think
yeah.
of? What do you think of the journey that he's gone on? Because there was a moment when
Rockstar.
he was
Yeah, yeah.
literally like, I don't watch MMA, but I'd
He's
watch
the
his
only
fight.
reason
wanted
why
to see
I
him.
know about
He's-
MMA, because
Yeah.
the UFC, if it wasn't for him, I would never.
No, you know what you just said there? And as much as I don't like the guy anymore, he made the UFC.
And what was the female?
Ronda Rousey.
Him and her are the main reason I kind of started having a little look into the UFC. This was
Yeah.
years ago. So in fairness, he is a bit of an AJ really for me in terms
Yeah.
of the UFC.
That's real.
We can all
Do you-
sit and
do you
criticize
know,
about
I
where
should
he's
give him
at
more
now.
credit than that. He's the Muhammad Ali of the UFC, actually. And I don't even think
crazy.
Using
I
the
don't-
Muhammad Ali is
Do you
what
know
he
want
needs
what-
to
to
do.
use another one.
Yeah,
though.
use
no,
another
no.
one,
He's-
bro.
he's- he's-
Mike Tyson,
Well,
say
no,
something
what-
else.
Mike
What-
Tyson then.
Do that.
Mike Tyson is a better one.
What's the guy we mentioned earlier on who beat Severez Jr.? What's his name?
Which one?
Who beat
Anderson Silva.
And he's to me the Muhammad Ali or someone of the UFC.
In skills. Look, there's
I like
no
that.
Muhammad Ali's, right? We're not
I like
gonna
that.
right?
just-
We're
I just
never
wanted
going to
to put that
compare
right,
Muhammad
you know
Ali
what
to
I mean?
anyone.
Just went too far there.
I
mate.
respect it, right?
Yeah.
And I don't even like McGregor. But what I'm saying is, in terms of putting an industry on the map, no one can compare to what McGregor did for one sport
agree.
outside of Muhammad Ali in terms of what he did for boxing, right? But I give him credit. Like, it's been unbelievable. But the reality is, you know, when you really look into the nitty gritty of what happened to his career, he was a weight bully. You know, when fighters drain their weight right down
Yeah.
so that they're massive at the weight. At featherweight, he looked like a fucking skeleton when he went in there. And yet he was so much bigger and stronger than these other guys. When he moved up the weight classes, he got exposed. That was really.
But to be fair,
what happened.
in
Do you know,
boxing,
it
that's what
happens
all
a lot.
sports-
Yeah, I was gonna
that-
say, a
to be
lot of
honest,
fighters
that
are.
might be new to you, but that's quite normal in
Canelo-
all
Only for
Canelo
me.
for a
I'm
long
just
time.
saying
Yeah.
the way the story is told is not like that. It's that he finished guys out of nowhere and he had this amazing power. We seen when he went up there, even against Floyd, the power wasn't the same. Like, it wasn't.
I think we're a little bit like at times, and I include myself in this, unrealistic as fight fans. Like I think sometimes we don't understand. We look at the longevity of Floyd Mayweather and a lot of these fighters, and we think that should be all fighters.
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
realise like. There's a very fine window of success, and normally it's around the 4-year mark. And actually, if you go bang for buck, how much excitement did McGregor give us? We were talking earlier on about the AJ against Dylan White fight. Now, probably no one remembers this, but I do. I watched that fight, and then I stayed up to about 5 a.m. to watch McGregor against Aldo that same night, 12th of December. That was 2015, something like that, right? And I remember, as I say, I'm not an MMA fan, like very massive armchair casual. I remember being more excited for the McGregor fight. It's like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. In the end, I was like, how have I stayed up till 4 to watch his over in 12 seconds? But what I'm saying
But by the way,
is,
he knocked out a fighter who'd never been beaten in 10 years in 12 seconds.
and that's what I'm saying. So I think like longevity is probably the best thing, yeah? When we look at Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, yeah, there's probably players that had individual seasons as good, but it's the longevity. When it comes to fighting, I think we base so much on longevity that sometimes and I'm not writing off your argument here, but sometimes we can't go, I tell you what, for 3 years, they were amazing.
No,
That's
my
so
argument
true.
isn't that he
So
wasn't
true.
great. It was a short-lived amount of greatness, and that people don't remember it accurately because. And also, if you look at the guys he beat, like in retrospect, a lot of people beat those same guys way better than he did. But he talked while doing it. And that magic, like you talked about, how many fighters don't do that, made him so fucking special. And I'll never take that away from
The
him.
walk as well, and he understood everything. The branding,
Mate.
everything was perfect. There you go, Ronaldo. I'm just watched Ngannou throw some shots here. Do you think he was just playing around with us, throwing them slow shots?
Well, did that look better just there? I missed it.
It looked a little bit better than
I think he was playing possum a little bit.
To be
Was he
fair-
messing around because he's throwing these horrible slow shots and he just looked terrible.
It's not going to look
But
much
he's-
better on fight night.
I can't.
Trust me.
I was just going to say I can't imagine it being much better than what we're seeing, even if that was his worst.
Yeah.
I can't imagine it being
Mate,
much better.
whenever I used to get in the ring, I used to think, God, my hands have slowed down compared to what they are in the gym. Like, all of a sudden, my body feels so heavy.
Yeah,
and I'm
that's
like, oh
nerves,
my God.
isn't it?
Yeah.
The nerves just, yeah.
So you can look.
But
pretty
you're
good
all right
there.
in what you were just saying there about the.
Is it time?
There's a small window of when fighters
Yeah, it
are at
is.
the peak.
Is this where the ring comes out of the floor?
How many rounds is this?
10.
It's 10.
Enough.
Too many for Ngannou.
Yeah, enough. It's not no 6-rounder.
This just goes to show Tyson Fury's not stupid. You know what I mean? He knew he needs to make this long. I honestly think he's going to carry him for a few
He's
rounds.
not said that though. He said, I want to get him out there as quick as I can. I've got to
I hope
fight
he
with
does.
Usyk. You know what I mean? He doesn't want to take damage. He's got 7 weeks to turn around for Usyk, right?
Did you hear any of Tyson's comments about Tommy after the KSI fight?
No, I didn't. Yeah.
So he was saying, from one aspect, he was saying that Tommy wasn't good enough to beat KSI and it doesn't look good against any of these YouTube guys. He was saying that actually Tommy in the gym can punch as hard as a heavyweight. But I do look at a lot of the clips of Tommy and Tyson sparring. There's a lot of body sparring going on there.
Yeah.
I don't know how much head
Exactly.
sparring. Maybe we don't see
I think
the-
it's all body
I
sparring.
don't think they do much head spot.
well, that's it.
The
Probably
size
good,
is just
good
too
for
big.
Tommy's sake, sort of thing. But what he actually was saying, and it is very relevant, but it's probably not what us fight fans want to hear. In terms of, like he said, look, Tommy could have gone down the pro route, and he could have had this many fights, and he could have earned this. Tommy's gone this route, done this, and he's earned something like just under 10 million in purses by now for the last 2 fights or something.
Incredible work.
And
Yeah.
he was like, when you look at that for a 22-year-old bloke, he was like,
incredible work.
Tyson was saying, I know what I was doing at 22, and I'll tell you what, with all the achievement, yeah, it's brilliant, but I'd have loved to have had that in the bank and stuff like that. And I think that was very telling when you look at how the Furies in general are seeing them, because Tyson, to an extent, but we don't always know what we get from him. But we spoke earlier about Shane, yeah? Shane's no nonsense. Like, you will literally get the truth out of that man. Like, sometimes you take what Tyson says of a pinch of salt. Very much the same with John Fury. But Shane, you'll hear it, and he was saying like Tommy's going to stay in that world now. So
You know the problem for Tommy? Well, first of all, if Tyson Fury had gotten 10 million at 22, he'd never have achieved what he has, in my opinion. However, with Tommy, he's ran out of opponents already. There's one left. There's a rematch
So
with
true.
either guy, Jake or KSI. But the reality is the fans don't want Tommy. They want KSI versus Jake Paul. None of the fans care about seeing Tommy ever again.
No.
If Tommy Fury never fights on Misfits again, there's not a single YouTube boxing fan that'll give a solitary fuck.
You know what the fans might. You know what the fans. You know what the fans.
He's not
might
from
want,
their world, though.
What the fans might want is fights that they see Tommy as an underdog in, and you're thinking, well, there's not any because he's fought the top guys. Actually, potentially, we look at the contracts that the MMA guys are on and the pay they're getting, and there's certain MMA fighters you could draft in there, and you could go, oh,
that's a
maybe.
good shout.
And
I'll
I'll
give
tell
you
you
an
another thing: it
example.
don't pay as well, but there is one fight that everyone's ignoring, and it's probably because it doesn't pay as well. Tommy against Idris Virgo. That's the fight, isn't it? That's the fight,
To be
isn't
fair,
it?
that is
true.
the fight that I
That's
said.
the fight.
That's the only interesting one. But again, I'm
And
not
they've been
sure how
keeping
much
Virgo
interest.
away
It's
on purpose.
But is it going to be enough interest for Tommy Fury, because now he's earned big money against KSI and Jake Paul? I personally think he knew that was the ceiling limit for how much money he could earn in the YouTube world.
So tell me as a
so what-
boxer,
what-
tell me, that's just hypothetically,
Yeah.
YouTube boxers, right? You earn 10 million fighting Jake Paul
Bye.
and KSI. Yeah. So the only, like, Logan Paul ain't going to happen, and the likelihood is we might never even see KSI, Jake Paul, because I think both of those guys will go, I fought a pro, it went close, that's enough for me, and maybe they might do it one more time, I don't know. But the reality is, all of these other fights are going to pay substantially less.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's Idris Virgo, Misfits are signing Darren Till, the UFC fighter who's now boxing at Smith, the Liverpool gym with Smith lads. He's a threat to Tommy. I think he could hurt Tommy potentially. But none of those fights are going to give you 5 million each.
So
10 million.
Why did Vidal Riley lead the room? I know he said that he's gone the wrong way, and he was always talking about Tommy, Vidal and Tommy. And it's easy because it's almost the storyline of I'm here to avenge what KSI couldn't do, and I'm KSI's friend. I'm surprised that he said, I'm not interested no more. I'm going that
but
way. That was weird.
Vidal knows fine well that Tommy ain't going to fight him because Vidal knows he'll
right.
kill Tommy,
But also-
and that the Furies, as clever as they are as matchmaking, won't put Tommy anywhere near Vidal.
But then let's look forward to the next chapter when Vidal Riley is now a respected fighter in the real ranks and decides his next fights will be on Misfits. It's a game changer because if he becomes a prominent cruiserweight, let's say he gets a world title and he goes over there with his following and the Misfit audience, then that future.
Do we think
of,
Tommy Fury's got the balls to get in the ring with Vidal? Genuinely?
No, not now. Not totally.
I think he backs himself as a Fury, though. Ain't he got that Fury?
Nonsense.
Ain't he got that Fury? You
I'm
know.
sorry, but I honestly don't think
Okay.
he believes in himself. But how can you after the performances against two YouTubers who?
No, but even now,
he's
you know, you're
straight
talking
through?
about the ego. We're talking about the ego, not
Yeah,
like
but
the performance.
there's
but
a-
I'm saying
there's a
the
level of
ego that
ego.
says I can fight this guy.
Yeah, there's a level of ego, and then when you get in there and you struggle, like you know what I mean.
But how much ego does he actually have? He doesn't do much talking. It's his dad that's right
He was
next to
no.
him that's doing it.
I don't think you were following it. Like he said on the run to KSI, I will stop you within 3 rounds, and it'll probably be in the first round. And he has the real sad bit for me. Big John on this video call with KSI goes, "My boy will stop you. I'll bet you." And it was like 200 grand bet, right? KSI's like, whatever. That's chump change to me. Yeah, I'll take the bet. You can't stop me. KSI obviously doesn't get stopped, but Tommy gets the nod. John has somehow not remembered the bet the way it was, and he's demanding
bet,
the 200 grand from KSI. Well, we beat you, and he's like, "That's not the fucking bet, though.
You know, when
you owe me 200 grand. You didn't stop me."
When we were saying there about the potential career path, right? Okay, say boxes Virgo, say boxes Darren Till, right? None of them pay anywhere near the same amount as Jake Paul,
Still
and
good money,
they don't
yeah.
pay the same amount as KSI. If we say that Jake Paul and KSI fight each other, yeah, and then they're not going to fight Tommy, and Logan Paul goes off WWE and he ain't going to fight Tommy, well then, although that Idris Virgo bag don't pay nowhere near as much as those two fights, I tell you what, it pays a hell of a lot more than he's going to earn in boxing. So yeah, in pro boxing, sorry. So maybe there is a situation there where you go, all right, I'm not going to earn the same amount as I earn against KSI and whatnot, but I'll take it.
Gotta pay the bills.
Because it's going to
Do
pay
you
me
know-
way more than pro boxing is.
What I think is he's earned such a substantial amount from the YouTube. He's at a crossroads where he's like, I don't really need to fight Virgo, really, does he? There's no benefit to it. So I've got enough money in my back pocket.
I don't know if he has enough.
So, but at the same time, if there is enough desire to actually earn some proper belts in the pro world, I've still earned enough money. I can give that a go if I make money or not. Like, but to go back over and to go for lesser fights still in the YouTube, it to me, if I'm kind of thinking how I would plan where I would go from where Tommy is, it doesn't make sense to go for less money in the world that he's currently in YouTube. I would be more thinking, right, okay, I've done as far as I can go in this in terms of money. People aren't really interested in that any other fights in terms of big money. But I still really would like to give the pro boxing one more bash and see what I can do with it. It's not about the money anymore, it's about the belts. I think that's the only obvious
Here's the
direction.
reason I don't think that's the case.
Okay.
Tommy never to me come across as a serious boxer before Jake and KSI. The fights he was taking, people with 100 losses and stuff.
Yeah.
But that's normal
No,
for
I know,
early stage in pro boxing.
I know it's normal.
100 million losses.
But for his age, and if you take everything into account, the regularity of fights, the difficulty of fights, he just didn't come across as someone who lived and breathed boxing the way other lads in the Fury family did. So I'll be surprised if he now develops that motivation with 10 million in the bank.
Yeah, well, this is my whole point. I think to go back over for less money in the YouTube world, what's the gain? Nothing. The only possible motivation is what I'm getting at is to go down the actual professional boxing route and see if you can actually do something.
I'd respect him if
But
he did that.
I do understand what you're saying because, like, in terms of the opponents that he was fighting in the professional ranks. But to be honest, for me, I don't think it's that unusual to see professional boxers. Bear in mind, he didn't have an extensive amateur career to be fighting them guys of that caliber. So to me, it's not uncommon. So it's a really difficult one. I just don't really know what Tommy Fury's
The only money fight
real
for him
agenda.
now is Vidal.
No, but let's
even
take,
that
let's
might not
take
make
money
a lot.
out of the equation.
I don't know if Vidal makes the same amount, if it's on Misfits maybe, but I don't know if Vidal makes the same amount of money that the Idris Virgo fight makes. Because if Vidal doesn't do it on Misfits and it's put up by Sky, I don't know if that makes the same amount of money.
Who are you saying for Dal to fight?
To fight Tommy, does it make? I could be wrong here because I'm maybe not as brought into the
I
YouTube
think
world.
where
but-
Vidal is right now isn't interested in Tommy Fury. I think he's on a different path. I don't think I could be totally wrong. I don't know him as well as like Brian does, but I personally feel as Vidal had never real intentions of going down that route. Naturally, because he was in that world, he got called up off other people. And yes, he was like, yes, of course, if he wants to fight, if the money's right or whatever.
Yeah,
whatever
I think I'll sort him out if the money's good.
If needs.
Do you think
but I don't
Tommy
think it
has
was
a
ever
plan?
his real. What, sorry?
Do you think Tommy has a plan? Like, we're sitting here, it's a head scratcher for us, yeah? But every example I could give you normally would be a boxer finishes a fight, and straight away, they pretty much know
I
who
think
they're
Tommy's
targeting.
plan was Logan. I think the idea was, if I beat this guy, then we'll set the Logan fight up. But after the Logan fight, Logan's off to WE. And the reality was that I think because Tommy has struggled so much with Jake and KSI, the hype around him has just died a death now.
I personally think Tommy didn't have a plan. Bit like Fury, John Fury thinks from generally in press conferences and all the rest of it. I believe Tommy Fury didn't really have a plan. I think he come out with Love Island intending to get into the boxing world, but naturally because I am a Fury. And then I don't think he had any clear direction. So he obviously naturally you go into the professional boxing, and all of a sudden he's getting opportunities from the YouTube world, which is giving him big money. And I feel as if he's just went with the flow. I don't think there was any real plan. I think he's now at a crossroads. It's like, oh, this is where I am now. I didn't plan on coming here. But naturally, when you earn that sort of money and you've made big money in this route, naturally that's going to change your whole direction that you're originally going for. And this is the interesting thing. I don't know where his mind will be. I think it's all...
When we're talking about this sort of misfits part of we're waiting on the main event now, by the way. Cheers to everyone who's watching. Hit the like button, subscribe. Misfits, if we're going to play a matchmaker right now, which I do on a weekly basis with the guys, so I'm going to steal these notes. Is there any ex-MMA fighters, ex-boxers who you'd look at and go, he has a fight, like if you were to make dream fights?
Yes.
Too retired was that, sorry.
Well, even current, it doesn't really matter.
I've said this one before already, but I'm very keen on it. I think it should happen. It's not one that's ever been floated. It's not one that anyone spoke about. Tommy Fury should finish the Hay versus Fury saga and fight David Hay. David Hay. Hay fought Joe Fournier only about 2 years ago on the Thriller card.
That was a friendship little mess around thing. He didn't even throw a right
I'd
hand.
love to see David Hay in there with Tommy Fury.
He would
but saying this, I'm not saying it from an aspect of, I grew up a massive David Hay fan. Like, I love David Hay. Absolutely love David Hay.
What is it about the fight that you like so much?
I think the narrative's already set there because it's the Hay against Fury thing, and we see that didn't only go back to that the gloves are off or whatever. What was it? The gloves are off ringside. It was ringside, wasn't it? Yeah. That didn't only go back to ringside. Like, you even look at the back and forth that John Fury and David Hay had in the BT Sports studio over Tyson Fury fights. There's always going to be that bit of needle between them two. What did that? You say there, right? You said there about, okay, David Hay, that was a friendship fight. What did he do? Straight away after, as soon as a mic get puts on him, calls out Tyson Fury. Yeah. And David Hay was not doing that for clout. He weren't doing that to just, drum up a bit of interest. David Hay would have 1,000,000% took that Tyson Fury fight. If Tyson Fury had to turn around to him, ironically, if he had done it now, Tyson Fury would turn around and take it. But at that time, if Tyson Fury wasn't onto bigger and better things in terms of pro boxing, if David Hay had have called him out and Tyson Fury had said, all right, I'll fight you, David Hay would have fought him. So what I'm saying is, the bag now, in terms of this Tommy Fury influence the boxing world, I'm not saying it's as big as a Hay versus Fury fight, but I tell you what, there's a narrative there. It's set there already. They're about the same weight. They're about the same size.
No, it's very
makeable. Sorry, but I can't take that.
No, you know why it's makeable? I'm going to back Joey on this. I'm going to say why it's makeable.
It's not
because David Hay will go, if I knock the fuck out that little brother, I've got a real good chance of Tyson being annoyed enough. And also, there's a bag there.
Are they not about the same weight?
Do you know what it is?
No, David Hayes, like he's just he settled into his heavyweight body and he just retired and just keeps
how much does David Hay weigh? 230, 220?
You reckon he stayed around that, even just living long?
No, I assume.
David Hay is
this hypothetical fight I'm on about, obviously I'm sort of making the rules for it now, it would be a heavyweight. Hay wouldn't have to cut down and become a cruiserweight for it or anything.
Tommy's over 200 pounds.
I know this is hypothetical, but I feel very sensitive towards it. I feel
insane.
it's like David Hay was a boxing
Tommy
British
Fury and
legend.
David Hay.
Are you not taking the piss?
Insane.
You know why there's a good point in this?
Who's done this?
Because David Hay, David Hay legitimately boxed Joe Fournier, and unfortunately for David Hay, that puts you into this realm, bro.
Yeah.
You're in the mix.
Yeah.
You're in the mix.
Yeah, if you didn't want someone 2 years later to say you need to fight Tommy, you shouldn't have boxed him.
This is insane.
This is
Guys, this is absolutely
isn't it?
nonsense.
It's like
No, fighting Joe Fournier was insane.
I can't believe I left.
He got in the ring with Joe
Wait,
Fournier.
so I left the room and then you lot put David Hay in the ring with Tommy Fury. I can't believe
We're
that's
playing
happened.
dream matchmaking.
that is the reaction that I've got.
That is insane.
What?
Would you not watch
the
it?
only dream matchup that I can think of,
You'd
yeah.
fucking watch the show.
Would you not watch
You'd
it?
watch it.
Watch it.
You'd be there.
I'd be there. I'd be there.
You'd ringside.
He'd walk him into the ring.
I want Chris Eubank Jr. in the world of misfits, and I don't care when it happens.
Which who? Sorry,
That's- I
the
want
senior.
Junior.
Junior.
I want Junior in
Well,
that
Jake
misfits
Paul
world.
and him had a bit of a back and forth.
Listen,
do
he's
you know-
made for it.
Oh, Carl Froch, Jake Paul. I'd love to see that.
Do you know who I was just
That
going
would
to
be
say?
wild.
Carl Froch, Joe Calzaghe. That's a fight that I would like
Even
to
at
see.
this age.
At this
Fuck
age,
it.
it's more relevant at
Yeah.
this age because, you know, they're not one fighters still not
yeah,
far
yeah.
out.
Do you not
of it.
think Carl Froch's profile is so much bigger now? Like, he is such a good shit talker now.
People almost only got Froch towards the end of his career.
Yeah,
Like,
totally.
I remember, like, I hated Froch, and then all of a sudden I was like,
loved
oh no,
Suddenly it
like,
just
I've
changed.
grown up a little bit, you know, like, my sense of humour's matured a little bit, and now I can see how dry and funny you are. Like, I'm
Well,
like, I
listen,
love you.
I'd be lucky enough to spend time with Carl Froch. I've
sparred
sparred with him.
Sick.
I shared a room with him in Sheffield. The guy he's one of the nicest guys you'll meet in boxing, and he's also got the driest humour. But like you say, nobody while he was, I think he's almost improved in terms of, you know,
Mate,
the
he's
way
more of a showman than he's ever
more of
been.
I wish he had been that showman when he was actually
When
in
he's
boxing.
fighting.
But,
Yeah, he'd have made
but
more money.
This is the problem when you're in the boxing zone.
You're
Us
just in fight
boxers
zone.
aren't programmed like that. But like now that he's not in it and it's all light-hearted, he's
can like
almost
him.
he's found himself.
When
But-
George Groves fought him, I was so pissed off that George Groves lost, man. I wanted him to
Oh,
win
no,
so
see,
bad.
I was Team Froch, so I was happy.
yeah,
the
we
second
won that.
fight,
I was-
the second
I was-
fight was
I
so
was
Tell
devastating.
that story about when he came back in after the first Froch fight, Groves fight, and then he started sparring. You were like, oh, he's really switched on now.
Just the leading up to the first fight, he'd previously sparred George Groves. I don't know if it was in Sheffield or wherever, and with big 16-ounce gloves, he was talking about hurting George Grove with big 16-ounce.
He dropped him the left hook.
Do you imagine what I'm going to do with small gloves? And he literally, I seen him in the gym. He was training hard, but like, you know, he just thought it was a full-gone conclusion.
Yeah.
Second fight, like he was always
He was
quite
locked
old school in the way he trained. He trained like a typical old school pro boxer. He done his running, he done his boxing, he done circuit type training. He never really lifted weights.
Okay.
When he fought in the second time, he started training with us GB lads. He was training 3 times a day, which he'd never done for any of his fights.
Yeah.
He was training full on, and like literally, it was
saw
like
it.
it was
He
it was
saw
like
it different now.
day and night. His whole mentality, like he realized, like I don't know, what, like obviously he obviously sparred George Groves early in his career when George Groves was probably like a novice. You know what I mean?
Right.
So he still had his mentality of how he used to kind of, you know, man against a boy, spar him and dominate him.
Mm-hmm.
But second fight was just totally different. But talking about Carl Froch against Joe Calzaghe, they had a lot of beef. There's a lot of talk.
Yeah.
You know, when you talk about the super middleweight era, there's always been beef amongst them too. I don't know if they speak now, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's still a little bit of beef because I feel as if Carl Froch, the two of them, were just both like.
Did you see
I
the
would
Carl
be.
Froch call out at Jake Paul when he's in his gym with his belt behind him? He goes,
Yeah.
see these fucking things? You'll never have
Yeah.
one of these.
This right
this
hand
is
will
what
put your
all-
chin into fucking orbit.
Oh mate, that was some of the best shit talk I've ever seen.
He's
man.
absolutely hilarious. But this is the thing. I'd seen little glimpses of this in camp previously. He is, but I think like it's improved so much. Like he's almost built for the YouTube world,
He's
which is
better
now.
now.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
I seen him at a poker game recently. I played poker against him. He fucking won as well. Fair play. Mate, he had this fucking Hall of Fame ring. And he's like, I was like, oh, fuck me. Can I have a look? So he passes the ring over and I'm sitting there playing cards with this geezer. I'm like, fuck me. There's the boxing Hall of Fame ring.
Yeah.
Special.
And I literally passed it back. He goes, Jake Paul will never have one of them, will he?
But the funny thing
give a
is,
fuck.
I don't know why the public never got him
So
because
funny, man.
he's
No
all.
one even brung Jake Paul
I
up.
love it, mate.
I just think his humour is typical British humour, dry
Yeah.
humour. So I don't know why people never really took to him. But this is boxing.
How many
For
people
whatever
at Wembley?
reason, some people just don't take to certain guys. But yeah, I think Carl Froch is massively underrated in British boxing. Like I just think he's absolutely one of the best. Like yes, he's not the most technical when you look at him, but like trust us, I've shared a ring with him. His technicality is far greater than what it looks. He's not just a guy with a chin.
Oh, here we go. We're getting the countdown.
Oh.
Fury versus
All right.
Ngannou is now, and the ring is about to come out from the
20-second
ground.
countdown.
Apollo Creed style.
This is
Living
insane.
in
It reminds me of
America.
the Super Series. Do you remember they used to have that
Yeah.
same sort of? And do you remember the fighters used to walk to the ring at the
And
same? That
stand
was
there.
weird.
They're putting
stand
on
on
a
the corner.
show though.
Yeah.
Saudi are saying, listen.
Do you know
we
what it
can-
is?
That was Saudi as well. The Super Series.
Yeah.
Groves against
Yeah.
Smith in the final.
Oh, flip me, yeah.
Do you guys think Saudi's good for boxing? Because it feels like there's definitely a hint of fighters holding out for Saudi money, like Wilder versus AJ.
Everyone's holding out.
Yeah.
In the chaotic way that the boxing environment is right now, they're dying for this. They want some organization.
What the fuck are we watching?
Who is that in the middle?
Who was that?
What the hell?
Not R. Kelly, is it?
Definitely not.
No.
you imagine-
So I thought for a
Can you
minute.
imagine if R. Kelly's-
I can fly.
Trapped in the
R. Kelly's-
closet.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
I don't know who this is.
I don't know who that is.
Bro,
If this guy's a legend, it's going to
Can
be
you
embarrassing
lot-
for me to be like, I don't know who this is on camera like this. But
this is wild. What a stage they've got for this geezer.
You lot help me out.
Oh, wow. There's like
I know-
dancers going off in here. They've really gone for the performance.
I know Twitter has to be going crazy
Okay, let's.
to let us know.
I mean,
who
you
this
got
guy is.
Kanye West and Eminem in the crowd, and this guy's on stage. What's going on?
But I need to know who this is.
I think Saudi is good for boxing, but like you say, like the way that all the fighters are holding out now, like we've had the best part of maybe like 14 to 16 months of inactivity from the top heavyweights
Yep.
because of what is happening in the in Saudi, and also not just inactivity, right? You got to give AJ his plaudits for being active.
Yeah.
But I can tell you what, he would have fought a good name, like a real good name in that time had there not been a Saudi draw. So even the fighters that are getting out and staying active aren't taking on the fights that they could because they're waiting for that Saudi bag to come through, and that's the only problem with it. We obviously heard stuff about a heavyweight tournament in Saudi, and that hasn't materialised. So I think it is doing good for them, but I think that the problem with it is they are going to be very... It's not like they're coming and going, right, we are going to set up an infrastructure and it's going to be all weights and everything.
That's right.
They're just going to handpick the bits that they want.
And I think the problem with boxing is that there's just so many, you hear this talk about, he's got to cross the street to get that fight made. And it's like, there's so many streets and different stops in boxing that it's just getting in its own way. It doesn't actually behave like a sport. It's like a private business that we just get to watch.
I'm still trying to figure out
Who
who the fuck
is this guy?
I think it might be a guy called Big Flood. I don't know.
Flodan. Is he spitting like
Yeah, I think it's him. Yeah.
from Grime? Old school.
There's a lot of people tweeting about him, so I'm assuming.
What's the name? Floden.
Floden, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
so
cra-
MC,
yeah,
old
yeah.
school
That's
MC,
mad.
that's like, but then
I haven't seen his face.
Of all the
so
money
long,
that
I'm
they've
like-
spent to bring Eminem and Kanye, though, I'm just like, yeah.
no,
that
that's
could've
going to be
been-
different type of money to pay for.
Yeah.
That's probably where the budget stopped, and they said, you know what, let's
I
get
don't know.
Flodan
I
to-
don't know. Like they've paid for fucking Cristiano to come there.
Don't know, man. Fury might be a big Floden fan.
But to get them actually perform is another level, isn't it?
What you saying? The budget ran out.
Who we got now? Who we got now? There's fucking electric shocks going on across the stage, chicks dancing. I mean, look, the budget for this show is absolutely outrageous, and the geezers who've put their money in there into it, fair play.
The only sad
Who
thing
is this
about
now?
the only sad thing about it is
Man,
like
that's fully-
boxing's meant to be a working class sport,
Yes, Flodan.
and you know
And then-
you've got to
wait,
have money to kind
Is that
of.
little baby?
I think it is, yeah.
Floden, a little baby.
That's a mad collabo. There's no way.
Where's this gonna
That's
end up?
a lot of money, guys. I'm telling you right now, they spent the money on this guy. This is the headliner.
Hold
Yo.
on. Yeah, but that's if he's lost.
And if he's doing his,
if
he's
Drake comes out next, then it's,
I wouldn't be surprised.
is he doing his main tune as well? What song is he performing right now? Is he doing the freestyle one? That's crazy. Ross and
can't even hear the
Misfits is
audio.
Misfits is really kind of like, because this is a Misfits
Oh,
kind
it's
of
inspired
vibe.
by Misfits.
Misfits is really inspired this new thing, right?
Yeah, I've never seen this in pro boxing
same
before.
Well, to be fair, Triller tried to do something and it just wasn't hitting the
Triller went too crazy though. They tried to pay everyone. They brought in everyone and they just spent all the money.
Dude, Triller did big numbers for Jake Paul, Mike Tyson on the same card. They apparently did like 2 million buys. Apparently,
Not surprised.
there's been talk of Showtime, and one of the reasons Showtime, I don't know how true this is, but like Showtime obviously signed Jake Paul to quite a big contract after he did those numbers.
Took all the money.
And yeah, I don't think the pay-per-views have been delivering. Like the Nate Diaz fight probably didn't deliver great
Yeah.
numbers.
I can't believe it. They got Lil Baby, bro, and he came out here for the bag. You think he's flying? You think he's flying to Saudi for no reason?
Absolutely.
Give me all the
I
money.
think this is great, though. There's so many people, particularly Francis and Ngannou, who are cashing in tonight. Good on them, you know what I mean? Like, if the Saudi money's here, I mean, I'm certainly not complaining as a Newcastle fan.
Dana White's probably punching the air
Oh,
right
yeah.
now in just anger. But let's play devil's advocate for a second. How does Ngannou get some joy in today's fight? How can he find something?
The only thing I can see happening, potentially, is if you can close the gap quick enough while avoiding Fury's long-range punches on the way in, and then when he does finally get there, use his bit of MMA inside strength, you know, like being able to
Oh, he
maneuver
should be
him.
able to manhandle
He
Fury.
should be, technically, he should be to use his body strength, a bit like jiu-jitsu, kind of use his weight against him, whatever. But I just
He's
feel
a
this-
trained wrestler.
He should be physically stronger inside. I don't care how big Fury is. So realistically, that's the only chance, and then be throwing bombs in unorthodox way from any angle he can.
You know,
That's all he's gotta
inside
do.
fighting is actually not the worst. Like, because he trains at Extreme Couture, and Randy Couture, probably heard of him. He beat the shit out of James Toney when James Toney decided
Yeah.
to take a UFC fight.
And Ngannou did.
No, Randy Couture beat. You remember I showed, this is going back years, me and you, I remember going, come over, we'll watch James Toney versus Randy Couture.
Yeah.
And Randy just hit him with a low single leg and took him down.
Oh,
and beat
yes,
him up.
sorry, yes, I did. I remember
And
that.
James Toney's on the floor like, what do I do?
He was
What
like
do
a
I do?
turtle on his back. He didn't know what
Yeah, he looked like a turtle. But
Wait.
Randy was a Greco-Roman wrestler.
remember-
And
God,
there's
that takes back the memories,
The
that.
different styles of wrestling is freestyle and Greco. And freestyle's a lot more like you see them grab the legs, whereas Greco's is a lot more like inside fighting. And there's no doubt Ngannou's learned how to do that. Whether or not he can do that for long enough without the referee getting involved.
If I'm Ngannou, I think I try and make this a 3-round fight. I think
That's
I
his only
exhaust
chance.
Absolutely
Agreed.
everything into the first 3 rounds.
It's
And then
almost
if
like
not-
what we wanted Anthony Joshua to do against Usyk the first time.
Yeah.
Like, go in there,
Oh,
it
no,
just,
the
you
clip.
know, this is your best chance early on and going, but he didn't do that. He wasn't willing to risk
They
it.
said to Francis before the fight, what's the sort of strategy? And look, I don't know if he's telling the truth or not, but what he said was, I'm going to see what he's doing in the first sort of half a round, and then I'll go from there. But for me, the longer you wait, the worse it is. Like, I'm talking, like, throw a couple of fake jabs out and then fucking run at the bastard and give it everything.
This performance
Who
budget,
is
though,
this girl?
I don't know
I
who
wasn't
this
sure
is.
if it was Cheryl Cole at first, but it's not, is it? I don't know who it is.
not. No,
Could
can't
you
bring-
imagine if Cheryl
I
Cole
was
was
like,
here?
I was like, what-
Newcastle, bring
Yeah.
her,
was
roll
like,
it
what-
They
back.
definitely spent the whole budget on the main event. Who are we going to get to do that?
Come on, Shez.
Cheryl Cole?
Well, you never know.
But look at the stage, though. Like, this is serious
This is-
performance budget right
Yeah,
now.
you know the
Are they
problem-
saying in a message to like other artists, like, listen, guys, come and do business with us because
Yeah.
this must be more than boxing. They're talking about other moves.
screen.
Do
Do you remember when Justin Bieber performed on Triller?
Yeah.
That didn't go down well. Boxing fans don't want our music act to walk out the fighter, Eminem
Yes,
and
yeah.
Bud Crawford, for example. Cool, but this is
Yeah, no, like-
Twitter's going mad
you
right
gotta
now. They're
remember-
pissed off.
I
They're
can imagine.
They're not
gonna-
happy.
They're
Are
going to
they?
move
No.
away from the
What, they're
traditional.
going back now?
Boxing Twitter
Hey,
are
boxing
not
Twitter
loving.
right now must be toxic.
Boxing
right
Twitter
now.
are like, yeah, I'm not fucking with the baby right now. We want the fights, please.
Yeah, the only thing I'm thinking with regard to Ngannou trying to like make it rough inside.
Yeah.
The simple fact is, one thing that Fury's good at doing, being a naturally bigger guy, is the old Klitschko trick. When you're getting close, he'll lean on top of you and smother you. You know what I mean? And like the referees, I can quite imagine, aren't going to be letting Ngannou. That'll probably be talked about leading, like in the build up of this fight or in the change room. Like, do not let Ngannou try and do the wrestling type of stuff. So I feel as if the referee's going to be intervening quite a lot.
Do you know
and
the
that's going to be
maddest
the
thing, lads?
detriment of Ngannou.
And you might disagree with me, but like I really, really, truly believe in a fight where no rules, backstreet, boom. I feel like Ngannou would have fucking just like literally ran through Tyson Fury. He'd hit him with wrestling, get him down, and he beat the living.
What's this in the UFC? I mean, the kid.
Yeah, just in no rules, just
Oh, yeah,
boom. Like Ngannou would fuck this guy up, and it's sort of it's not fair, but it is fair because Ngannou signed up for this for the payday. But it's weird. Normally we go into a fight, right? We're gonna, like the last fight was a great fight because they're two evenly trained fighters in their sports, and we're gonna find out who the better guy is. But with Fury and Ngannou, they're completely different athletes, different fighters, like Fury's admitted. And it's just a bit of a bummer because our goal as fight fans, when we watch fights, is to find who the better man is. But we're not really doing that tonight. We're finding out who the better boxer is, and he's had decades of boxing, and Ngannou hasn't.
But if you had no gloves on, like, yes, I totally get what you're saying. The MMA guy's the more rounded fighter in general. But if you've got a heavyweight boxer, and if a boxer can time you coming in, if that's, of course, fighting's all ifs and buts, but if he lands on the way in, like, there's nothing like a professional boxer's punch.
I'm not disagreeing with that,
with
but there's a
small
reason
gloves
why.
The frustrating
like,
thing-
watching Ngannou learn wrestling. Like, Ngannou started as a kickboxer, and not even a great kickboxer. He was just a fucking powerful one.
Yeah.
But he learned wrestling.
Yeah, once
and
the
now,
floor, it's game over.
And now he's a really good wrestler.
Yeah.
And he's now like running through people with wrestling, and he's just so well rounded now. To be fair to the lad.
The thing is, we put so much stock into, like, say, being awkward and having an awkward style. But this only works when the boxer who is trained to be a boxer is awkward as a boxer. Carl Froch, we talk about him being awkward. He's someone who knows the foundations of boxing.
Yeah.
Not someone who's from off the street and said, "Oh, throw a left hook." It's like, "Oh, that's a bit weird." It might work against the most elite heavyweight that we've got today. Like, I don't think this is going to be competitive for any moment.
No, I agree. I'm just meaning in what I call an unlicensed fight where they're just two dudes in a fucking back alley.
Yeah, okay,
I just
okay.
feel like Ngannou would get a hold of Fury, and that would be the end immediately.
Do you think that a sort of fair sort of outcome for these type of fights might be if there were 2 fight contracts? So you go, we do one in a ring, we do one in a cage.
That's where I give credit to
And then-
Jake Paul, because Jake Paul signed up for that with Nate Diaz, and Nate Diaz actually didn't want to do it in the cage. And I really believe that Nate Diaz thought, if I bring you into my world and you beat me
lose,
there,
fuck,
I've got no outlet. Like, I can't sit there and talk shit anymore. At least in a boxing ring, I can go, oh yeah, but that wasn't a real fight. Now I've got no excuses.
There's
like Dylan,
there's another performer.
It's like Dylan Dennis the other night, isn't it? Like we were saying about Dylan Dennis is saying, well, if you were in my world, I'd take care of you. And it's like, yeah, I'm not doubting he would, because like, he probably would.
I don't think he would.
But you did have the takedown opportunity twice. Dylan Dennis went for 2 takedowns in that fight.
Dylan Dennis is useless, man. Though.
The difference is, like, you know, depending on what part of the world you're from, but like a lot of these American guys have been in high school, they've done a lot of wrestling stuff. If you're
Terence
British,
Crawford.
we've not done no wrestling in Britain, you know what I mean? That's the different. Terence Crawford's a class example.
You seen him wrestling?
There's
He's
loads.
fucking good.
There's
Yeah,
loads.
he is.
I've already
I
heard.
think Terence Crawford,
He's
with
quality.
a year,
Yeah.
would be able to beat a lot of UFC fighters.
Yeah, because these guys have done it from being young
Yeah.
men all the way through probably high school or whatever, and
Like
done it,
Logan did, I
done it at a high level. This is why Logan and Jake can kind of probably potentially compete. Whereas the average boxer who's not done that, like, you can't just go into their world. And
Brian,
have
being
that
a
foundation.
big fan of both MMA and boxing, if you could have your pick now, right? If I could say to you, right, Terence Crawford defends against everyone, right? He's already beat Spence. Maybe there's a few more in there that he can beat, like real big ones that maybe we could think he could lose in. But if he could defend against everyone and almost have a Mayweather type run, or he could transition over to MMA now and have a crack at a world champion there, what would you rather see him do?
MMA.
Would you rather see him do that?
Because I think it's a lot. It's way harder to be an undefeated, long-reigning champion in MMA than it is in boxing. Because boxing, don't get me wrong, I think the level of skill in boxing is, because there's hundreds of years in boxing now at this point, right? Like, people have taken it to such a high level. It's really refined and the skill level's so high. But boxing is, MMA is so varied. Like, you can have such a well-rounded game and there be one little thing that you're not doing. The submission defense, wrestling defense.
These lot are taking the piss now.
Oh, mate,
No,
there's another one.
Flona's back.
It's ridiculous. They're taking the
The
piss.
point is in MMA, there's a reason why. If you look at
Lil Baby and Flo Dan are performing together. What's going on?
It's-
I'm so
it's-
sorry, but I'm confused right now.
They're back on. This
They're
is
together.
insane.
What is this? Who even put them together in the
I didn't even
studio?
know they knew each other.
When did,
they're best
They
mates.
don't.
when did they
For
form
the
this
right price, they're
relationship?
bezies, right? In MMA, it's just so difficult to go a long time without losing. Like, the variation in skills is so vast that, like, even the great fighters like Anderson Silva, you're looking at their undefeated streaks and it's not that fucking long. It's not fucking anywhere near 30 to 40 fights.
But is that because of, there's more ways to do damage, and like you say, there's guys in different areas of expertise, or is that because the UFC generally make more 50-50 fight, get the
Both.
champions? I think it's...
Aye, that's
the
cold.
stage moved. The
To reveal
stage
the ring.
moved to reveal the ring. That's kind of cool. That's cool.
This is so living in
I
America.
wasn't
That
expect-
is fight.
Bro, the stage is moving backwards and
I wasn't expecting that.
Living in a man. Oh,
That's
my
the best walkout in
Ivan
boxing
Drago,
history.
man.
Isn't it ironic that the best walkout in boxing history wasn't in a real fight?
Honestly.
It was Apollo Creed against Ivan Drago.
Do you know in my head those fights really happened though? Like
yeah.
I really feel like I could come
so
box
locked
rec
in.
right now.
You know why?
Apollo
Yeah.
Creed would be there.
Do you know why that
and
is?
He died in the ring.
It's that nostalgic thing because we
Yeah.
were like 5, 6-year-old children watching
Yeah.
this. So like in our minds, that was
All
real.
right, best
Yeah.
Rocky.
You know what I mean?
Best Rocky. What is it?
Easy. Four. Ivan Drago.
I love the
No,
book.
but the Mr.
Even
T
the
one,
soundtrack.
The
You know
Mr.
when
T
Apollo
one, the Mr. T one, because
Yeah,
he was
that was
selling
good.
them jabs. You see what they would do? He was selling the jabs.
Yeah. Rocky 4 when he's driving the car and it's no easy way.
Oh,
out.
man.
See, I
Mate,
feel
you can run to that any day.
You know what it is? I
Yeah.
feel this way about all the karate kids. I feel this way about all the kickboxers.
Not all the karate
I
kids.
believe them guys were all real.
Yeah.
Even going back to Bruce Lee, do you know when you watch them slow motion fights
Yeah.
now? They look ridiculous.
yeah.
But back
Do
then,
you know Bruce Lee was really one of the founders of MMA? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
In the way
He
he
mixed
would
all
write
them-
books
Right.
about martial arts, and he'd be like,
I have the book. My granddad gave me a
Yeah.
book of his book. It's got how he developed he took from the boxing, he took from the kickboxing.
what was it called, Jeet Kune Do or something?
Yeah,
like
Jeet
that?
Kune Do was his style. It was like obviously kung fu combined with all these different styles. Yeah, you give,
And this guy was he was the one who said a fighter with 2 years training in all martial arts will beat a guy who's had 20 years training in one.
Yeah.
Like he was believing in
because
MMA
he
from
was
day
a
one.
guy who started off with stand up,
Yeah.
and then you come across the judo guy, and you realize he fought him, and he struggled, and then he realized I must learn that. He was the guy who combined it. He was like, although it was kind of
Ultimate Fighter.
it wasn't real, but like he kind of invented
UFC.
it. Really,
Set the foundation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the UFC to this day still credit
but it's
him.
crazy how he captured the imagination. This was a film. It wasn't even really
Yeah.
real, but it's crazy.
Yeah, oh my days.
That's why I had to go
This
to the
is
Boxing
sick,
Hall of
man.
Fame, though.
This is sick.
Rocky.
And the amount
Yeah,
of
Is he in there?
Sylvester Stallone's in the Hall of Fame. Yeah,
Mate, that's even now. Like when Conor Ben got popped, first thing I thought is fucking Drago's fault, mate. He started it. he was juicing in the gym.
dude, I think Sylvester Stallone might be in the top 5 people who've encouraged boxers to become boxers.
Oh,
100%.
purely. That's why he had to go into the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely,
And everyone, after watching that, there's no way he didn't do, under the ropes. And you get up and you had to
Mate,
try.
What about running up the stairs? Is that not iconic? I
Yeah.
mean, I've done that at down Time Off Beach where I live.
Yeah.
I've run up there and give it all that. It's just like,
You've got to, man.
listen, it's crazy.
Before every single fight I used to have, I'd be like the day of the fight or the day before the fight, I'd go, I'm going to go upstairs, babe. She'd go, going to watch Rocky.
It's like,
And that's not a lie, I'm deadly serious.
it's crazy.
It's that time.
There's no easy way
Oh,
out.
mate, mate, do you know what? Do you know the Rocky songs were all composed by the same geezer as well? Like he,
Yeah,
pretty much did
what's
them
his
all.
name?
But I'm sorry, when you listen to them songs, if you don't get hairs on the back of your neck and you do,
Mate.
I feel powerful.
You're
I feel like I
dead
could
inside.
take on anybody when that
Yeah,
music comes
it's
on.
true.
But it's ingrained in me.
Mate,
from
I'll
watching
never
as a
forget
young
the look
child.
in the wing, the rear view when he shuts the door.
Yeah.
I fucking love it.
It's crazy.
Get in there. I finally think we're going to see a boxing match soon. We've had about an hour of what it's kind of like
pre-show.
Glastonbury.
You know, we were saying about how, like, when boxers retire, like, Carl Froch got the nose sorted, everyone has the glow up. I love watching it because every show now, I look at certain boxers and I'm like, yeah, I was looking at Frampton there. Watch when he smiles. Watch when he smiles. He's got the ears on.
Gleaming.
He's got the double
Good on.
breast.
I think a lot of
got the
boxers,
strong
they get
turkey.
so much damage over the years, not looking probably how they want to
Yeah.
look. And you're like, Jesus, and then it's like, finally, I can
Groves,
look normal.
you seen Groves
wait.
his hair?
What are we gonna
Grows
do?
his
So
hair.
what's Eubank gonna give us? Eubank Jr. because he's already showing us
Got the-
something now. So what do you reckon his post retirement's gonna be
What do you
like?
mean he's in hand?
As in,
Wait,
no,
he's had the tattooed hair.
Tattoo hair.
yeah. So you reckon what?
Yeah.
Like we don't even
Does
know
the
what.
tattooed hair actually look good though? Does anyone?
I think it does, yeah.
Look, mate, it's
If you-
about how
I'll
he
book it
feels.
next
Only
Yeah.
if you're used to a close.
Yeah.
It's all about his confidence, yeah? He's happy. We should be
Remember when he got
Look,
burgled
Will,
and he was
yeah.
like didn't even
Yeah.
get the best shit anyway.
Yeah.
That was the
Conor
craziest video.
Ben had the beard transplant, but never grows the beard. It's like,
He shaves it.
that's a bit fucking pointless, wasn't it?
Just the stubble so it looks dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, give you that
Yeah,
jawline.
the transplant and shaving it is
Yeah.
kind of unhinged.
You know the worst bit though is when certain boxers are punchy. That really makes me feel awkward when you're hearing them get interviewed. You're like, oh,
I feel really sad when I see that, especially when you've watched their career. It's like Chisora.
Floyd
Mate,
Senior.
Chisora's the one where I'm like, stop.
Yeah,
just
stop,
stop.
man.
Not even solely because I care about you, but also your fights aren't entertaining anymore. Like,
No.
just stop. The most
You say
entertaining
that, but
thing
that
is when
last
you
one-
give the burger to the fella after the fight, and
that's
it's
nice.
nice. I like it.
like
We got a bit of pads here.
It's the relief.
It's the same with Riddick. Bowe's really slurring. You know, he's here.
Riddick
hate
Bowe's
that. I hate to
slurring.
see that.
Yeah, he's really
Yeah.
bad. He's.
That was a hard interview to watch with him and
Lennox.
Lennox.
I used to
And
watch.
Lennox is like sharp and still locked in, and it's like Riddick is like a bit. You know what I mean? It's like
I used to watch the videos of him and Holyfield like a few years back and talking to each other. And I was like, Jesus
When
Christ.
Holyfield got back in the ring and that
that was a really
brutal.
sad day.
I was really. I
hated-
wanted to fight that guy.
But it's
mate.
like, and he
Who was he in there
He
with?
was,
Belfort. Was it Vito Belfort?
Vito?
Yeah,
and he was almost proud of what he'd done. It's
Yeah,
like
he just took the piss.
Jesus Christ! In his day, he would have absolutely
He took the
destroyed
piss
you in
and
seconds.
Libby.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
I can only hope they paid Holyfield enough money to take that. But
Is there any amount of money to?
It wasn't for us though. That was sad. Yeah.
It was a bad day. We didn't need to see that.
Yeah.
No
But
one wanted.
What I hate about that is like what's Holyfield's people around him. Like he's got family. Like what were they doing allowing him to get in the ring like that? Like
Yeah.
It's hard though because he's probably head of the fucking household.
Yeah,
and-
true.
I was
and he
going to
pays
say, you
everyone's
say allowing
bills.
him.
What are you gonna say to him?
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Like,
yeah.
It's hard to tell a great man, you're not great anymore, really. Like, you need to calm
But
down.
even when he got up afterwards and they were like, yo, Evander, you okay? He's like, nah, I'm fine. It's just a little, I got caught. And you just hearing it thinking, he hasn't even rationalized
I thought he was in the room.
Yeah.
who else can you do?
your impressions of the fucking fucking hilarious. The AJ one last time was like,
bro.
yeah. Everyone want to see a fight? hip, hip. It's wild, that. Oh, fuck. I am a little bit worried about Francis Ngannou now. I've just seen him hitting
I've
pads.
seen
and
It looks the same, innit?
no, it was slow as shit, right? And I know in the UFC, it's different, man. It's a totally different. Like, I feel like he just throws them tiny little 4 ounces on, doesn't even warm up, and goes out and just kills people. And this is a whole different ball game.
But I've trained you, done pad work with you. You in bare knuckle would kill a man. It's just that simple. When you've got just
That's a boxer's words, not
Listen,
mine. I'm not threatening anyone.
I'm not trying to sell anything here, but
He's trying to get me to fight John Fury, this guy.
Seriously, like
I'd
in
pay
them
to watch
little
that.
gloves, the
Yeah.
damage a big man like yourself can do, like. Let's make it happen. No, seriously, it's.
I'd pay to watch that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'd pay to watch
He bigs
that.
me up way back than I
Everyone-
big myself.
No, but like seriously, like because fighters don't, other people do.
Yeah,
Like, and
yeah.
I've been around the boxing a long time, and I've held the pads. I've seen his development. It's like to me, it's like Jesus, the potential that's potentially there. And I know obviously,
he wants me to go into Misfits and just wreck all of these fools.
Do it.
Do you know why?
Do
Because
it. You have
There's
to.
nothing
Do
worse
it.
than watching a fight and seeing two big guys in just essentially who are pretty shit. And then I've trained a guy and I've seen what he is capable of. Like it's frustrating. I'm like,
I'm
just
sold.
Oh,
I'm sold. Where
seriously?
can we invest? I'm sold.
The funny thing is, the first time I met KG, he was calling me out
called him
on
out for a
the
fight.
podcast.
Snap.
He was
I
like,
called him out.
go on and
Said-
do Geordie up. I'm like,
I said, the
who's this
only-
big guy?
I said the only one that can, because obviously I'm a big boy.
Yeah.
Can you imagine me calling out someone really tiny? It'll be ridiculous. to
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
Like, so I said, the only one that's big. True, Geordie.
All the big lads call me out. I'm sick of it. I just want to be a nice little podcaster.
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Oh, they're taking long with
I
this
got to give
build-up.
credit though. This fucking promo was
It was
savage.
amazing. It was amazing.
Yeah, with the thunderous shots that they and whoever directed this, I got to give credit. It was so
They
good.
went to
I
town.
feel like, is there not been a promo like this years ago, and I can't think. It's just when I remember watching and thinking, there's been something like, was it David Hay back in the day against Goliath? Do you know when he fought the big guy?
Oh, that was
Value
good. The value of,
was
yeah.
it? Was it?
Can't remember.
I'm thinking it
that
could
was
be.
David's biggest night, right?
But
was
was-
that the biggest win of David's career? Value
Technically,
because it was the moment the whole
he
world
became
was
the
like,
champ,
whoa.
yeah.
Nah,
the
John
biggest
Mark,
motherfucker.
John Mark Moormet.
That was a big night.
That
But in
would
terms
be-
of like the storyline and the promo going into it, David versus Goliath, it was just.
But you know
off,
the thing
didn't it?
though, that the only thing, like, when we talk about history, sometimes there's certain things people forget. Maybe not hardcore boxing fans, but what David Hay did, Holyfield had done. Holyfield had already done that to Valuev. Like, Holyfield had done it more convincing, hadn't he?
was that before?
Wait, he didn't beat him
No,
though.
no, yeah,
He beat him,
No,
didn't he?
no, I think
No.
he lost
He
against
lost.
him. Yeah, he
Holyfield lost, didn't he?
But,
Yeah.
but was that not before? Did Holyfield not fight him after?
Was that
I'm
controversial or anything?
Holyfield stayed too long.
No, Holyfield
stayed
just
too long.
stayed on his back foot and kind of just block. He didn't do a lot in that particular fight.
Oh, do you know what? I didn't realise
Yeah,
that
yeah.
I didn't realise Holyfield didn't
I thought
beat
you
him.
meant
but at
as
the
in
same
cruiserweight
time-
becoming a champion at heavyweight.
Oh no, I
That's
meant
what you meant. Oh.
actual value of fight. But yeah,
I think it was
there's a
after, you know. I could be.
It might have been after because Holyfield stayed on a bit
Okay.
longer, and it was
Yeah.
at the point he was even calling out Klitschko's, and they were just like, "Nah, mate, we're
Yeah.
not gonna do that. I'm not."
And to be fair, you know what it is? Like, he done well even staying there with him because he was way past his sell-by date.
Yep.
So, in a way, but that, to be fair, that just goes to show how good Holyfield was.
Yes.
Even when he was at 50%, he was still a great guy
The
because...
durability was insane.
Unbelievable, yeah. Holyfield's
Insane.
without doubt one of the greats. Like
Proper throwback fighter.
As a cruiserweight, he was amazing. Some of his fights. What's that guy? Something Mio or something? What's his name? I can't think of his. I actually seen him on YouTube
I
the
don't
other day. I
know what
was
you're
watching.
talking about in my head.
It's
He-
crazy
he
because
was
his
teeny, he
debut
was
was
like-
when I was born, bro.
The guy-
1984, Holyfield.
Is that-
Yeah, 1984 in November, fam.
Yeah.
Literally,
What, it was
bro,
actually
that's
the
the
day?
debut. That's what they like. That's ridiculous.
But like, I think people used to think
That's
Evander
longevity.
Holyfield was just a fighter, a brawler, but he could box on the back foot. He could do
could.
everything.
He could.
But I think because of the fights with the likes of a Riddick Bowe and the cruiserweight that I can't think of his name, he was in some really exciting fights.
Think about Holyfield. Holyfield has, and this is going to sound flagrant to compare these two, but Holyfield had the similar mindset to Amir Khan in terms of once you hit me, my game plan is out the window.
Yeah,
All I
you-
want to do is fight.
Fight fire with fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's
but
on
on-
shaky ground.
I was like-
I know.
I know,
That's why I said. As soon as he did that, I said, "Oh,
My legs started to shake there. I was like, what's he going to say?
where's he going with this son?" It was like when I came back into the room and you lot had Tommy Fury in there with David Hay, fam.
Who the fuck suggested that?
I've just seen, I've just seen the crowd, man. There's like mega stars, like
Yeah.
but even like other stars, like Alan St. Maximin, the Newcastle
But
player.
really?
Yeah,
Even
yeah,
he's next to Conor McGregor.
Do you know what I find weird though? When you look into that crowd, it looks quite civilized, and I'm not used to professional.
Oh, yeah.
boxing.
Oh,
it's normally
mate.
guys full of beer, and it's like
Yep.
it's
If everyone's not on the
especially at the
gear at ringside, I'm
Yeah.
not used to it.
it's a
Have you noticed Conor McGregor's the only one drinking?
I bet he is.
Yeah, I thought you were about to say.
Is it legal in Saudi to drink
Or maybe
alcohol?
that's why. Is it?
No. No, it's not. No, because that's why the players are going and living in the families are living in
No, but you
Bahrain.
can in hotels in
no.
certain places. Can you at these sort
I
of
think they're
events?
considering changing the rules for ahead of the potential football tournaments and all of that they're planning on staging there. But as far as I'm aware,
That would make sense because it looks far too
And
civilized.
this is like what? This is a Frank Warren show, right? We see what
This is
Frank
not
Warren
Frank.
shows
Hey,
look
no,
like.
this ain't the Frank Warren show, bro.
Yeah.
Don't even convince. This is sound. They said Frank. Relax. We've got this.
Have a night off.
Because Frank will just put us the posters.
Strictly prohibited in all of Saudi Arabia.
all right, so it is.
Do me a
prohibited.
favour.
Conor McGregor's the only one that's drinking.
Yeah,
I don't
it
even know
did
what
say
to
on there
do.
unless you're Conor McGregor.
That's wild. Look, with the way Saudi's
wonder he
going,
gets
it's going to be
sunburned.
fascinating to see how they
Actually, like
they
that,
deal with that.
That's a good thing. You know what I mean? In boxing events, 'Cause
now,
you get far
in
too
the
many
main event-
guys who think they can do what the real guys are doing in the ring.
Mate, I don't actually like going to fights for that reason because,
Yeah.
like, especially when, like, you know, you're true Geordie and that. Like, I fucking
Come
hate,
on, then.
I hate that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As it is, and then I just want to go and enjoy the fight, and then you get fucking couple
mean,
of daft cunts on gear, and they think they can fucking talk shit or
He,
whatever.
like, how can you not love Usyk? He's just
Oh,
everything
mate.
about him.
I am
He's just.
feel-
He's got the perfect balance of being the nicest guy in the room, but also the baddest. If you know what I mean, like when he gets in there, it's all
Look at
business.
the ring. Look at the ring. On
Damn, the
Look at
ring
the
on
ring on
Cristiano.
Ronaldo. That's what you give to your
that
wife.
was on Titanic.
That's
she
yeah,
dropped
yeah,
it.
that's what
She
did.
dropped it.
He found it.
Rose.
I think Usyk beats Fury. Just putting that out there while we're waiting. I
don't feel like.
I think few rounds will go by. 3 rounds up, Usyk, Fury. Oh fuck, this guy's actually quicker than I thought. Like you've all said, sometimes when you get in with a guy, it's a bit harder to
Learn
work
quickly.
out. And I think that if you look at vulnerability in all of their fights, I think Usyk has shown less vulnerability than Fury has.
Eminem.
Eminem.
Sorry, you think Usyk throws less?
I think
vulnerability?
Usyk has shown less vulnerability in terms of taking damage and in terms of outclassing people and just winning rounds. And I think when he's in there with Fury, I'm not suggesting that I know what's going to happen. Obviously, Fury's bigger. Obviously, he could hurt him. But when you look at the vulnerabilities of Usyk, that head's like a fucking windscreen wiper. It's hard to hit. And I don't think Fury's going to be quick enough to hit him. I actually think that the body shots of Fury generally aren't his strongest thing, which is the only weakness people have in their head of Usyk. And I think he'll just win too many rounds and it'll be a bit of a panic there for Fury to, how am I going to fucking get this guy out of here? And he might manage it. But when I look at the people he's been in there with, where he's managed it, they're a lot slower than Usyk. Usyk, I think, will have the better cardio, and I just think he'll win too many rounds.
On the other hand, you could look at it and you could say Fury's ticks a lot more boxes than Usyk, because we've never seen Usyk go down. We've seen Fury go down. We've seen Fury take big shots, eat them, and keep coming back forward. We've seen Fury get off the canvas and come back stronger. We've seen Fury turn fights round, where like the Otto Wallin fight is a very like contradicting one. Yeah, a lot of people say that's an awful performance from Fury. Boxing wise, okay, I'd agree with that. I actually think it's a really good performance from Fury in terms of being in a fight, getting cut, and being able to turn a fight round and actually do the dirty work that he needed to do in a fight that on another night, I'm telling you now, a lot of heavyweights lose that fight.
Most of them do.
Top heavyweights.
Yeah. And a lot
on
of
another
stop it.
night, that's the one. That's the Andy Ruiz to Joshua.
What was it that gave him the trouble again? Was it the southpaw thing, was it?
Yeah. No, look, there's a lot of validity to it. There's a lot of things that I can see why you're gaining that. And at the end of the day, none of us really know, do we? But I would very much bank on the fact that I think, like we've heard, and it's been sort of said time in, time out, but I do think Fury will impose his size upon Usyk.
I think it comes down to... Sorry to cut you, man. Sorry. I think it comes down to whether or not... Because Fury is going to maul him. And I think it comes down to whether or not Usyk knows how to manage that. Because if it's
When you say he's going to maul him...
Like, he's going to rush forwards, he's going to hold him, he's going to keep him there, he's going to lean on him.
I don't know if he's
going to
be
make
able to
it
do
ugly.
that.
No, he absolutely will.
Yeah, he will.
He's
You say
going to.
knows how to manage that.
That's what I mean.
It's one thing knowing how to manage
Whether or
it.
not he can.
Is he
Yeah.
able to
That's the
physically
thing.
do it?
Because all the other guys that kind of do that are fall in with the shots and then fall in with their shots, and he kind of is able to grab a hold, lean on them, whatever. Whereas he's not fought to use it before. Who's very mobile, and like
true.
you say, when he fought Wallin, who was a southpaw, smaller, quite a high work rate, come in quite quickly, he struggled. So was the writing on the wall back then?
I think the Wallen fight and also the other
that the
cruiserweight.
blueprint?
Remember
Steve
the other
Cunningham.
Yeah.
Steve Cunningham. Yeah.
Cunningham, and look, Cunningham, I'm not putting much stock in the Cunningham one. It was a long time ago, but you know, he said on Joe Rogan, the hardest fight I've ever had was against a cruiserweight. It was I couldn't get my hands on him, and eventually I had to do what he did, which was maul him, right? Fair enough, and get in there and put him away. But I just think that the footwork of Usyk is a whole nother.
You know, you say about Usyk's speed as well, though. Like
Punch
output wise,
yeah.
there's way more.
Yeah.
But in terms of just speed, Steve Cunningham's just as quick as Usyk.
Oh
yeah, fair.
I personally
Yeah.
don't think Usyk is the quickest out
No.
there. I've never thought speed was his thing. It's his rhythm, his angles that he gives, his
I don't know.
defense.
I think he is. I think he's hyper
No,
quick.
yeah, but I think he's quick in comparison to the average heavyweight.
Who
but
do you think is quicker, AJ or Fury? Out of interest.
AJ, I think AJ
Fury.
is hard.
I think Fury when
I
he
think
when he
it-
puts them together, but it's hard to measure it when you're talking about fighters that box in very different ways.
Yeah, that's the
I
difference,
think
yeah.
when you see Fury put a 1-2 hook together, even at the southpaw stance, I think that's quicker than AJ. I think sometimes we can mistake. I'm not
But
saying
if
you're
A-
doing it here, but we can mistake explosiveness for speed.
No, but AJ's cut, like his equivalent is an uppercut left hook.
Yeah.
In from middle distance.
watched-
That's
Look at
like-
that uppercut left hook against Pulev. How many times he tried that off? I'm telling you now, Fury can throw quicker punches than that, surely.
Do you know what it
Yeah,
is? It's
fair.
really, this is where it's really hard to compare, because what I would say Fury has on AJ is maybe Fury's timing's better. And as they say, timing beats speed. I personally think AJ's hands quicker. I've seen him up close and personal, and his hands, when he lets them go, are rapid, but you've got to put that in with getting it into the right range and the right timing in order for it to be effective. So I think that's the difference, and obviously landing that on, say, Anthony Joshua on a Fury who's 6'9" is different.
I think a lot of this fight depends on Fury, actually, in terms of I already know what Usyk's going to show, but I'm interested to know, like, weight-wise. I don't think this back-to-back camps thing is an accident. I think he's planning on being
I believe that Fury is in camp now
for Usyk.
He's not.
This is a spar, right?
He's not worried about what
This
this
is
guy
sparring
does.
again.
Agreed.
He's thinking about what he does and what Usyk's going to be doing. That's what all his preparation.
Even the weight that he's at the moment, he's looking really, he's
Look
looking
at him.
slim.
That's
how
why
much
when
did
he
he
was
weigh
talking
in
to
for
the Usyk fight falling out of December, he was like, no. We're on for December
on,
because I've got this fight nailed up so that I can fucking be sharp as fuck by December. This is all a plan.
What's Fury weighing for this fight, by the way, guys?
It's 19.5 stone.
He looks slim. I don't know if it's
277 pounds with a tracksuit on, so 270.
So that's his weight.
The
now.
funny thing is, we mentioned this earlier. When no matter what weight Fury comes in, he's always effective. It's not like I've never seen him come in a bit heavy and think, oh, you look a bit slow. Your stamina's not as good. It's actually like he defies science when it comes to like his body composition and his weight. It's unbelievable.
Can I ask a question?
Go
Go
on.
on.
I was just going to say, does anyone know when this fight's starting?
Because I'm
This
kind of getting
tomorrow.
a little tired now.
This
Yeah.
is incredible. What is
Well, here's the sad
What
thing.
time's Man City Man United kick off? It should be before
You're
that.
practicing
Straight
Ngannou.
after this.
Based on
If you're
the-
practicing Ngannou, you were warming up half an hour ago.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
there's
yeah.
something wrong here.
Can I ask you something, right? Let's say completely hypothetical. I tell you, right, the fight's happened. You didn't get to see it. I'm going to tell you what happened. Someone won it really easily, and it was actually one-sided in the end, right? But you got to guess who. Who would you go with? I'm not insinuating you might go with Fury, but who would everyone go with?
Well, that would suggest a knockout, right?
No, it doesn't need to be a knockout. It could just be a really one-sided fight. I think there's a chance
What's the
that
di-
it's massively competitive, right?
Stopping early
But I
on
also
one side.
think there's a very good chance that Fury actually makes it quite easy. And then we go, how do we not see that
But
coming?
you could just, what does easy mean?
So what I mean by easy
What
is
you
in
envisioning?
in terms of if it goes to the scorecards, it's quite wide. Like in fact, considerably
There is
wide.
no way if it goes
in
to
one
the
person.
scorecards that Usyk does not get.
Sorry, who are we talking about here?
Or it's a stop.
Usyk Fury.
No, I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm saying hypothetically, if no one here saw the fight and it had happened last night, and I went to you, I'm not going to tell you the winner, but what I will tell you is the bloke that won it actually won it easy in the end. So that could either be a
say
stoppage
Usyk.
or wide on the
I'd probably
score.
lean towards
Would you
Usyk.
say
Point.
Usyk?
I
The
say
funny
Usyk
thing
wins, yeah.
is, that could go. It could be.
Do you know
both.
why
It's
you'd
not
say
a, like-
Usyk? Can we just explain why we'd say Usyk? Look at the recent fights, right?
Mm.
Look at how many hard fights that Fury's been in. Would be Otto Wallen, be Deontay Wilder lately. Aside from guys who we already know aren't even a fucking threat, right? The other two. With Usyk, he sweeps everyone. He sweeps everyone. Tony Bellew, all of them. He literally
Funny
just
enough,
racks them.
the only
He's had a
person
few-
that
he's had
he
a few
struggled with
hard
was Chisora, who's meant to
And
be the
that was only
brother
first
of the
fight.
division.
Let's be real here.
He didn't struggle.
Bradis, he struggled quite a bit with.
Chisora.
Oh, sorry, in
Hunter was a-
cruiserweight.
That was his
Cruiserweight.
first.
If we're
They're still
talking about-
fights though, aren't
Yeah,
they?
they are.
They are still fights that put wear and tear on
Chisora
the
and
body.
AJ, 9-3, 9-3, 9-3. Like, that's just the clean sweep. That's an easy one. I think, and that's the maddest thing was when everyone was going, like, I remember, what's his name on TalkSport, the little guy, not Simon, the
Jim White.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Spencer.
Spencer, sorry. Spencer was like, Spencer literally said to AJ after the fight, you were winning, it was competitive, mate. That was
Yeah.
embarrassing. Like, when you're a boxing podcaster, you got to know a bit more than that.
He's from that neck of the woods.
Yeah, I mean, fair
Ripping
enough.
bias,
But, like,
man.
it was 9-3 and 9-3 in both fights. So, for me, again, that's why I'm going back to who
Wait,
was
the
showing
second
the
fight was
more...
9-3.
What?
The second fight was
100% 9-3.
That's because AJ was such a star. I don't think Spence felt like you could say like this is when you know someone too personally.
You know, if we watch this back now, I really believe that all of you would go, yeah, 9-3.
No, but I mean, in terms of like watching like the actual scorecards, is that what you're basing it off? Or?
No, I'm saying when I
you're-
watched it, I was like,
I see, I see.
9-3,
No,
9-3,
because-
no problem.
Okay, cool. Because I remember the talk being he was up by the time, I think it was like end of round 9, he was up on the cards.
Who was?
AJ. in the second fight. And
I
then
would
he-
be shocked if that
I
was the
thought
case.
it was about the 8th. I was looking at it and I was going, this could be about level. And then Usyk
Yeah, it
just
just turned-
won
So here's the
every
Usyk.
round.
Here's why I think.
Can't remember
here's-
the switch.
I'm going to say how Usyk wins. I'm going to
Yeah.
even say how it wins.
Go on.
First 3 rounds, racks them. Tyson can't touch him. Slows down a bit. Tyson wins a couple of rounds in the middle, 2 or 3. So it's like, so Usyk's very clever. You know, when you talk about fight management, once he knows the round's slipping away from me, he gives it up. He goes, all right, fair enough. And you'll get maybe 4th and 5th to Tyson Fury. I think Usyk will win the 6th. Fury will win the 7th. 8, 9, 10, Usyk, washout. That's how I see this fight going. And also, one of the main things I think is a problem for Fury is although he's shown power lately against slow plodders who are there to be hit, I don't think Fury's a great big puncher. And I think Wilder was static. Oh, my legs were slow because of the fucking ring walk. Whatever, mate. Like, he's not got footwork. He's there to be hit. Same as Chisora, same as Dillian White. Against the windscreen wiper, that ain't going to fucking stop moving his head. Good luck. I think that this is going to be another 9-3, but I could be wrong.
The funny thing is, when we're talking about this, is what I've been saying for so long with Fury. His notable fights are like, there's only a handful of them.
Yeah.
So really, although he is the champ and he's undefeated, like, this is why I'm an Anthony Joshua fan more than I am Fury, because I haven't got the data to really assess. Like, it's almost like because he's won everything that's been put in front of him, Fury, it's hard to say that he's not capable of winning. He's got the size, he can box, he's now showed power. But generally speaking, the guys that he's won, like, let's look at Wilder for a start. When he beat him, Wilder's a puncher. He hasn't really got that many other tools in the bag.
That's right.
You know what I mean? When I know we've mentioned about Klitschko and it's a really difficult one to judge because he probably did get nullified. He probably nullified Klitschko, but I can't help but think that was the worst Klitschko I'd ever seen in all that run. Maybe he aged overnight. Maybe there was
What
something
did you do
went
to
in the camp.
Klitschko as well? You kind of did a Usyk on him, right?
Yeah,
Like,
and I almost feel like,
stealing rounds.
for all we know, Klitschko could have had an injury in camp. These things happen. I don't know. All I know is Klitschko didn't turn up on that fight. I'm okay. And I can't really assess Fury. Like, I'm only really going off a handful of guys. And like I say, I've not seen him with many smaller guys that he's handled really well. So I'm still...
Fury's ready to do the ring walk. We're going to have a fight.
Finally,
Get in.
jeez.
Finally.
Oh my goodness.
We've had a whole concert.
Fury's had a wobbler, hasn't he? He's in control of this. He's like, I'm not ready. I need a little lie down.
He's
You know
got
what I mean?
like
Finally.
a sort of royal cloak getting put on him here.
Of course he does.
Joseph Parker walking out behind him, mate. That was so relevant when we were
Just a
saying
part of the
earlier. In
entourage.
terms of like, you
Is he
should
back?
want to be the heavyweight champion.
Where is he? Is he there again?
Yeah, you are romancing up the heavyweight champion. Literally,
Yeah, I'll fight anyone.
Joseph.
The
man.
Gypsy King. He's got his crown on.
Joseph
Joseph,
Parker, bro.
and you know you knows in the shower fast. He just tried to make sure he's gonna be there.
Just scrubbing everything
Scrubbing,
down.
just like I gotta be there, I gotta get
He
there.
needs a stern talking to from one of his
He
parents.
knows that him on the ring walk for Fury will get more views than his fight did.
That's
The funny,
terrible.
you know, the funny is, we're talking about Tyson Fury there, and I know I've kind of half critiqued him a little bit there, but like, I still think, regardless of what I've witnessed from him, I still think he's got the potential to be the best rounded fighter as a heavyweight. So don't make no mistake, I do still think he's got the potential to be the best amongst them all. I still think that. I just haven't seen him enough.
Yeah.
And maybe that's a little bit of my frustration of fights not getting made.
Yeah,
That
you're
should have.
right.
You know,
I
if
don't
Usyk
know.
does win, let's just say he does
Yeah.
win, like, just for the sake of it. Legacy-wise, fuck me. To come up undisputed,
Elite.
2 undisputed, that is, in this era, and that is unreal.
To me, he's doing exactly what Evander Holyfield done. Coming from cruiserweight, he's kind of following them footsteps. So, and that makes the achievement even bigger when you're naturally the smaller man. It's good.
You know, when I was saying about the potential there of obviously like it could happen sort of thing, one of the other things that plays into it, and I suppose ultimately it's not even really that relevant, but like, I never thought Lomachenko was getting beat, man. Like, I looked at Lomachenko and I thought, mate, no one's beating you. And then he goes into a Teofimo Lopez and gets beat, and then you see him in
Outboxed
fights.
as well.
See him in fights since then. So, and there's a few fighters, and probably it's not the best because I can't think of the names off the top of my head. But there's a few fighters I've looked at and I've thought, you're Superman. You can't, Roy Jones Jr. You can't be beat. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden I see him in, and I'm like, oh, it can happen.
But the thing is, it's like with those guys with those deep amateur careers, like you were saying earlier, in terms of the mileage racks up. So it's like overnight you become an older man. And I think with Lomachenko, he was, not only is he a bit older, he's also been fighting at a weight that's not really his weight class.
He did multiple weights in the Olympics.
Yeah,
You
but-
don't have to hear guys coming back winning again at a higher weight.
You said it's about not being a weight class, right? What age are you fully grown as a man? I get you keep filling out and whatever, but in terms of grown, yeah, mate, Usyk boxed Sean Porter when he was about 26 or something as an amateur. Usyk boxed Sean Porter as an amateur.
That's insane.
Whenever I say that, people go, "No, you mean?" And I go, "No, I mean Sean Porter. He boxed Sean."
At 26.
He's about 25, 26
That's
when he boxed
crazy.
Sean Porter.
I didn't realise that.
Ridiculous.
That's mad, isn't it? Like,
Yeah, that's
you know what I mean?
Maybe
Like,
he was just a
people-
late developer.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. That's crazy. He was still in nappies till he was 20.
Yeah.
That's
Here we go.
hilarious.
Surely this is it. All right.
Thank God.
We got Mr. Buffer.
Finally.
Only turns up for the big ones now. This guy said, you know what, I'm not involved.
I'm sticking to just KSI and the Fury. I really want to know how much he gets paid because when I met him, I was like, damn, that watch looks outrageously expensive. It blinded you.
He's like, do you not think you look at him? He's almost
He looks
like a
like
mannequin from Madame Tussauds.
No, but he looks like he's
he just
finally
looks-
aging,
He
though.
looks, he looks better than the
he's
Rock's
got like
mannequin
a
from
gloss
Madame
to him.
Tussauds. Anyone see that?
Yeah.
The Rock didn't
But
do
guys,
that.
he actually looks like he's finally aging because he looked
he looks a bit
one
older
way
now.
for long. Now he's like,
They've got the lighting wrong tonight.
Nah, yeah.
yeah,
I really
yeah.
feel for him though because everyone gets old, but he's still doing it, isn't he?
Yep.
I mean, listen, he's done everything in the boxing game. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't be surprised
wouldn't-
if he charges £1 million just to show up tonight.
$1 million, you think that's
Do you know
it?
what? I've heard Eddie
This guy.
say not far off of that.
Yeah,
you
I've
know?
heard.
Oh, really? Is this,
Yeah.
Okay, fair
The
enough.
funny thing is the guy who set his business up for him was the UFC Buffer, Michael Buffer.
and it's
Warren-
bro.
Bruce Buffer.
Bruce, yeah.
Yes, sir, yeah.
Bruce's his half brother and they kind of were separated through the marriage situation with the parents or whatever. And he tracked him down, and he was the one who told him, "You got a trademark ready to rumble, so that no one else can say that."
Yeah.
And then he made all that money off the computer game,
cold.
and then Bruce became the UFC guy and he started doing it there.
What's Bruce's one?
It's time.
And it the fight starts now. Oh no, that's Diamante,
yeah,
isn't it?
yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah,
Diamante.
yeah.
Shout out Diamante. You're not quite
Top
there,
guy,
but
man.
you're up there. But yeah, I remember when I met Michael, he was like, "Hey, Geordie, nice to meet you." Not genuinely had this like Elvis voice. I was like, "Mate, that's a Wolverine's purr you've got there, man."
You know those people that randomly make you starstruck? Like one time we did it, we tweeted from an undefeated page just about randoms about AJ and the fight with Franklin, and he just retweeted and said, "Oh well, I thought it was a good fight." I was just like, "Yo, bro,
No, really, he's really that guy. Isn't
casually
he?
just started getting involved."
And everyone who's anyone just has that respect for him, right? Like, yeah,
It's crazy, just a simple little word.
yeah.
Like what?
Crazy, isn't it?
Hey, Geordie. Yeah, I was keeping him right as well because when we had him on the first Logan Paul KSI fight, he didn't have a fucking clue who any of them was. So I was like, mate, he has this guy, and you know what I mean? Now he's fucking their best mate. Like, they must have paid him millions at this point. We got a throne.
Why are they drawing this out so much?
This is going to be 12 o'clock by the
They've
time
really
they start
spoiled
throwing
it, haven't
punches.
they? Like, it's been flown nicely, and then till this, it's
Yeah, that Adelaide fight feels like a year ago.
Fact.
like, was it even? Yeah.
Yeah, that was the last fight. Can you believe it? We've been on an hour and a half
Mate,
since then or something.
if I was in the crowd as well, this is the thing, the alcohol ban.
Would you imagine
I know
no
what I'm
drink,
doing
no
now.
alcohol?
A couple of beers up at the bar, and it's like,
You know what I mean?
No, imagine the amount of small talk you'd have to make in this time.
Oh,
No, but people
Yeah.
are doing real networking. There's some real
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
people in this
There's
crowd.
deals being
Oh
signed
my
left, right, and
goodness.
centre, right? There's the Cameroonian flags, which obviously is Francis's home country, which that must be a mental thing for the country to have their own king on this stage. Like that's huge for them. I know he's got mad.
Oh, they both
support
coming
back
out in
home.
crowns?
And they've got a crown on Francis as well as the lineal mixed martial arts champion of the world.
I'd love him to win it, man.
Oh, mate.
There's no
Mate.
chance.
without
Nothing
doubt.
to make me happier.
No chance.
If that happened, I'm doing backflips. Like.
Everybody loves an underdog. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd be so happy. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Even if he hurts him and wobbles his legs for a bit, he's
That's a
won
win.
this fight.
That's a win,
Yeah,
isn't
we'll
it?
take that.
Well, payday wise, then he can go in and get more
That's it.
boxing fights, can't he?
Let's just say he does let's play. Well, we got fucking time. We know that. We get paid. Let's play matchmaker. Let's say he does decently, respectable, right? So maybe a little bit of a surprise. Who would you match him with in the boxing world?
Chisora takes that action straight away.
He
Chisora
takes
takes
it.
action
He takes
straight
it. But
away.
if you're his
I didn't
matchmaker,
even
you've
get
got to go
it. I mean,
straight. You've got to go straight for the big boys because the problem you would then face is if you match him against the likes of a Chisora and he then gets beat, you don't get the big payday against the big
What are
boys.
you saying? So AJ.
Hey, it's got to be AJ.
Straight away.
It's got to be AJ straight away.
Yeah, Eddie
Wilder.
would take that fight in a heartbeat, no doubt. Eddie'd be getting.
But
that
how
settled.
do you need it? You need a big show like this. Where do they go? Because it has to be better.
Yeah,
than
you
this.
need Prince Khaled to.
Yeah.
If Fury goes
Shut up,
points,
Prince
if Fury was to go points and win on points, then you could sort of see AJ. He's in a bit of limbo. He's waiting to
Yeah.
get one of them bigger fights. This is a sort of easier fight, maybe in perception for a bigger payday, and maybe then he could go, well, if I go and
I
stop him.
can't believe what the fuck Francis Ngannou on a gold throne stands up.
Mike Tyson
What
to the
a
side.
legend. What a mate! This man worked in the sand mines in Africa at 11 years old. Talk
Mental.
about coming from nothing.
No, this is a big moment.
Hero.
When you break
This
it
is-
down,
Mate,
this
he's a
is-
fucking hero. He's
this is-
literally struggled. He climbed through
Mike
borders.
Tyson
Mike
taking his
Tyson
crown
taking
off.
the crown off.
Yes, motherfucker.
Bro, what is
No.
I'd have
His
loved
mum-
Tyson to just
his-
go, just
his
pop
mum
that
is
there.
Wait, his family can't believe this happened.
the pride.
Do you imagine
Mike
the cry in
Tyson.
the mum?
Oh,
Yeah,
he put a poster of his mother meeting Cristiano on Instagram. He's like,
Flipping out.
this is when
Listen.
you made it. Mama, we did it. I love it. Yeah, he's the people's champ.
Mike
Fran.
Tyson takes the crown off you and sets it down.
That's it?
You've made it.
What a day. What a
made it.
day.
Is what's the matter with
Eminem ringside.
Aye,
Was
Tyson's
Tyson
walk.
limping there?
Tyson's walk. Yeah, I don't think he's ready for John Fury. You know,
He's limping.
with that walk that he's got right there. Nah.
He's pulling an injury already.
Nah, this is starting to feel like, you know
Has
when you just...
Tyson aged overnight as he's had too many mushrooms?
Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can never have too many mushrooms.
Yeah, I've never tried them, but I'm good. Kamaru and Adesanya.
No way.
The African brothers are in the house. We love it.
The optics are
Yeah,
crazy.
Wow.
if you was asking if Dana White
That
was
is powerful.
fuming,
Oh,
Dana
he
White
is now.
This is the three kings right here. They were
living.
anointed as the three kings
Liddell.
in the UFC with a middleweight, welterweight, and heavyweight
this is
titles,
so
and now they're
cool,
walking
though.
their man to the ring.
This is
Hey,
very
this
cool.
is very cool, you know.
Do you imagine seeing them 3 in a bar fight?
Oh,
when you're
mate.
out?
Mate, with
out of it.
whatever you want.
You spill the drink.
Yeah, if they want your
horrible,
girl,
man.
all right, fair enough.
I saw a picture of them plus Michael Venom Page
Oh,
and
yes,
Eubank.
that's
I
right.
said, let no one.
The squad.
Dude, that's a mad squad.
A horrible bar fight.
Yeah.
Fights.
Bro,
It was cool because I remember
Straight out of
Rogan having
insurance.
Kamaru on his podcast, and he was like, let's say they do the three kings in Africa, because they were talking about doing the pay-per-view there, and it's such a shame that they didn't do it when
That
they
would-
had them as champions, because it could have been like a Muhammad Ali type thing.
Rumble in the jungle.
And they said who would be the main event, and even Kamaru went, it's got to be Francis, because
Of course, he's the heavyweight.
He's the fucking heavyweight king, man.
Listen, I'm no heavyweight, but if I was the champion, I would have no shame in
Yeah.
the heavyweight. It's just
Yeah.
boxing is heavyweight boxing. Like it's as simple as that.
from the top down.
It's a shame we didn't see more mind games tried, because I really think Fury would have, if let's say Francis had all of the boxing skills, I think Francis is stone mentally, like he's not breaking, and I think we would have seen a really good mental battle here where Fury would have been like, oh shit,
Tyson's tried, but
not
Nganou's
engaging.
give him nothing. He's just
what?
Pac-Man,
Look
Pacquiao.
what he's been through in his life. He's chilling.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh wow, we got
please.
the legends.
He nearly left Riddick Bowe,
He's just
boy.
walked past Manny Pacquiao,
Riddick Bowe.
Ricky Hatton, Riddick Bowe,
Look at this hall. This hall
Oscar
is...
De La Hoya.
This is the literal Hall of Fame,
that
The
right?
way they
Whoever-
lined that
Hey,
up
that's
is crazy.
all-
Lennox.
No, that's all of
He's actually walking through the Hall of Fame.
That's
He's
the Hall of
walking
Fame.
through the
They've
Hall
got
of Fame.
Whoever coordinated this, they did a fucking
That's
great
the Hall
job.
of Fame.
You got Tommy
There's a
Fury
real
carrying
champ.
the back.
There's a real champ.
They've done a great
Look
job.
who's standing at the door, bro. Look
Lennox
who's at
and
the
Evander.
door.
Lennox and Evander.
Oh mate, that's so
Don't
sick.
piss me off. Those are the same people that AJ didn't land in.
They couldn't get in
couldn't
AJ's
get-
room.
Shouts out to whoever's idea this was. This
Oh yeah.
With Lennox said no more.
Yeah.
Say no more cameras. Nah. Lennox being the doorman is crazy.
Imagine Lennox Lewis as the doorman.
That's the last undisputed, bro.
No guy test.
You know
This
what?
is
You know
mad.
what? Let's think about this, right?
That's so cool.
Let's think about this.
no,
You're thinking already, aren't you? Fury-Usyk, undisputed. This is what they did for this. Imagine what that's going to be.
Oh my goodness.
In.
But who do you've already like?
Do you know what they should do?
I don't wanna
They might
sound
have shot
pressed,
their load
but
too
you've
soon.
blown your load.
Look, I'm not
It's gone.
saying,
Pause.
I
It's not even. It's real. Bro.
whoever wins, Lennox should put the belt on them. You were the last undisputed. You should crown the next.
Yeah. Oh
Big
my
facts.
goodness.
Lennox should be
It's
crowned.
crazy.
The powerful optics of that.
Like we've seen all them champions in that doorway, but everybody, we're talking earlier on about not really giving Lennox Lewis the respect. But when we seen him at the end,
Lost.
That's right.
there's
They
something
know.
about everybody knows.
got fucking
even
goosebumps.
They know.
even if it's not
Mate.
shouted from the rooftops, everybody know Lennox Lewis is the guy. You know what I mean?
When this fight got announced, a lot of us said we want Usyk, and we still would have rather had Usyk. But regardless of what happens in the fight now, mate, these lot have put on a spectacle,
Optics of
haven't
it.
they?
It's a show.
Look at this.
This is a show.
If you're Eddie Hearn at home watching
furious
this, you're,
right now.
you are
Isn't it
absolutely-
funny?
Eddie Hearn is
It's you know that little
furious.
wait that we've had. It's almost been forgotten about, isn't
Yeah,
it?
oh, yeah,
Just
yeah.
off that little
Just 2 walks.
going through that corridor, seeing them guys.
Does
Eddie
this
Hearn is
happen
punching.
without Misfits doing the whole Lamborghini shit? I don't know.
They set pace,
I think
Dave.
Misfits have really done something to be
I'm
fair to
telling
them.
you, Eddie Hearn is punching the air right now. Just furious at home.
Oh, I know.
Saying
His next-
writing up his.
Do you remember though?
His next
Let's not kid ourselves.
IFL interview is going to be insane.
Oh, mate. Remember, Fury, when he was 400 pounds, sat on the couch, fat as fuck. Eddie didn't want him. Didn't sign
yeah.
him. Mate, that was the biggest oversight,
Yeah,
possibly in
Oh,
the
look,
history of boxing.
It's
Yeah.
funny, look, you talk about the power that Ngannou, you said when he was in the room with him. Even then, when you see Tyson Fury sitting there, he doesn't have that presence like an Ngannou has. And he took his own crown off. He's just
He's
now.
running to the ring.
But you know what's so funny about him? He'll do this year, and he's so awkward about it. But
Yeah,
he'll just
no,
win.
that's what I mean.
But he'll just win though.
There's nothing
Bro,
smooth
I
about
saw
him.
this guy. I saw Deontay Wilder had the
Look at him.
most extravagant costume, yeah.
know.
And he came out with some Burger King style, throne, and he just beat him up.
Do you know what? It's a bit like Bellew, though. Like, Bellew was a bit like that. Like, you don't look like you should the way you fight.
Yeah.
Like, I think Fury's a bit like that.
He's just
I
gonna
love
win.
the commitment Fury's got to Paffin Sports.
Yeah.
He's just worn them Paffin Sports gloves his whole career, more or less. Like, everyone's in the Grants, everyone's in the Everlast.
He's repping the Austin 316 on the back. I rate it. Love it.
It's weird. It's like he almost gives
You
me
say Austin
every time I watch him.
You know, now it's Austin. It just belongs to him.
I'm pretty sure,
took,
yeah.
took the scripture, bro.
You know what I mean? The whole
Giving it up.
Yeah, bro.
Like,
That's
Wait there,
give that to Steve
what's,
Austin now.
What's he even wearing on his feet? Are they?
Just-
Are they? I thought they were trainers.
It's like
for a
running
second.
shoes.
But why
What
is,
about
John,
Converse?
why is John Fury got the chocolate Dell? Like, he's got
do you reckon
The
he did-
handlebars.
Yeah, the handlebars. Is
He looks.
crazy.
He's a Hell's Angel now. He's
Yeah,
changed.
yeah.
No, but do you know what the maddest thing? This shows the difference between MMA and boxing, even in the way you've just described Ngannou in the build. Like, Fury looks like a fucking long distance runner.
Yeah.
Fury is so tall and so lean. That's why when I met him, I'm like, you're not really that intimidating. But Ngannou, he's got this fucking frame. He's as wide as he is tall. And in MMA, you need that. You need to be able to wrestle. You need all that shit. In boxing, you've got
not
to be
gonna
able
help you.
Them arms are long distance runner arms, right?
Right.
Ay, Fury, man. This is the part of Fury that I like.
It's just that
He almost brings it back a little
This
bit.
is when I like Fury, like just like this, like.
Oh, mate, agreed.
Yeah.
This is.
yeah.
Oh,
He's
man.
always been.
I love
He's
him.
actually been one of the guys who's tried the pantomime thing over the years,
That's right.
costumes, but it's never really sat right in the boxing world. But like when you see him just
He
keeping it
didn't do
real,
it. You know what?
He's
He
just
hasn't
a
got any
character.
style, man.
That's right.
You
He's
watch
just a
him with the
character.
guy.
Hey, look,
He's
look,
not
look,
Prince
look,
now.
look, look, go straight over. This is Fury's funny, man. But
just
I
a
just wish
character.
he just cut out all the other
He's much. Do
bullshit.
you not think he's much better when he doesn't try? He just bees himself.
yeah.
When he tries to be too much, I'm like, oh.
Just,
Because I was a fan of that that era of David Price and the Tony Bellew
Yeah.
call out, all that madness.
You big stiff idiot. I'm going to do you some serious harm.
Mate.
They're going to need 10 plumbers when I'm done with you. That was mental, that, when you think about it. And your boyfriend.
Yeah, my
Fuck
bro.
me.
Yeah, you and you.
You and
Gay
your
lover.
He
Fuck
went
me.
mad.
That was
I'm
mental.
feeling Michael Buffer's really aging on.
Mate, he can't help it, you know. It's not his fault.
I know, man.
just how it goes,
Your
bro.
childhood's just disappearing.
Oh man, I don't want to see him like that.
Oh, we got the Saudi Arabian flag in the
Oh,
background.
they got the Newcastle flag.
We got the Newcastle away, the third kick colours representing. Mate, I didn't give a fuck if we win a Premier League. I'll fucking salute it. No problem. Don't give a shit. Honestly, sports wash the fuck out of St. James's. I'm here.
Just give me that title.
Jesus,
man.
it was so funny when the Tonali ban kicked in, and I was like, "Oh my, I'm so depressed right now." And then it was like, Newcastle are interested in a loan move for
Hilarious.
for the
Ruben
Wolves.
Neves, yeah.
Ruben Neves.
Hilarious.
I'm mate.
I didn't see that one coming.
Hilarious.
So there for
Just send him back over there. It's like, oh, don't worry, we'll make this loan work.
mate. Saudi Arabia are like the genie in Aladdin. They
Yeah,
make
yeah,
everything
yeah.
come true, mate. Love
Mate,
them.
did you not see with the Chelsea players? We were getting loads of players loaned out to sent to Saudi Arabia all of a sudden. We're like, couldn't believe our luck. We're recouping our money on Koulibaly and Mendy and these players. And then they go, yeah, there's Saudis in the private equity firm that bought Chelsea. And it's like, yeah, of course there is.
Nice one. We got the Gymshark are on the actual robe. Fair play. That's actually pretty cool. The Cameroonian flags now flying.
The
I'm
national anthem's
assuming
probably playing then.
there's a bit of an anthem going on.
Yeah.
We can't hear it.
This almost, because of this production, this almost doesn't even need to be a good fight anymore. You just kind of just like, nah, this is...
That's what I
This
feel
just
like with
looks cold.
Misfits. That's what people miss the point. It's like, bro, you didn't sign up for the best boxing you've ever seen in your life. You wanted the show. You got the show.
Well, they knew that maybe this fight's not going to be a long one. So they're just like, let's do this.
I know we've all sort of predicted it, but now we can see them both in the ring. Is anyone's minds changing in terms of, is there any jeopardy
Not
here? Can
even.
anything happen here?
I think there's jeopardy in terms of Ngannou's a powerful man, but I just think Fury is going to be. If Fury takes him seriously, he'll be fine, innit? Like, I'd love it though. I'd absolutely love it.
Our national anthem's not long, so they should be getting on soon, man.
Yeah, you see him doing his. Fury's getting that jittery style going in the corner there, practicing.
Even that little run, that little lap
He's
he
been
did.
doing that, running into the ring. He done it for in the Wembley one as well. He just
Oh, is
ran
it?
to- yeah,
Mate, I
sprinted.
tell you what, I was at the Dylan
Brilliant.
White fight at Wembley. The atmosphere for that ring walk was ridiculous.
It was a quality walk-in, wasn't it?
He come out. I think he come out to Biggie,
And
and then all of a sudden it just cuts, and then Sex on Fire by
Yeah.
things, and then mate, he runs to the ring. Everyone
Brilliant.
was just-
Everyone was running with him as well.
Mate, it was crazy.
Yeah.
It was absolutely mad.
What's Rio wearing sunglasses inside for? Come on, mate. Who are you?
He's going for the moment.
Nah, but come on.
So
Come on,
he's a
man.
Premier League great.
He knew Mike Tyson was going to be
Great
there.
Mate.
defender. He's a Premier League great.
You're not the fighter.
He's the Premier League.
Remember when Rio decided to take boxing? Oh,
I remember.
sad.
Why
Yeah,
was that?
Richie Woodall was training him.
But
remember?
there was a betting.
He didn't
company
fight, did
and
he?
Everything.
What happened? He
No,
didn't
no,
fight in the end.
Basically, he was stiff as a board, so they fucked it off. Like, and I don't say that with
I
him.
He
remember,
was
I remember
early,
tweeting
though.
him. I
He
remember
was-
calling him out on the Twitter. I was just like, I'll have it.
You and everybody else have to say in the past.
Yes.
Fuck me. It was a question of who's worse, him or the cricketer. Remember the cricketer?
Oh,
yeah,
man.
Flintoff.
That was sad.
That was
Yeah.
nuts.
Yeah, Freddie.
This is crazy, man.
Yeah, there's an Australian guy, yeah, heavyweight. He was an ex-rugby player or something.
yeah,
and
he
didn't
beat
he beat
Someone.
Lucas Brown?
Lucas
Oh,
Brown,
snap,
yeah,
yeah.
he did that.
Yeah, rugby players, mate.
Yeah.
That-
And Lucas
Alex
Brown,
Volkanovski's
Lucas
a
Brown, like I know
former-
Lucas
yeah,
Brown was on the gear at the time, but he beat Chagiev. Like Lucas Brown wasn't that bad
But
at one
Lucas
point.
Brown
He
took
could
one of the
punch.
greatest knockouts ever.
Yeah.
Him getting to sleep like that.
Dillian.
Was it Dillian?
Dillian, yeah.
Dillian
Yeah,
put
yeah.
him to bed.
Did you ever see the clip of there was like a lot of controversy around the Dave Allen?
The body
the,
shot.
the body shot, because there was a bit from in the corner before, and Lucas Brown goes to. You should look this up if you haven't seen it, because
Haven't seen
I didn't see. I thought completely legitimate shot. That's going to drop anyone. It's sticking in. There's a bit right before in the corner. Lucas Brown goes down in the next round, and the bloke that his trainer sort of goes, "What?" And he goes down in the next round, and he goes. Like, and watch the clip yourself, because it sounds like I'm over dramatising it. When you watch it, you'll be like,
Okay.
mad.
I've not seen that.
I need to
Lucas,
check that out, boy.
definitely
No
watch it.
fucking
Definitely
way.
We're
watch
gonna have a
it.
look at that.
Down in the next round.
You've got
yeah.
Vince McMahon and The Undertaker. on
Look
the
at no, but Vince
there
looks
anyone who
straight.
isn't there?
Vince doesn't look good though.
No, Vince has got a cane.
Vince
He
has
can't.
got a new-
Look at Frank Warren looking
Vince has
like.
got that weird
Yeah,
porno
must-
tash
yeah,
as well. He looks like
yeah.
a villain. Like,
So we all saluting Frank Warren for this great night of boxing that we're seeing.
He's gonna have a sit down with Omar about an hour and a half about how great this
Eddie
was.
wouldn't give you that, eh? Would he? Do me a favour.
do me a favour. I love that.
What's Eddie Hearn's angle going to be for the next IFL? Did you see how long they had everyone sitting there after the co-main?
Yeah.
You think that would happen?
I feel like Eddie should be on the ropes after this though, like because you've got two Usyk fights back to back. You're lining things up here. You're building stories.
The only way this works for Eddie is if this guy pulls off the unthinkable.
Oh, Eddie will
if he
professional
if he
debut.
pulls off the unthinkable.
Pro debut,
hell.
37 years old. Pro debut for Francis Ngannou.
It's ridiculous.
I'm really like. I love this geezer. Like, I really want him to just do okay. That's all I'm thinking, you know? Like,
Yeah,
come on.
I don't want to see him hurt whatsoever. Like, it's,
Yeah. It's going to happen, but yeah.
Oh man, Uncle.
Come on.
Don't worry,
Big Frano.
I worry for him, bro.
Bro, he's getting paid. He's
Yeah,
very
yeah.
content.
Has he been stopped many times in MMA?
No, never.
Has he ever lost?
He's lost but he had a couple of dodgy fights where mentally he wasn't there and there wasn't a lot of action, but he's never ever come close to being like
Beaten up.
actually. I tell you like Stipe Miocic, who's considered the heavyweight GOAT, when Francis didn't know how to wrestle, he went in there and got out wrestled for 5 rounds. But you know what he did? He fucking gutted it out, and he got like, even though he lost, he was like right there to the bitter end, like took the beating like a man, came back, learned how to wrestle, beat the fucking shit. Because like then Stipe tries to wrestle him again, and it's like, I know how to wrestle now, bitch. You're fucked. And he just destroyed him in about 7 minutes. And that was considered the heavyweight greatest of all time, and Francis put him to sleep big time.
Fury looks like he's in good shape, you know, on his toes.
He looks like the
A bit of
Wilder,
bouncy,
Wilder Fury, doesn't he?
Yeah, a bit of bounce in his.
He looks like Wilder 3 Fury.
Yeah.
Well good enough for this.
Wilder Free Fury, in terms of his camp, was really bad though, wasn't it? He was sleeping on the
saying?
hospital
What's
floor,
Yeah.
and that he was
Yeah.
saying his wife.
Oh, right.
Usyk, there you go.
Wilder 3 or Wilder 2? That's what he looks
Mate,
like. Fuck me, Francis.
Every
chiseled, isn't he?
time Fury faces off with someone, I just have to remind myself, you are
He's
so
serious.
tall.
He's locked in,
You're
though.
massive.
They're both locked in. They're both locked in. Come on, guys.
I don't think there's any fear in Francis, though. That's one thing I'll give him. I don't think he's scared or anything like that.
The journey
'Cause
that he's
I felt
had.
like Chisora and White were beaten before the ring walk.
We'll see
Yeah.
once it
They
starts.
didn't
man.
even. White barely even went for it.
Is anyone
Chisora-
nervous or is it just me?
My heart's going like, really?
I'm feeling a bit of nerves. I don't understand where
I'm
this
not
has come from.
at all. Your imagination.
This is Rocky Balboa, Apollo Creed, but you know,
Oh, man.
the other way around.
Does Francis
man.
Ngannou just run across the ring at him? And
More than likely. You see Usyk telling the cameraman to go away.
It's on.
Fury goes in with a big shot early.
Comes in straight after him.
Okay.
Fair play, like he's.
Francis.
He said he wouldn't fuck around, Fury.
Oh, I don't know about that. All the weight on the front foot, flicking that jab.
Fury's a big guy, man.
Oh, good right hook from Fury, and he's calling it. He's talking that shit early.
Yeah, he's talking to him.
Is it a quick payday just in here?
We'll see. Because at this pace so far, Ngannou's like not really be able to land anything.
The time for everyone watching is 2 minutes 22 seconds. Sorry guys, we haven't got the timer on tonight.
Wow. Hey, shit.
Francis isn't really going crazy like I wanted him to.
He's being patient.
He's waiting. He's got to wait for it.
But we'll see if there's anything behind the patience, because you know sometimes the posturing, there's
Let's
nothing
see
behind
what
the
happens
posturing.
in this. Let's see what happens in this grapple here, though.
Yeah, the referee's straight in.
There's no way Fury's going to out-wrestle Francis, so you can forget that. Straight up, that's
I just
not
want to
happening.
see who's using that size.
Fury's trying, but it's not
Fury's
going to
trying.
work. Francis is a he knows Greco-Roman wrestling.
But the referee's already trying to separate it, so Francis had stopped.
Come on, Frano. Come on, son. Just throw one big straight fucking right. Come on. Fury's constantly anticipating the comeback, though, isn't he? He's not committing to anything here, as much as he said he would. He's
As
waiting.
far as Ngannou's shape, like as a boxer, his stance and the way he's moving, I'm like, okay, it's not as bad as I imagined.
Not as bad as it could be.
Yeah.
Look at Fury. He doesn't want anything to do with him right now. He's backing off, and everything is to draw the power out of Francis. There's none of this. He's not trading with Francis at all here.
Because that's the only chance
He
that he's got.
don't, he don't need to. It'd be stupid to
I
do
understand
That's
that,
right.
but that's not what he said. Do you know what I mean? Tommy Fury. The Furies talk a lot.
Decent body
but
shot
what
there.
they
Yeah,
it was
actually
decent,
do is
wasn't it?
another
That was a good body shot.
Do you know what it is? Francis is a lot calmer than I thought he was going
Yeah,
to be.
for real, he's very patient in there.
Yeah.
For a new
Good body
boxer.
shot again.
But
For his
what I would
debut.
say is
For his debut.
Fury hasn't started letting his
He
hands
hasn't,
go
yeah.
yet. So let's see how patient he is when he's actually coming under fire.
Well,
Because at
this
the
is
minute,
thing. This is the thing. You know how you were talking earlier about Fury's natural gas tank? Francis doesn't have that. Francis isn't like that. Francis is a sprinter,
Go on,
right?
go on.
So Fury could just do this for 6 rounds, and Francis will be way more tired than him.
That's very true.
And then he'll turn on the afterburners and get him out of there.
My only frustration with guys,
good shot, good right hand from Fury there.
That
Left
was.
hook, right hand combo.
So when Fury goes in for the attack, it's there for him.
Yeah. My only frustration with MMA guys is that none of their other shots outside of the big 1-2s tend to have power.
Because they don't have the feet
That's
underneath
right.
them.
Yeah. That's right.
the difference.
It's just arm shots. It's just touches to land.
Fury is, look, I don't want to say he's doing it in the same way Lomachenko or Usyk does, but he is downloading information here. He's seeing what feints.
gathering that data.
He's seeing what sort of feints are selling here.
Yeah.
And as we were sort of predicting about Ngannou, from what I'm seeing there, he does look quite reactionary to when certain shots are
that's
thrown.
right,
When
that's
Fury's
right.
fainting down to the stomach, you see that lead hand dropping.
The knockout shot would be a feint to the solar plexus and then a big right hand
The
down
thing
the
that
See,
annoys
this is
me-
what I was looking at. I was thinking
Yeah.
it's going to be...
The thing that annoys me though is with fighters like Francis Ngannou, because of misfits, I've had a lot of this now where MMA guys come over, powerful guys come over, they always overestimate their ability. Mate, you've got 9 minutes of fucking energy.
That's right.
Don't
Scrap.
waste it by trying to fuck around.
Yeah.
Get into him. That 3 minutes there, even though he didn't do a great deal, it's draining and draining. Every second that goes by, you're wasting time, man.
Do you know over the last 5 years how many minutes that Ngannou's actually been in the octagon? I was saying this to you off air, wasn't I? He's been in the octagon less than half an hour.
I know.
Over 5 years. And Fury's done over something, if you count it up, like 150 minutes or something like that. So
Let's
it's
be
like-
real.
That was a
Fury
decent
did
shot.
virtually
That's a
nothing
great
to Francis.
But that was a decent
That's
shot
a
and
great
Ngannou
punch.
took it well.
It was virtually nothing outside of that, though. We've seen 2 punches land in the entire round, so
Yeah.
we know Fury's
But
giving him.
it's the ability to get there.
Yeah,
and do
but
that.
I'm just saying Fury's giving him a certain level of respect there. He's not just walking. We
no,
wanted
yeah.
to know, can Fury get him out there whenever
Yeah.
he wants? And right now, he's not acting like that. I'm not saying he won't, but
Yeah. I
Go on,
think the
Francis.
shots that Fury does land are a bit more telling to let you know that once they put them together, we're going to have problems.
absolutely.
I've sparred a lot of times with people that I feel like I'm better than, and I always make sure how many rounds are we doing, so I know beforehand. Okay, we got 6. I'm going to let you cook for 2, 3, and then
Of course.
try and go through the.
That's
gears
what
a
he's
little
gonna
bit.
do, yeah.
And that's what we're going
But
to see.
Francis isn't getting near Fury yet. He's not even getting.
Fury was a bit hesitant there as he went in for attack. He half pulled it.
Yeah.
Good little body shot again.
But there's unconventional things here, yeah. Like he's just throwing a left hook to the body. You'd think a right hand would follow. All of a
right.
sudden, he flicks up with a jab, and it's like, is that Daniel Levy in the background? It looks like him,
It
doesn't
probably
it?
is, man. I need Ngannou to start letting bombs go, man. 'cause
Nah,
your gas
this
tank
is a waste
is
of
not
time,
gonna be
mate.
good.
Unfortunately, this is what happens. I see it in Misfit
Hey,
all
good,
the time.
Good shot there.
Come on, Frano. Let the fucking hands go, son. And he's letting him fucking tie him.
There you go. That's no one's gonna be able to.
Is he
Oh,
cut him?
someone's bleeding. Who is
No
it?
one's gonna be able to
He's
do
cut
that.
him.
Who's bleeding?
Is that Fury bleeding?
It looks like
What?
Yeah, because he manhandled him in that little exchange just there.
Well, this
Freaking hell.
what could him though? I didn't see any sort of.
Francis is
I saw the
miles
blood
away.
there.
Francis's punches are like 4 inches
Don't go
short.
southpaw.
Right?
Don't start doing silly things.
He's just
just
trying though. Loads of
flip's
silly
sake. You're silly.
He has
Switch
to.
straight back. No, that's dumb. He's gonna get battered if he stays in southpaw.
Mate, I remember when
Look at this.
not Chisora, Dylan White come out in
Yeah,
Southpaw stance.
yeah,
and I
look
was
at that,
like,
look at
what
that.
are you doing?
The balance is all off.
He
from
needs to
Francis.
move back. Oh, I hate dumb decisions, man. This is what's
You never know, man. He's just trying.
You never know what.
He's fighting on.
Never know what.
that power shot does not want to be that close to Fury. His chance is his big right hand in Ngannou, I think. And I
As-
don't think.
thank
that-
you.
Yeah, look.
As soon as he switched, he's just been
Fury's
hit
cut.
consistently.
Is he cut
That's
or
true.
is he just
That's
bruised
true.
up?
I switch back, big man.
I think
He's
it's a
bleeding.
cut on the forehead for Tyson Fury.
Switch back, big man.
Yeah, switch back, man. You ain't got that type of experience to be playing silly games.
Okay, now
Hey, man, look at this,
Ngannou's
watch
trying to
this.
let a few bombs off
Watch
here.
this. There
Yeah,
you
that
go.
glitch, that
Hold
glitch
him.
was crazy still. He stopped him.
If he does, yeah, exactly.
That's what's brilliant.
Mate,
Back to
in a
what
real
can't
fight,
manhandle him. He
in a
can't-
real fight, Francis absolutely murks this guy, man. It's not even close.
Hey, but he can't manhandle him. This is nice to see. I've never Fury
Hold
usually.
on, hold on. Has Fury won this round to you guys, or is Ngannou winning the round?
Yeah, no, he's not. Ngannou's not really landing too much. Ooh.
Oh, go on, Ngannou.
till
Go
I-
on, Ngannou. Come on.
What? He's winning this round in my book.
Yeah, I think.
He has.
Where's Fury hitting with this round?
I feel like Fury should come out the Southpaw stance, let Ngannou stay in it.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing that for. He's
Fury-
not. He
Why
doesn't
is-
look comfortable.
hitting
does
and
he?
holding.
Fury is clinching with Ngannou to try and drain them big muscles.
That's right.
That
But
that
then it's
says
not-
so much about like
But
the
then-
respect he has. Fair play, like.
Go on, Ngannou. Go on. Hey,
Now
This is the thing. Francis
Ngannou
isn't
back
fighting.
in that orthodox
Francis is not
stance.
fighting like he normally
hey,
fights.
what are we looking at?
That's
But
a weird
what's
round.
annoying is, for me, I've watched Francis a million times. He doesn't fight like this normally.
No.
He normally lets his shots go way more than that.
But I've never seen Francis fight properly.
Yeah,
I'm not a
I've never
UFC
really-
fan, but I'm
Yeah,
impressed.
the cut is in
Here's
the
the
forehead.
thing, right?
He's looking
Here's,
okay.
here's the thing. Tell me if I'm wrong, lads. Honestly,
What?
is Tyson Fury respecting Francis Ngannou
Without doubt,
more
yes.
than Dillian White and Chisora?
Yes.
Because
He is.
I think he carried
He is.
them.
It's still early.
He
Let's-
is.
Possibly. Very
Right now, there's a lot of
possibly.
respect
It's still,
shown.
it's still early.
Look at this. Ow, shut
That's
up.
a good shot there still.
Wait.
Yeah, without
Because I
doubt,
feel
you're-
like Dillian White and Chisora did sweet fuck all.
They didn't have any moments like this,
Look
that's
at
for
this.
sure.
There you
But
go.
I
He
think-
couldn't manhandle him as well. This is the part where
Bang,
it's like,
little
bang.
bastard.
There you go.
Mate, in a real, oh my God, if Francis had this guy in the street, it would be bad for him, honestly.
This is impressive, though. I mean,
He shouldn't be able to do any of the stuff he's done so far. So he's won on many books right now.
Do you know what makes
He's
me...
about to just go get a boxing bag, though. He's about to
Oh,
get
yeah.
money in boxing.
It's true.
What is going
Come
on
on,
right
Frank.
now?
My concern is the gas tank.
Oh, mate, the gas tank's great. Mate, we got one more round, bro.
40%.
One more round.
40%.
I've got to be honest, I think I'm seeing something a little bit different here.
Talk to us.
It's just I don't know whether I'm that impressed, but I'm impressed by what Ngannou's done. But in terms of saying he shouldn't be able to do these things, I didn't think that Ngannou was never going to land a punch on Fury.
No, no.
I
fair
don't
enough.
think that was my perception going in that he was
had it
never going to
down.
land on him.
I thought he was going to get smoked.
I
by
just
Fury.
can't believe how
My-
little he's
from
throwing the right
My
hand.
perception going in was about 4 or 5 rounds in, we're going to look at Ngannou, he's going to be gassed and Fury's going to start to take over.
Will, he
and
enough.
he
on
just
the,
caught him with an
on the
uppercut.
chin
on the
there.
run of play, I
Fair
still
enough.
think
Caught
that's
with a little
probably the
screw
most
shot.
likely.
No,
Yeah,
fair
that
enough.
screw shot is actually one he likes to throw by the looks of it.
I
I've
just
never
thought-
seen him throw that in MMA.
Oh,
Go on, Francis, Francis, on, Francis, come on.
What am I
Come
looking
on,
at?
Francis.
Francis!
Just a punch landed. I'm
Is this
celebrating.
real?
Yo.
Okay.
What is going on?
Yo, this is...
Wait a minute. Is everyone... Are we all locked in?
It's a bit mad.
Is this happening for real, guys?
I honestly had Fury dominating every second of this fight. So-
Literally.
So this is random territory right now.
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's almost like
I had to sit up, bro. It's like you're playing...
Fury's having to
I
work.
know he hasn't done anything massive, but just landing punches has got me hyped right now. I don't give a shit.
No, don't go southpaw with him. Don't go
because
southpaw with him.
Ngannou's essentially
But here,
controlling
this
the
is where the
action.
power is. Look
Look at that squeeze.
Look, he's saying, nope, not today, bro. You're not carrying me.
Oh, no way.
You're not carrying me
this leaning
anywhere.
on you.
Stay
You're
orthodox.
the wrong.
I don't like the fact that he goes southpaw just because Fury does. That's a sign of real, low IQ. He's got to stay orthodox.
He's in orthodox now. He's going to stay orthodox
Yeah.
here.
Keep him
It's
there.
like, it's like he knows he says he likes to lean on top of people, but as soon as he gets close, he pulls them in close so he can't get on top.
Do you know the funny thing is Francis isn't really biting on any of these feints
Nothing.
from
It's so
Fury.
true.
Look at them. Look.
And those little shots
And then he
when
comes
he breaks
back
the
when he
clinch.
breaks as well. It's brilliant.
But I don't actually think it's because Francis is
Fury
being
loves
really
that little
smart.
rabbit one that he flicks out.
Francis doesn't really bite on feints ever. He's just doesn't really think about it.
He stayed at
On
quite
what
a
we've seen,
calm pace.
first 3 rounds, I think Ngannou can get in there with other boxers.
I can
and-
agree with that.
This might be a hell of
I'm not saying he beat him. I'm saying he can get in
He
there.
can exist. He can exist.
There you go.
He's a way better boxer.
There you
Tyson Fury! Oh my God! Tyson Fury has dropped! Fucking hell! Let's go!
Are you
the
mad?
lineal mixed martial arts champion of the world!
Are you
just
mad?
dropped Tyson Fury! The
That's
fat
it.
man is down!
go!
Put the phone down on me! Francis fucking dropped you! Put the phone down on me!
Oh
You've
my
just been
days.
dropped by
One
Francis!
more.
He's his
Are
fucking
you
boxing
mad?
debut!
Are you mad?
Oh my goodness!
On his boxing debut, drops Tyson Fury.
Ngannou, just relax,
What
bro.
the
Just
fuck?
relax.
Ngannou.
Let the round end. Let the round end. I know
Ngannou.
you're tired. I know you're tired.
Ngannou, I can't believe it! Yes! Come on! That's what I'm talking about!
Yo.
African power, blood!
I'm not from Africa, but come on.
Look at his face!
Oh my
You know what?
days.
You look, this is what happened here. When I was predicting that Fury's gonna win, you should know my predictions are always wrong, blood.
Do you know what it is,
Listen.
though? What I say to you, in a
know that.
real fight, Francis Ngannou kills Tyson
Look at that
Fury.
shot.
Kills that fat bastard. Come on.
Nah, I know my dad.
Come on.
I know my dad is getting crazy with
Do you
the
know
voice
what
note
happened?
on
By
WhatsApp
the way,
right now.
by the way, for everyone wondering what happens in a real fight, you want to know what happens? You see that bit where Tyson Fury goes down?
Yo.
Francis Ngannou ground and pounds this man to
Look
death.
at his face. He's
To
like,
death.
Wait, guys.
death.
I want to hear from. Wait, bro. That's it. I need to hear from you. You're the only Fury fan at the table.
Well, listen, to answer the question, listen, to answer the question, does the power translate over to boxing?
Absolutely.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
Absolutely.
Okay, but we
Sight
need to
sealed
hear
delivered.
from our Fury correspondent.
Listen,
We're live now with the Tyson Fury brigade.
Yo,
He's already won.
yo,
mate.
burner
Won.
account Twitter is in
Francis
hell.
just won. Francis won.
Burner
It's
burner
over.
account Twitter is
Yeah.
in hell right now.
Yeah.
Tyson Fury needs to wake up now because
Oh, mate. Tyson
been-
Fury's in
He
panic.
will. He will wake up.
he's too tentative. He's
Shut up.
Come on, Francis.
Shut up.
Kill him.
Francis.
Come on, Francis.
Francis, don't piss me off.
Come on, Francis. This is the biggest. Oh, my God.
Yo, this. Hey.
Oh, you're in a fight now.
Nah,
Fucking-
you ain't no fight, Fury.
You're in
This
a
is
fight now,
mad.
Fury.
Nice.
With a debut.
This was supposed to be a fucking training camp for Usyk, and the
deputy-
man's just put you down.
Nah, not looking slick as well. Piss off.
Oh,
What
mate.
the fuck is this?
Listen, he's jabbing the check hook. Oh, mate, the check hook. I can't believe
no.
what we're watching.
listen. Is this
No.
the greatest professional heavyweight debut?
Oh, this is the greatest
is
debut
the
we've
best
ever
debut.
seen.
Like,
in pro boxing ever.
Straight into
debut.
heavyweight boxing with a
Straight
champ.
with the fucking champion.
That's it. Jack
like-
from Fury.
Hold
All right,
on a
Fury's just
second.
found this.
Mate, I expect Francis to lose this even now, but the fact that you dropped him
There you go. Look,
proves
you can't
can't
wrestle
rough this
me.
guy up.
You can't wrestle me, bro. Talking to him. Are you mad?
that's my favourite moment in boxing history.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
my favourite moment in boxing
Now
history.
low blow.
Now, low blow as well.
Referee, low blow. Talk to him.
There you go.
Talk to Tyson.
There you go.
Referee, have a word.
Hey.
Low blow.
Cook him now. Cook him now. You
Take
got
a point.
Listen.
Listen, this is. Did you know what you were talking earlier on about the decline of Tyson Fury?
I fucking said
Listen,
it.
There we go.
You think he's
Wait,
beating
wait,
Usyk?
wait,
There we go. There we go. Go on, Tyson.
look,
Wait.
he doesn't look very.
Come on,
comfortable.
Fury.
He looks tired. He looks slow.
Shit.
Has he
Mate,
aged?
if you think he beats Usyk like this, you're fucking.
Oh my
you're
gosh,
like-
look at this.
Come on, Francis. Throw the bitch round. Come on.
You see this? You see this?
Listen.
Look at this.
Listen.
You see this mauling game plan that Fury's trying to do? He's just trying to walk him forward and push him back.
You can't do that.
Against
can't.
Usyk, that's all he's going to be trying to do.
But you know what it is? This. Oh my God, he looks vulnerable.
He does.
No, but Tyson's
I've not
growing
seen
into
Tyson Fury look.
Tyson, come on.
Tyson's gonna grow
figuring
into
him
this
out.
fight.
Tyson's
Tyson's
figuring
growing
him out.
into it.
You can't let him though.
Listen, Nevin Pajic has dropped him. It doesn't
only-
matter.
the only
like,
thing is,
he
I
can
gotta
be
get
dropped.
dirty.
We know that's no news to us. We know he
Mate,
can be
look
dropped.
at
We
it.
didn't think he was going to be
On the
dropped in.
road.
No,
we
we
know
never-
it can happen.
Ngannou needs to get. He
Our
needs to
Fury
get that dirty.
correspondent. Our Fury correspondent says, "Don't be surprised by this. We are surprised in a pro boxing." Ah!
Tyson.
Oh God!
the only
almighty.
thing is, I will say, Ngannou looks slightly tired.
He
Of
does.
course he does.
Come on, Tyson. There's
His
a shot.
mouth's wide open.
Yeah, he is. He's definitely.
But-
captain.
Tyson doesn't look balanced though.
No, he doesn't.
Francis hasn't got long. Francis hasn't got
Francis
long.
ain't got long. Tyson.
We've already won, lads. We've already won.
We've
I
already
don't
won.
care what
It's very true.
We've already won. Fury
Listen,
got dropped by
No,
the guy.
if
on
you
his
ain't already
first
won,
fight.
you got to win to win.
No.
The moral victory.
This is a humiliation for Fury, and everyone fucking knows it. And if anyone says Usyk can't beat this guy after that, I don't know what.
Look at him.
what
He
it
looks.
takes.
He looks
Mate,
sloppy.
Fury will
Yeah,
get
he is.
schooled by Usyk.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's not even going to be hard, man.
Good shot.
Wait
It's
a
not
minute.
even gonna be hard.
So are you telling me that this guy should be champion right now? It shouldn't
Listen,
even, because you know
day
how they're
one.
saying Dubois should have won that belt, and they said Usyk should have given Dubois those belts. Are you telling me right now that this is supposed to be the champion?
Maybe.
No.
Listen.
You know what? This is fucking great. This is
This
the best.
is
Listen,
insane.
Sugar Hill looks extremely worried.
He should be.
He can see that his
Bloody
guy does
hell.
not look himself. You know what I mean?
Do you know why? Because when you fight a man who's come from the Sinai's of Africa, 11 years
Yes.
old, and he come all the way from that,
Yes.
he smuggled shit over the front, he learned how to box, he fought the mixed martial arts, and now he's beating the shit out of a boxer in his first fight for the heavyweight title.
Let's go.
Come on,
Tyson's
Francis.
like, where's the red carpet? Like,
Honestly.
Jesus.
You want the red carpet?
Like,
Welcome.
Oh man.
Welcome to Saudi
If I
Arabia.
could grow hair, could I play Francis Ngannou in the biopic?
I think you could be great.
I need to see what
You
I
could
can
be
do.
great.
Because this is a Hollywood story, bro.
Mate, Francis told me the women were always good. The women really are going to be good now. The women are going to be all over Francis.
This is
I
incredible.
can't believe what I just saw.
Look at Larry Holmes.
Larry Holmes.
He don't know what to make of this.
Imagine,
All the legends.
imagine all the legends looking at him struggling with a day one boxer.
Oh
Yeah.
my
No.
goodness.
Shocking, mate. You
Like-
call yourself the Gypsy King?
He's got to get it
Hell,
done soon
Oh,
as well.
Tyson, get on it now.
But the maddest thing is Ngannou just
Oh!
Good shot there.
Oh,
bloody hell. Ngannou don't.
Both men
Ngannou,
landing
don't
there, and Ngannou with a
Ngannou,
right
don't
hand,
go
Fury with a
crazy.
little right screw shot.
Ngannou's not meant to be putting a glove on this man.
Nah.
He's not supposed to be.
Like,
I never imagined it would be like this at all.
his feet don't look
I
great.
said no chance.
Every time we've spoken about this fight, it's been 0.009 shots.
The only thing, like, Ngannou's looking tired.
Stop
Come on.
going southpaw. I don't like the decisions he's making in
Come
there.
down the
either.
pipe with the right hand.
What?
now.
Did he land?
There you go.
He's got some power there, you know.
Yeah.
damn right.
Whoa! What is this explosive power?
I told you he's the hardest hit I've ever seen.
And
in my life.
his reach is a lot longer. Like, when I'm seeing it in him with here,
Hey,
Fury.
the left hand. Okay.
Nope, Fury's ready. Look, and he's got the. You can't hold me.
Lovely,
You can't
lovely.
hold me.
Look at him.
Lovely.
He's
Talking
big
to him.
brother in Fury.
Talking to him. Don't piss me off. But just stay
The southpaw.
stay alert, though, big man.
He
Stay
is a
alert.
scary man.
Stay
I
alert.
told you. I've never seen anything like it, man. I was in my podcast just thinking, please don't hurt me.
This is
I don't want to
insane.
ask the wrong question. I want to leave here with my teeth.
No.
Oh my goodness.
Listen.
Stay alert, though, bro. This is Fury we're talking about.
Well,
Oh,
Same
mate,
time.
mate,
All I can
doesn't
hear-
matter, man. He's already won.
In my head, all I can hear is my dad saying, "You're gonna be surprised. Trust me." And every single time he said that, I'd be like, "Oh,
Do you know
Dad,
what he's
relax."
punching though, Tyson Fury? I've not seen them punches that he was putting on Wilder. He's punching. There's nothing on his shots. He's not really. I know Sugar Hill said go and get him out of there now, and he's not doing
Mate.
that. He's hesitant.
Man, what's mad is that he's switching southpaw
He's
back
switching,
and forth.
yeah.
And it's not.
He feels comfortable.
Real talk,
Oh,
lads.
lovely
Real,
little
real
uppercut
talk
there.
as well. though.
Hey.
Real talk. Francis Ngannou's face is used to 4-ounce gloves from big motherfucking heavyweights. Like, as
hear
much
it,
as
but-
Fury can hurt him, I'm not saying he can't.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
this man is used to serious punishment.
This is.
This is
It's going
incredible.
to take a fair
That
bit.
is
It's going to take a lot of tiredness.
Straight back at him with the
back.
uppercut.
And he left something there.
Yeah,
he left something on him.
He left some swelling.
a
there.
little blinking.
His golden shot that he put Dylan White in, he just it returned.
Do you know
like
what?
that.
Do you know what
returned
this
it
is
to
part?
centre.
Do you know what's funny about this? Right?
Said back to centre.
You
Yo, this-
keep taking easy fights, and all of a sudden, when you're in a real fight, you might get fucking surprised.
This is incredible.
This is.
Oh, great
Good
shot from
1-2.
Fury.
Nice
Lovely
shot.
1-2.
Good 1-2
back
from
to him.
Fury.
But
That's
you
a
know
big
what's so
1-2.
crazy is
And
Francis
Ngannou's
said,
starting to slow down
no,
now.
Francis said, I'm staying here.
Mate, Francis
I'm not
smashed the
backing up
body
on that
shot
one.
in
Plenty of
afterwards.
fighters say that sort of stuff when they get out of a shot.
He's got to do something to show like Ngannou that he can hurt him. Right now, I don't think he's hurt Ngannou yet.
I don't
He's
think
landed
he has.
some shots, but he's not rocked him to be like, oh,
He's not
shit,
stamped his authority on this fight
Yeah.
whatsoever. Like, listen, if we're scoring this, who's winning the rounds?
Well, Ngannou's
stopped
Ngannou's
scoring.
1-2.
I stopped scoring.
Ngannou's 1-2 out of 5, and one of them he had a knockdown in. And Fury, I'd say, was 1-3.
Jesus
Might-
Christ.
I stopped scoring.
Wait, do you
I've not
Who won,
even- I'm
who
not
won this
gonna
last
lie.
round? Because
I've stopped scoring.
I've
I've
lost
been
my
First
enjoyment.
round.
I don't know
First
what's going
round,
on.
I'd say Fury.
okay, yeah.
Second round, was that the round with the knockdown? Or was that the third?
No, I think it was.
No, second round was.
So I gave Ngannou the knockdown round and one more round.
Okay, cool.
Which
I think
takes
that's probably
it to
fair.
3 rounds. So I think it's level on points if
I
you
think
include
you're
the
the most
knockdown.
level-headed man here.
I've just
I think
been
we should-
watching this. I've just been but
I'm
then
trying to-
again, as a super Fury fan, so
You got to understand, yeah.
There's a lot going on.
I expected Fury to smoke Ngannou. This is all
you know what
mad
it is?
territory for me right now.
I just didn't think he was
but
going
then
to
he
be able
set
to
forward
get
and his
close
uppercut.
and land
Watch
shots.
this.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. That's the thing. Like, and I'm not trying to like, talk anyone down. But
Didn't even
a lot
land
of
like
a
that.
lot of the cheers, rightly so. Obviously, you want Ngannou to do well. A lot
Yeah.
of the cheers I'm hearing coming from you lot aren't on shots that landed.
We just can't
a lot,
believe he's
a
still
lot of
here.
them aren't on
Do you know-
shots that
'cause-
connected.
No, we
I'm
just can't
actually-
believe he's
I'm
still
actually
here.
sitting watching this, and I'm like, okay.
You're the most level-headed
It's-
person here, mate.
Yeah,
We
no,
absolutely-
listen,
My
I'll
head-
make
I
no
haven't got
secret
a
of it.
clue.
I want Fury to win this fight.
I've lost
also,
my voice,
but-
man. I've absolutely gone.
We just can't believe he's
I'm
still
just
here.
confused.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
be
like-
real.
I think realistically we should expect Fury to step on the gas
It
now
should, yeah,
and
because-
take over. But the point is, what we've seen already is enough for the
can sell
Francis
this.
Ngannou legend.
He's
Oh, yeah.
given a good account of
Absolutely.
himself.
Absolutely.
It's 6
Absolutely.
rounds in now, and he's
Fury
It's
is
enough
gonna,
for him to get more paydays.
Fury is
if he
gonna
lost every round but dropped Fury, it's enough for him to get more paydays in boxing.
Oh, did he land on Fury's
Paris
chin just
Hilton.
there?
think he landed
Paris
that,
Hilton must
mate.
be
I
sitting
don't
in the
think he
crowd
landed
thinking,
that.
"Daddy, you need to
Mate.
end this now."
I would love him to
I
knock
would
him
hate
down
to be
again.
his wife right now.
What's Frank
Good
Warren
left hook there.
thinking?
Good left hook there from Fury.
Oh,
I'd love him to knock him out again, drop him again. Beautiful. This is what we
do you know what
need.
it is? He just his hand speed's not looking great. Fury's like,
He doesn't look clean.
Not
Let
getting
me real
out-
talk,
he's
man.
not getting out quick enough as well.
No, everything's-
I understand that this is a different fight of the Usyk fight, but if Fury comes in like this against Usyk, he's getting
Game.
swept.
oh yeah, it's
Easy.
Swept.
In all honesty, do you think he
Oh,
will
that's a
come in
good
like
body
this?
shot.
Francis!
Good body shot.
Do you think he
Good.
will come in like this against Usyk?
Mate, we can only hope.
I don't. But
You lot,
but the fact-
you lot overlooking Francis. Forget about Usyk.
Yeah,
this
fact.
is where it's at. This fight here is it's a problem.
Yeah, still happening.
What are we talking about? We're talking about the next fight. Look,
Nah, you're right. You're right.
he's in a fight.
He has to get through this. He has to get through this.
You lot trying to get into the future, bruv. This guy is fighting for his life.
He's right here tonight in front of legends.
Oh my
Flipping hell.
goodness.
that was my favourite moment in fighting history.
It's a good job the
was,
British
wasn't it?
Boxing Board of Control sanctioned this because this ain't an exhibition.
Okay,
It's not.
so let's-
This is 2
let's-
men
Here
trying to win
Comes
here.
champion.
let's flip the script. How do you think Joshua would do up to this point
against Francis.
against Francis?
don't know, man.
I actually think Anthony Joshua would do way better.
Maybe a little bit
Up and
better.
down.
Yeah,
Like,
stylistically,
this
maybe
is,
a little
This
bit
is
better.
where styles make fights.
You know what?
and
Because AJ's power could get Francis.
There you go, lovely
and
shot.
speed.
Good shot
Down
from Fury.
right. I tell you what,
I think
Ngannou's
Ngannou
got a
just
chin,
responds.
man.
He walked
Ngannou
clean.
just
Ngannou's
responds
got a
as well.
chin.
He won't
He
even
responds
phase.
straight away.
Francis is taking Fury shots like they're sandwiches right now. You know why? Because he's used to getting hit with 4-ounce gloves,
Yeah.
man. This is like
Look at him
I've-
I love
squeezing
that.
him
I
there.
love that.
Look,
That's right. Don't
he's
try to
just
get dirty.
locked him there.
Yeah.
He's just like, I'll break your arm.
I've,
You're trying to do
he
too
really
much.
fucking would as well.
I've watched Tyson Fury's whole career. I've seen Fury hit Ngannou now with probably 3 or 4 shots. I'm not saying that drop people, but do damage to
Yeah,
his
yeah.
opponents. You know,
Yeah.
definitely
He's
put them back
done
on the back foot.
incredible.
And more or less every time I've seen him hit Ngannou with it, Ngannou's come back.
Clean.
Not
Instant
come back
response.
landing.
Instant
Not come
response.
back landing, but come back firing.
Instant-
I think
response.
Francis needs to take a round off soon.
I
Nah,
think
he
he's,
can't-
I think
he
he's
can't
taking a
afford to.
round
I think
off.
he kind
right?
of is,
I
yeah.
think he's
just
taking
stay
a
in the
round
game.
off now,
Stay
mate.
in the game, mate. There you go.
Listen,
I like the fact that he stays switched on as well. Like at this point,
Yeah.
fighters usually go on their bike and they just kind of circle the ring. He's not playing games. He's still there.
Well, this is why he's the champion of the UFC. Like, it just goes to show.
Yeah.
Dana lost a good one, Dana, if you talk about dropping the bag or fumbling the bag, you let this guy walk out. Dana, you're an absolute disgrace. You're a cheat.
Do you know
I hope
what's
you get
mad?
relegated.
What's mad, right? Is Dana could have signed him and let him do this fight, and he would
right.
still be there.
And
So
right.
Dana trying to be the greedy pig that
Yeah.
he can be, because guess how? Imagine the star Francis would be walking
Going
back
back.
to the UFC. What an idiot!
What a
what
moment.
an idiot!
I tell you what it is.
Oh,
He's
my
ticked
goodness.
boxes, which I just didn't even think were capable.
Do you know what you're saying about the UFC thing? By the way, I just want to say, no other UFC guy could do what Francis is doing.
no one's
No
doing
chance.
this.
Because Francis hits so fucking hard. He's a freak of nature, man.
Even talking about Conor McGregor against Mayweather. This was Mayweather retired.
That's right.
This is an active. Not that, like
That's the lineal champion.
This is crazy.
Connor in his prime got washed by a
Old
retired Floyd Mayweather. And I said in my prediction, Francis has a better chance than Connor did
be
against
honest,
Floyd
I
for
can't
this
believe
reason,
this.
But-
because the power
This is
is
insane.
not even comparable.
This just says, do you know, when we talk about where Fury is in terms of his legacy
Yeah,
and all the rest,
yeah.
Mayweather is in a league of his own. It just goes to show an old
Fury's
Mayweather.
legacy after this The guy's a debut.
It's a bit rough.
He got dropped by a guy on day one. You're talking about legacy.
I wanted to drop him again.
He has
Just to drop him again.
This is the
he's got-
guy's even switch hitting against him.
That's what I'm saying. He's got no chance on the scorecard, right? Let's face it. But if he knocks him down again, bruv.
He's actually talking shit, and he lands another one. Oh my God, Francis Ngannou was talking shit to
didn't
Fury
land it.
and
Didn't
smacking
land
him.
He didn't land it.
He did land me.
That
His
landed.
head fucking
He
went
landed
back.
it.
That landed,
It landed
bro.
it.
Yeah,
What?
that
It landed.
Did that not land?
In a Vegas fight, it's
That's
definitely
right.
landed.
That landed.
CompuBox stats says that.
CompuBox landed.
What's mad is
To
Fury.
me, it looked like he took it on the glove. I could
Nah,
be wrong.
At what point do we say Fury has figured him out? Because I don't think he has.
he's figured him out.
He's
No,
still
I don't
downloading
think- I
the
don't
data.
think Fury has
He's still
figured it out.
downloading
You're
the
not about
data.
downloading data.
But it's corrupted.
Here's the reality.
The computer-
Francis's power scales Tyson Fury.
Good shot from Ngannou. Ngannou lands good shot.
From left down
It's
the middle.
Francis's power, though, isn't it? It's his power that's
Fury has read out his storage. He's like,
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He's got.
I'll be
he's got
very
to update the cloud.
interested after
Yeah,
this fight
this
to
is-
hear how Fury compares his power to Wilder's.
This is going to be insane.
it's a different type of power, isn't it? It's
More
like,
of a thudding it
I
looks
agree,
like, 'cause
yeah.
Wilder's
To the body
like-
again.
Wilder's sharper. Wilder's quicker than that.
Guys,
Wilder's
this-
1-2, but bomb.
Right,
Guys, wait, hold on.
Wilder's precise.
Can we have a real conversation? Is Ngannou winning this fight on points?
Bro, this is what we're not accepting what we're seeing. I can't compute this any other way.
He's certainly winning the rounds at the moment.
But he's just doing what he needs to do. He can't be bullied.
That's the thing with Fury. He's using those Krog bully tactics.
Yeah, it's not
and you're in
working.
with the bully.
Brother, this is insane.
I can't believe what I'm
This
watching.
is insane.
This is
Good. It's
beautiful.
a decent round for
He's
Ngannou
put,
so
see
far.
there, the
This is
power.
a great round. I thought he'd
Tyson
burn out by
Fury
now.
is not
Yeah.
putting any power, but like he's so
There
hesitant.
you go. There's a good shot from Fury. But
He's
Oh,
down.
he's on his
He
knees.
was-
Get down. Just got the
Get down.
guillotine.
Get down.
Shot
He's
him
got-
out.
Look at the
Get
start.
down.
I'm sorry.
The power
Get
start.
down.
He was
Get down.
He
You're
was
not gonna
clipped
bully
with
me.
a shot on the way in there. He was hurt a little
Was
bit on the
Fury?
way in.
Was he?
Fury was clipped. I'm pretty sure there was a shot on the way in
Yeah,
there.
Mate,
he stepped in.
He looks clumsy.
They're not going to show the highlights properly,
course
though.
not.
I've never
Snakes.
seen Fury look so clumsy.
mate,
This is incredible.
This is bad.
Go on. Go
Mate,
Go on, Ngannou.
Alexander Usyk. I can't wait for that fight. If after this,
Brother,
fuck me.
if it might be Ngannou versus Usyk, man, everyone needs to calm down.
Do you know what? Imagine Ngannou versus Wilder. That'd be
He's-
fucking mental.
Oh.
No, but now you can imagine Ngannou fighting everyone.
Yeah.
This is brilliant.
but he's just holding southpaw for this whole round.
What
by the way,
about?
guys.
Do you think he could even compete with Lennox Lewis?
No, don't take the piss. Don't take the piss.
What about?
Fury versus
great.
Ali.
Listen,
Make no mistake.
any era.
To quote Muhammad Ali, when that man dropped Tyson Fury, he shook up the world.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
He shook
oh,
up
yeah.
the
No
universe.
no one expected that. No one.
Mate, he just won that round.
He won
southpaw.
that round.
Southpaw.
This guy is,
unbelievable.
and he's not got tired.
In round 7.
Come on, Ngannou.
I mean,
Yes.
I was shocked when KSI competed with Tommy Fury.
Bro,
I'm even
this is a
more
bigger shock.
the greed of taking this
Listen,
fight on for
burn
an easy
that-
payday,
burn that
and you
account.
done
Serious.
fucked up,
I'm-
boy.
but
Burner
I'm-
account Twitter
I'm,
is in
I'm
hell
even
right
starting to, I'm even starting to think there could be an underdog. And what about John Fury beating Tyson? I mean, anything is possible right now.
Calm down. Calm
Seriously, Jesus.
No, look, I
No, but-
understand that on points, Fury is probably winning this fight.
No,
easy.
I
It's
don't
not a
know.
guarantee.
Like,
It's not
I
a
don't
guarantee.
know.
I'd only put Fury one round up at the minute.
Okay.
Mate,
I'm
I
questioning
don't
life
know.
right now. Like,
Guys,
seriously.
I don't know because
So,
I'm mad excited.
he just
but I'm
outboxed
just
him
saying
southpaw,
that
by the way, for round 7.
in that last round, Ngannou definitely won that round.
100%.
I've-
Southpaw as well, by
Mate,
the way,
mate,
guys.
so my gym shot guy,
Look at
he
these-
said to me, Francis is doing 10 rounds solid all the time, and he won't gas out.
His engine
and in my
looks
head, I
great.
was like, but he always gasses out. He's like, I'm telling you, he's going to be ready.
Look
and
at this.
I'm so impressed.
But he's been calm and patient. He hasn't ran in like he normally
hasn't
does.
gone mad, yeah.
And you've got to think his engine when he's actually wrestling, he's not using that same physical energy he does in the UFC. So
Just stay
I'm
locked in. Stay locked in, bro.
Look, and he can't bully me. You can't
No,
put that
he
weight
can't
on me,
at
bro.
all.
I'm right here with you.
Look
There
at-
you go.
He's trying to.
You're not going to get me on that clinch.
Oh,
Yeah, rough
honestly.
him up. Rough him up.
Honestly.
for the first time, that body that Fury's got,
It's not working.
It makes sense. It's kind of like that's why you don't have a body
Good
like
body
that.
work. Good body work. Hey, that uppercut.
Nothing's
yeah.
landing.
Did you-
Nice.
Go on, Francis. Come on, son.
Did you see that uppercut just
I
bounce
did.
off his guard as
I
if
did.
it was nothing?
I did.
The man's made from fucking stone, man. Do you know,
Okay,
when I met Francis, I was like, do you lift weights? And he was like, no, I don't lift weights. I was like,
Come on,
Are you
serious?
joking me?
No, he said, I don't lift weights.
That's not just
I'm
cardio.
sure he
Circuit
does
training
like
and cardio.
I'm sure he does like.
Oh, good uppercut.
I don't
Good
get- I
uppercut.
don't get sunburns.
Good uppercut.
Who was that from?
Fury
Fury,
did
good
that.
This
uppercut.
is, like-
little nice, good free hit combination.
Hey, nice left
But
hook
then
there
he
on the
just
way in.
catches
Listen,
him.
you must lift
the way
weights.
in.
Look at the back on him.
There's no way that's just
You
cardio and circuit training.
No
Well,
way.
hit training.
I
Yeah?
know wrestling, you use a lot of strength, but that is, come on.
You know, sometimes you just have that gift
Yeah,
from
some
God as
people,
well.
their
Some
DNA.
people, their DNA is just born
There's a
with
good
it.
little uppercut on the inside there from Fury again.
Yeah. He's proper fighting him now. This is the type of rounds that will burn his stamina out. Because he's just leaning on him, punching him up, running into him.
But these guys
That being,
wrestle.
that being said, we
Go
still
on,
need to
Francis!
see-
Go on, Francis! Go for
Go
it,
on, Francis, stay
Now's
there.
your chance!
Stay there, Francis.
Yes, Francis!
Francis. Yes.
This is insane.
Smash that fucking head!
Straight
Come on,
back to
son.
him.
Come on, Francis. Close the distance.
Good
Francis.
fight hand from Fury, come on!
Bro. Oh, shit.
it,
Francis is
lads.
doing well.
Fury lands
Mate,
the right
Francis
hand
is all
there.
over Tyson Fury! Come on, Francis, you've got him hurt!
Fight, Tyson.
Keep going!
Get
Yes,
him.
Francis!
Get
Francis,
him.
oh my
Minute
goodness.
left
Oh,
in
what
this
a good
round.
from Francis Ngannou! What are we watching?
What are we looking at here?
Hey, Fury, Ngannou needs to relax though.
He's
Bro.
won this.
This,
on, Tyson.
Come on, Francis!
Big right hand.
Kill him.
Come on,
Francis,
Tyson.
it's you. This is
This
all
the
you.
greatest debut of boxing history.
Oh,
Francis,
absolutely.
this is all you, Francis.
Absolutely.
Francis, this
Francis
is all
is
you.
winning this round.
Yes,
we
he
might
is.
see Francis win this fight at this rate.
Yes, he can.
This is
Absolutely.
He
I'm
looks
in shock.
He even looks, we're talking about Fury's cardio. And
Francis
Ngannou's got the better
Ngannou.
cardio right now.
I don't know. I worry.
when
he
they're
needs the
engaging-
rest though. I know he's tired.
No,
I
he's
know
not tired. Bro, these guys used to going down to the floor, ground and
They're
pound.
both dying.
He's-
Yeah, they're
bro,
both
they're-
dying.
Oh my
Bro,
God.
Francis
Fury's
Ngannou
all the
was
way
winning
in
this
now.
round.
The head is bleeding
Francis
as well.
Ngannou was winning this round.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Ngannou looks facially like he looks
Fury's
calm and
now
in
looking like
control.
he's ready to just start walking him down. Not saying it's going to work, but that's the
No, he's
tactics.
not ready to walk him. He ain't walking down nothing.
Mate, we've got the real life Clubber Lang.
Go on, do him. He's right there.
Mate, he's lucky.
Fury didn't expect to be
Is
in
that,
this war
is,
at
is that
all.
Fury's nose bleeding as well?
Yeah.
It's not often you see that.
Francis.
He's bleeding from places I don't often see him.
So when,
bleeding.
when I
He's
say
bleeding from
there,
everywhere.
when I say there about Fury walking him down, I'm not saying he's ready to start doing it because Francis
yeah.
is looking weak.
Yeah.
But when they broke from the clinch there, you see the first thing, and actually Francis Ngannou landed an uppercut on him. Fury's put his guard up and walked forward
just
straight
like-
away.
But he was- he
And that for me, sometimes for what it's worth, when I've boxed, is a little
Look
bit.
at- look
of
at
a thing of
Paris.
like,
Look
right,
at Paris.
Lads, question.
She's worried.
Question. We said after the last round, Fury up by 1.
It's about level.
Ngannou's got to be up.
Ngannou's up, man.
See.
Ngannou's got. He's got a
Ngannou's
knockdown.
up.
He's
Listen.
got a knockdown, and he's manhandling
He's
him.
winning rounds.
The thing
in this.
is, Fury is trying to get up close and work, but it's Ngannou
it's
who's
what
landing
comes
all
back.
the clubbing shots from
Yeah,
the
look
side.
at this. Straight
Bam.
back to him.
Boom.
Shut up. Where are
Look,
you?
watch these little hooks
Yeah,
around the
I'm in your
side.
face. Shut up. Where's he?
Mate, Francis
Where-
Ngannou's my fucking hero.
Listen.
Again.
That's that same shot.
This is the
again.
type of-
Yeah, it
That's
is, yeah.
a different
This,
angle.
this is like Street Fighter commentaries. You know, but
Look at this.
Look at this.
I believe that's a different. I believe those are different shots there.
Yeah, they are.
there's only one.
No, give it to this guy.
He can't manage the power, you know. This power is keeping Fury honest.
Honest. Jesus.
Perfect way
Took
to
him to
describe
church.
it. Perfect way to
Yo.
describe it. We're in
He's
what?
like, you're not going to
the
treat
last
me.
2 rounds. Look
at
at
that.
that left hook from Francis Ngannou.
That was a lead
Straight on the
southpaw
chin.
straight.
This. A southpaw lead. Bro, this guy's never boxed before and he's doing southpaw.
Mate, Dillian White must be sat at home thinking, what the fuck is going on?
But he's
Dillian.
leading with backhands.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
incredible.
like Roy Jones, Muhammad Ali used to lead with backhands.
I don't care what anyone says. I'm going to recognize this guy as the WBC champion.
Absolutely.
I'm going to recognize him as the new WBC champion.
There you go.
Oh, that left hook looked like it hurt.
He's
Snapping
even
that.
shown counter, like he's
Yes,
calm.
yeah, he's just relaxed in there with
It's
him.
a better round from Fury though, landing some good shots there. Came out.
He's busy
came
on
out
I
his
feel
toes,
like,
but he's not.
Francis is landing more.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he is.
I personally
he is.
think he is.
He is.
Do you
And
know what I
also,
said before the
look
fight
at this.
though, lads?
That's draining his.
Just a
Fury's-
little
Go
bit
on.
of credit. I
Go on.
did say Chisora and White were beating on the ring walk. This man will go in there and give it everything, and
yeah.
he's fucking doing
Nah,
that.
you're
doing it.
spot on.
But I expected him to give him everything, but I didn't expect him to come in so
I didn't expect it to
calm and
work.
calculated. Yeah.
I didn't expect it to work. I'm like, yeah, give it 100%, but come on, man. This is.
You lot were worried about what Eddie Hearn's going to say. He can't wait to sit down with Umar.
Absolutely.
All of a sudden, Mike Tyson's the greatest boxing trainer ever.
Absolutely.
Ever.
Yeah, but he ain't even in his corner right now.
Yeah.
How much did he train him?
Nah, don't give him his
Listen,
credit.
I'm not giving Tyson any. This is Ngannou. His credit with him.
amazing fighter. I promise you're going to shock the world.
Listen,
That was so good.
unbelievable.
I thought he was in the room with us. I thought he was in the room with us.
Are you seeing how Fury's on the outside, still wary as as fuck.
Fury's using every bit of experience he's got over the last 20 to 30 years. Like,
Absolutely.
It's taken everything to...
Do you know what we just found
A
out?
man having his debut at Bay.
Mate, if Francis Ngannou had learned how to box as a kid, everyone would be fucked. Everyone. Usyk, Fury, everyone.
Come on, let's get closer.
It's the fact that he can't hurt him with
Listen.
those clean shots that he does land.
Right now, I'm thinking Ngannou could have been a golfer. He could have been he could have been better than Michael Jordan.
100
Like,
meter
listen,
sprint,
Peterson.
I believe it.
Sprint. Yeah.
He,
Phelps, he could have given him a run for his money as
oh,
well. If
listen.
he wants to swim.
Jesus, man. What a guy.
I think he could have beaten Usain Bolt.
What a guy.
This
Good job.
You know, this is one hell of a training camp to bring this guy up to speed from scratch.
I want his trainer because whatever he's doing.
Whatever they did.
Mate,
It
it's
worked.
so funny because the pad work, everything, people were saying everything.
yeah. I was
and yet
listening.
it's
Listen,
in.
the
I was very
classic never
disrespectful.
judge a book by its cover.
I was very disrespectful of that pad work.
That man played possum with the
Somebody
pad work.
commented
Nah,
on the
he-
podcast and said,
he
"You
was-
guys are damn fools if you think he's not playing possum." And
Yeah.
I nearly got crazy with him in the comments. I'm like,
It
"Wait,
fooled me.
I need to apologize."
Look at it, he's so relaxed. You look how relaxed Ngannou is.
This is insane.
You would never believe he's the
And,
guy.
and
that's
also Fury,
he's
because
the novice.
Because Fury is punching from a mile away because he's scared of the power
Yeah.
or he's
Yeah.
aware of it and respectful of it. He's not actually touching Francis.
As we go into round 10 of this bout,
Who is this?
you never thought this moment was coming.
he has
You
not
thought it.
This is really just
won that round?
let's take a moment for Joey.
Joey-
His team lost today.
Is everything
and he's
okay?
watching. I feel for you, mate.
Is everything
Joey,
okay?
I'm going to talk to Joey, our Fury correspondent. Joey, what's going on? We were getting into the 10th round. It's all on you. You told us a lot of
Joey's
things.
a legend.
Floor's yours, mate.
Do you want me to be honest with you?
We need you to be honest,
I'm being
please.
deadly honest.
Please.
Yeah? I'm not bullshitting. I'm not being a fanboy. I'm a fanboy, but I'd say Fury's one round up now.
Possibly,
I'd say on the point. I'd say on the scorecard. The way I'm scoring this right now, I give Francis Ngannou 3 rounds. Fury won that round.
Joey, I just
I'd
want to
give
let you know.
Francis Ngannou 3
Joey-
rounds.
The funny
Joey, I just want to let you
One
know
of them
that
was
I think you're an
by
absolute disgrace. I want to let you know that you getting to the scorecards like this is an embarrassment for the guy that's the lineal champion of the world.
I think, to be fair, Fury kind of on a moral level, he started this fight 5 rounds down because Francis wasn't
Oh,
expected to do anything.
Francis has a career
Yeah,
in
but
boxing.
you know, you're talking about Fury winning these rounds. Who's landed the more telling punches?
Don't be
For
friends.
me, in the
Listen.
moment, Ngannou is.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe I'm just only seeing Ngannou punches because I wasn't expecting it, but
Ngannou's ready for the round 10 as well. He's like, let's go.
He
Let's
knows
go.
this is it
This
now.
is championship time.
Championship rounds.
Go
Go
on,
on,
kill him.
Ngannou.
Come on,
Championship
Francis.
rounds. You've knocked him down before.
Come on.
If you get another knockdown, you've won this fight.
Basically.
Absolutely.
And Fury knows it. That's why Fury's out there.
Do you know what?
Trying to tap into the
They're
old.
going to struggle to sell the Usyk fight because they want a rematch with Francis at this rate.
Absolutely.
I think he deserves one.
Go on, Francis. Go on, Francis. Go on, Francis.
Mate, imagine Francis with,
One-
with one fight boxing experience. He'll actually know what he's doing in there. This is amazing.
Bloody hell.
Go on, Francis, please, bro.
Come on. Just
Unbelievable,
look at that
this.
shot. He landed. What are you complaining to the ref for? What are you complaining about? It's just a right hand. Bloody hell, mate.
Come on, Francis. This is your moment, bro.
Genuinely,
Let's go and guard
genuinely.
I'm a
Big John
believer.
Fury, you have to be silenced after this, mate.
Oh,
Don't say a
man.
word. Do not say a fucking word.
Both of your boys are going to
Because
hell.
what we found out
Hell
is
and
the
back.
Gypsy King is very much just very human, very beatable.
Good body shot
and,
there.
and
Stay on him. Stay on
he's
him.
not the person people thought he was.
Stay on him. Oh, you could just win the round with body shots. He's not trying to engage.
Bro.
Well, he's got his respect. Look how he's
got.
back.
Oh, absolutely.
Mate, Fury's scared to come fucking near this cunt. He's been fucking jabbing from a mile away for 2 fucking rounds because he knows I've got a fucking round to get to the fucking finish line.
Hey, come
Fury is fucking shit frightened of Francis Ngannou.
This is
He won't go near him, man.
Incredible night.
Right
both
now,
fighters.
Fury
Let's go,
should be
guys.
pouring it on to get this guy out of there,
Yeah, yeah.
and he won't go fucking
Ngannou,
near him.
You got to put your stamp on this
Come
fight,
on,
bro.
come on.
Put him
Gypsy
down
King.
again.
Come
Put
on.
him down again.
The man's on his fucking debut and you can't even come near him. Shut the fuck up. Honestly, put the phone down on me. Put the phone down on you.
put the
now,
phone
son.
down on him,
I
man.
wouldn't even give you an interview if you asked us. What the fuck is this? You can't even trade with the guy in his debut.
Flipping hell. Let's go, Francis.
Come on, Francis.
Exclamation point on this one.
I know I'm going to hate watching this back.
No, you won't.
Oh, no.
It's brilliant.
You'll be
But
fine.
fuck it.
You're vindicated, bro.
Mate, this is embarrassing, right? This is an embarrassment for Tyson Fury.
Listen, has he even come out
Joey.
and tried to do anything for this last round?
Mate,
Championship
Tyson
round.
Fury is running scared of Francis Ngannou in the 10th round. He doesn't want anything to do with him, and that's a fact.
There you go.
You can
go
say
to
it.
work on him. Go
on,
to
go on.
work.
Come on,
Let's go,
Francis.
Francis. Hey,
Oh,
He tried the MMA punch.
that was a Superman punch.
He tried the MMA punch.
Listen,
Hey, let's go. He's confident.
He's even showboating.
He tried an MMA punch.
Nah, this
Come on, Francis. Tyson Fury doesn't want none of
Let's
this.
go.
No, Ngannou. I'm gonna say it.
He's
I
comfortable
think
in
you won
both
the-
stances.
He's won this fight.
He's won the fight.
He's won this fight, bruv. He
won
has
this
won
fight.
this bloody
He has.
fight. He's knocked down Tyson Fury. We're in round 10. Fury doesn't want to engage. He has been beaten by a man on his debut. Piss off. Go to
He's won this fight.
Oh
At
my
least this
days.
round.
He's done it.
He's not come forward.
He beat him.
He won the fight. He won the fight. I don't care what anyone says.
Have a look at
Look.
Tyson Fury's face versus Ngannou.
Look at that.
Embarrassment.
Guys,
got a massive
he
mind.
won the fight. Guys, look in that last round. Who you get, Joey? Who you giving that round to? Because I know you can't give it to Thingy.
No, I'd say it's an even round.
Oh, stop it.
Fuck off.
No, actually,
He stayed on the back.
Get him out of
He
here.
didn't even try to. He didn't even try to come forward.
What's it about? Landing punches?
Joey,
Did you see Ngannou land more in that round?
what did he
than
land?
Fury?
Yeah.
What did he
Not
land?
that round.
Nothing. So neither
So he-
landed.
no, he landed. Ngannou landed.
Ngannou landed.
In-
I would
Ngannou
give
landed.
Fury that last
What
round.
did Ngannou
For
land?
what?
What did Ngannou
I-
land?
no, just a few little tech hooks.
Fury landed a jab.
All right, wait. Let's have some parliamentary.
Listen, right.
Let's have some parliamentary proceedings.
Listen.
It's tragic. I accept it's tragic that I'm saying this, but I'm watching it. Fury landed a jab and a lead left hook. Yeah, that's more than I saw Ngannou
No,
land in
you-
that round.
wait, you didn't-
I'm actually watching this and I'm actually trying to score it because I'm thinking, fuck, is he gonna win? Like Fury landed a jab,
Listen,
he landed a lead left hook. For
I
me, that
think
was more
this-
than Ngannou landed.
if this
So
should-
even if you give it as a draw, I'm
Listen.
saying
Draw.
saying
Listen.
Fury won it by a point.
I'm gonna say he won.
I
I'm
think
gonna
this-
use the knockdown, and I'm gonna say he won this fight.
If this isn't a draw, it's
Of
not-
brethren
this
bias
should be
and
a draw.
passion. I'm gonna go off brethren bias and passion, and he knocked him down. I'm gonna say Ngannou won that fight. And end of the day, you're supposed to be putting this guy away. This is his
Bro, I don't
This
give a
is his
fuck what they
debut.
say.
This is his debut.
You got dropped and you didn't
Fam.
drop him once.
Can we now say he's the scariest man on the planet? without
Mate,
doubt?
I've been telling
Ngannou.
everyone. I've been telling everyone.
I did believe it, but to what I've just witnessed there,
He beat him.
absolutely.
On day one,
cements-
on day one of your boxing career, you
Bro.
just beat the fuck out of them.
You see my Tyson Fury agenda? Oh, we're getting to the next
At
level.
the age
I'm
of
about to go crazy. I'm about to go crazy.
at the age of 37 as
Monday
well.
night smoke is going to
You
be
spoke
hell.
about, you spoke about Rocky earlier. Look at that. That's the Rocky
This
This
story.
is the Rocky
man.
story.
That is the Rocky story.
Because just
What
like
happens in Rocky?
He
Them man-
doesn't win,
He don't
but
win the
does it
fight.
matter?
Bro.
Exactly.
He's
Frank
won
Warren has got all the brown envelopes and he is running to
Listen.
the judges right this second.
He won this fight.
the three kings on there are all.
He won this fight.
my
And I don't want to
days.
hear some stupid scorecard. Damn, we can't even hear the scorecard.
Look at that. Boom.
Shut up.
You telling me
That
you didn't look at that? Look at that nonsense.
Okay.
Bam, bam, bam.
Oh, we can.
Down
we need to
goes
hear the
Fury.
scorecard.
Not too loud though.
Not too loud.
We'll wait until.
I can't believe
There's no easy way out.
my dad on the way here saying to me,
There's no-
trust me, he's gonna do it. And I was thinking, relax, man, trust me. MMA guy, they always get smoked.
Joey is not in a good place right now. Joey sitting here. Look, that's the moment right there. And he launched at him. He done. Oh no, we didn't know. We didn't see that.
Mate, Francis
Did he stand
showboat.
over him? I missed
Francis
that.
was dancing.
With the Superman punch at the end, you know.
Look at the facial expression of Tyson
Mate,
Fury.
look at
that
Fury.
looks like
I
a
told
defeated
everyone,
man.
if this wasn't
Listen.
in a boxing ring, it'll be
Listen.
murder.
Aye.
End
Yeah,
of story.
but that was
champion.
always going to be the case.
Yeah.
But I did not
But now
expect
it's
that in
fine.
the boxing ring.
Guys, I
That's
know the
not
champion.
meant to happen.
There's a champion in that ring, and he goes by the name of Francis Ngannou
mate,
right now.
Tyson Fury should walk away with his head held down.
Oh, absolutely.
What would he do if
We have a new heavyweight
hold on.
champion of the
We
world.
have a
boxer.
new- We have a
I'm
new.
sorry.
What would he do if
is the
AJ?
man.
What would he do if AJ was fighting Ngannou? He would be the first one in the comment section saying, "AJ, you little dosser, how
That's
dare
right.
you lose to
That's
an MMA
right.
guy?
That's
This,
right.
that, and the other." He
That's
will be
right.
waxing lyrical.
It's over. It's over.
It's
Look,
done.
look at the swelling.
Look
Mate,
at this guy.
There was one guy that got beat up, and there was one guy that didn't in this fight.
yeah.
Know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you can land more punches on the scorecards. I don't give a shit.
All the things
Look
that I
at
thought
Frank
would
Warren.
happen.
Frank, I've paid everyone.
Panicked.
Don't worry, I paid everyone.
Don't
The money's in
worry,
escrow.
Look at
Don't
that.
worry, I
So-
paid everyone.
He's saying it out the back door. As soon
I've
as
paid
this
everyone. I'm
finished.
telling you.
He's thinking, good thing I've got some brown envelopes on me, ain't he?
Mate,
Do me a favour.
Usyk should be the most worried because
Don't worry.
that fight might be
jeopardy.
delayed. We might get a rematch.
Me and Bob Arum are here.
Francis Ngannou deserves a fucking instant rematch.
Yeah, he does.
I think-
Look at his
I
eye.
think
Look at his
Fury-
eye. He got
Fury
battered
needs to
today.
give some of that money back and say, I'm sorry,
Fury.
but
Look at him. He
Look
can't
his
wait
eye.
to show love.
Look his eye. He got fucked up.
Mate, this is mental.
Oh my days.
Ngannou looks
Give him,
not being
giving
touched.
Ngannou, giving
Look at his
Ngannou.
face.
Hold up.
There's not a mop. How much? 93.
Wow.
Alan Craig scores it 95-94.
Ngannou.
Point decision on the third card. Winner by split.
Well, it's going to be
Split decision.
Still undefeated.
Piss off. Piss off.
We know what it is.
Absolute
We know, but
And the
we
winner,
know.
Francis Ngannou.
But we know what
Them
happened.
brown envelopes.
This
We
you
know.
Put,
Your
this,
ass put on your back by a
We
man
know.
on his debut.
We know what
Shut
it
the
is.
hell
Can we
up,
hear
man.
it?
bro.
We know what
real
it
talk,
is.
real talk.
We know what happened.
Honestly,
God.
is this the worst win of all time?
Oh,
like,
it's
is this
ridiculous.
the worst win of all? Like,
Ridiculous.
honestly.
Tyson Fury and Tommy Fury both going to hell and back with guys that have never boxed.
But when have you ever,
This is insane.
in history, when have you ever seen a world champion fight a one-fight debut, like a debut?
That's right. And get put in their ass and just
But
about
for a start, it just doesn't happen.
Get out of
Never, not while they're active, at least.
only in flipping Creed.
Aye, but look, was it split decision? Yeah. Come on, guys. Let's behave ourselves.
I need.
What's he gonna say
What's he
now?
going to say? I need to hear this.
He should be the new heavyweight champion.
That's right. This is absolute nonsense, mate.
Quite go to plan. That wasn't in the script, was it? No, that definitely wasn't in the script. Francis is a hell of a fighter, strong, big puncher, and a lot better boxer than we all thought he would ever be. We know in the
You won that, big man.
full 12, we can't give him his full respect. You started fast. Were you surprised
Started
at the
fast?
technical ability that he
Please.
showed and the pace
Didn't start fast. He was on the back
He's a
foot.
very awkward man, and he's a good puncher, and I respect him a lot. Before the fight and afterwards. What did he do in there that surprised you?
Everything.
Listen, he was very awkward. He was wasn't coming forward. He was standing back, waiting for me to land my punches, and then trying to counter. He was a good fighter. He's given me probably one of my toughest fights in the last 10 years. What was going through your mind? You knocked down in the third round. You're looking up at the sky. Nothing. It's a part of boxing, you know. I got caught behind the head again.
Oh, piss off.
I wasn't legs.
I've never seen him so humble.
Yep.
But it was got back to me boxing. Decision winner. Do you agree?
Split decision.
You have it that close? Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Can I ask you a quick question? Before we go into it, because everyone's going to disagree with everything I say here, and that's fine, yeah? All right, that's fine.
Yep.
Can I ask you a quick question? And if, listen, don't suit my narrative. Does Deontay Wilder smash Ngannou to pieces?
I don't know.
I personally
damn
think
it.
Wilder wouldn't be as tentative as he is Fury was.
Here's the
Does-
thing.
regardless of
the
tendency-
question we asked before the fight was,
Yeah.
how is Francis Ngannou's power compared to Deontay Wilder? I said I thought it translated. It fucking does.
So let me just follow on from it. Does Anthony Joshua completely school Ngannou? Can you definitely say Anthony Joshua beats Ngannou?
I don't think anyone can say that.
No.
I don't
Can you
think-
definitely say Deontay Wilder beats Ngannou?
I don't think anyone can.
Can you definitely say that any of the top heavyweight contenders beat Ngannou? Definitely.
No, because he's
Right.
just.
So,
he's
so
just
then
got-
let me just put
when
my
you
spin
go
on
to a
it.
split decision with Tyson Fury, all bets are off.
So let me just put my spin on it now. If we're sitting here now and we're saying that maybe, look, we can say what we want about debut and whatever, it was a massively below par performance from Tyson Fury. It shocked
I
me.
disagree.
I thought
It
I
does
thought
not.
I
Can-
thought
can-
I thought that
can I
Tyson
jump in
Fury
on
wouldn't
that?
land a glove. But if we're saying that not one heavyweight here we can definitely say beats that man, are we maybe looking at Ngannou and going, mate, we were
Oh,
underestimating what a contender he is?
Let me come in on that. Here's the thing I said before the fight. Tyson Fury is slowing down.
Ngannou
Said it before
Said
the
it, yeah.
fight. You can't say I said it after. I said it before. I said against Chisora, he looked slower. Against White, he looked slower. And Francis Ngannou is going to come forward, and I think that Fury is not the prime Fury.
Yeah, he's
so
not.
I think that this is a combination of things. We don't know how good Francis is because Fury doesn't fight top fighters, and he hasn't done for a long time. So I don't know where the fuck Fury ranks, as you pointed out earlier in the show. But what we do know is Tyson Fury is not the fighter he once was, because against Deontay Wilder in the second fight, he was way more light on his feet. He was way more agile than he looked slow. He looked clumsy. He looked
Guys,
vulnerable.
Charlatan.
Let's get this right, yeah?
You paid the price for fighting shit fighters.
No, this is what it is. There's money moves have been made, yeah? we know who's won this fight. Let's not even be silly. Yeah, right now in that, unless Tyson Fury had to do more, he had to do more to say, I'm the guaranteed winner of this fight. Tyson Fury's face is all bruised up. He hit the canvas and he didn't show me enough to say, you had a better fight than that guy. So if it's either a draw, we either call it a draw and say, there was not enough that happened. But to say that he won it on a split, well, what was the magical round that you felt that way? Well, how many magical rounds did we see in there? If we and I had to go back and watch this fight because there was a lot of passion, there was a lot of excitement, and I couldn't believe what I was watching. But then what they remember is they paid a lot of money for this guy to be out in Saudi, and the deal is signed. The deal for Usyk is signed, and we can't fumble the bag. This was not supposed to go like this. I was meant to fight him, and 7 weeks' time, I'm getting ready to fight. What do you call it? I'm getting ready to fight Usyk. That 7 weeks' time, it's not looking the same because you said about cuts and stuff.
Bro,
that ain't happening.
I think we can make the comparison when we go look at his face in comparison to Ngannou's face. We can go look at who landed the more telling shot in the fight. But what I would say is boxing, as all of us round this table know, is accumulated over 10 rounds. And what I'm saying is Fury was massively under par. Over 10 rounds, I thought that Fury accumulated more points when it came to the scorecard. And also, when we say about faces, Joshua Povetkin broke Joshua's nose. Joshua still knocked him out.
Talk about AJ. We just need to focus on what we saw today. And if you're saying that he beat up Ngannou and deserved to win this fight,
I never said he beat him up.
Then we're talking crazy.
I said exactly what I said. That he accumulated more points.
I want to ask you guys.
That talk is weak when you're talking about a man that's on his debut.
Beat up ain't words I used. I'm saying he accumulated more points.
Question for the table.
Go ahead.
Is this Tyson Fury that much worse than the one we've seen against Chisora in white?
No, we just give this guy respect.
Ngannou's just way better than those guys.
Needs respect. That's all it is.
No, but when we're saying he's below
fantastic.
par, I just think that Tyson Fury got exposed for what I've been watching for the last two fights.
The decline.
The decline is there. The decline. I've been saying it.
Yeah,
Can we honestly say, guys, this guy tried a Superman punch in the last round.
He was
we
comfortable
have to
in
give
there.
him. Dylan didn't even know what he was doing in that
Dylan
fight.
was beaten on the ring walk. This man came to win. And there's the difference. When you cherry pick fighters, you get exposed.
Yeah.
And that's what happened tonight.
Now we're
and when you talk about power, going back to Wilder, I still think Wilder hits harder.
Probably.
I feel like the way he generates power at range, it's the clubbing power that Ngannou's got. Like little
Clubber
short,
Lang, man. He's the real life Clubber
and
Lang.
that comes from that sheer mass in that he has and the strength that he has. But like I say, we're analysing this far too deeply. This is a debut.
Thank you.
We're talking like we shouldn't be giving
remember
Tyson
your
Fury.
debut? I was there all those years ago.
Yeah.
This man just had his tonight in front of 20,000 or
the
whatever.
champion of the world.
The world heavyweight champion.
Like,
and fuck him up.
It's almost we can't sit here and kind of talk about Tyson Fury maybe not performed his best or what Ngannou do. Like, listen, that shouldn't have happened. It's as simple as that. That was a debut. So, like, it's that thing when we're talking about when Tyson Fury fought Klitschko, and was it a case of whether it was a case of Klitschko underperformed or whether Tyson Fury underperformed on the night, whatever. But here, that's not the same statistics. We haven't got two elite fighters in the boxing. We've got one elite. Well, we're meant to have one elite boxer and one elite UFC fighter who shouldn't be able to compete in the boxing.
And he competed.
Not just over 6 rounds like you often see with these guys just moving over straight into a debut.
Can we all agree?
You're cooking right now. You're cooking.
Can we all agree?
This
Last 2
shouldn't be
rounds,
happening.
Tyson Fury didn't want to come close.
No way.
He was, I'm on the jab and I'm staying the fuck away from that power.
He wanted nothing to do with any of it. He, like I said in the middle of the fight, he used every last ounce of his experience just to stay alive in that ring.
A debut.
A lot of people on Twitter are saying rigged things that I think are trending.
Even if you look at the body language throughout that whole fight of an Ngannou.
Eddie Hearn's iPhone tomorrow might age well.
Wait, look, do you know what's trending right now? The words rigged trending, Rob trending.
Jesus. Listen, that was unbelievable.
Mate.
Robbed and rigged is
Look at Usyk right behind Fury now. Look at that.
Mate, Usyk better step out the ring.
Do you know what it is?
This is Ngannou's ring.
There wasn't one area which I think that Fury was doing better in, not at range.
He didn't out-jab him.
He
didn't switch better than him.
Everything that I expected didn't happen. Not one aspect.
I thought Ngannou would come apart trying to go southpaw with Fury. He matched him all night long.
He was better at
Orthodox and southpaw.
We'll talk about Fury being able to switch. I always say he can do everything.
Yeah.
Ngannou does it better.
On his day one of the job.
He boxes at range better. In close, he's better.
Mate.
Like, I mean, I know.
Look at these men face to face now. Usyk's thinking.
I'm probably getting a little bit
See?
carried away
Look
here.
at this now.
Wait, guys, this is the point I made. I've told you guys, the money's been spent,
That's right.
and it was not meant to go this other way.
Look at Fury.
And it's embarrassment. Now they got to do this nonsense in Ngannou.
Look at this. Why
this
they
is
eye
Ngannou's
If I was
moment.
Usyk, I'd be licking my lips right now.
1'6'9" and one is 6'3", and they're damn near eye level.
No, but I told you guys, no matter what the result was, it was always this moment.
hilarious.
So you can't trust anything that happened before this. This is the moment they wanted. This is the money they
Mate,
paid.
Francis Ngannou's
It's
my
done.
fucking hero. I've got a picture with him. I'm posting that.
Post that right now.
I'm posting it.
Post that right now.
I mean, listen, in all respect of Tyson Fury, throughout the fight, he never said it's going to be a walkover. It was only towards the end he started to kind of say, I'm going to knock you out.
No.
Throughout the fight, throughout the build-up, he was saying, I respect him, I'm taking him seriously. So, like,
Oh, yeah.
it's not me.
No.
Fury.
But let's keep it real here. Let's keep it fucking real. When Tyson Fury thinks he's in a real fight,
Yeah.
he puts the other guy down.
Yeah.
The only reason he was building him up is the same reason he built Chisora up, because he thought, I'm flogging shit and I need to make it smell good.
Okay.
Right? He was building him up the same way he does every easy fight. He knew what he was doing.
We
Then
all-
Ngannou didn't follow the script
Oh,
this time.
Ngannou didn't get that memo.
Oh.
We all have to watch this fight back.
Yeah.
All of us have to decide to
I
watch
think
the fight
Joey's
back.
probably got the best
Joey,
read.
I don't
Yes,
feel
I'm out.
like I need to
Joey,
watch the fight
you need
back.
to watch the fight back.
I don't
I
think
don't feel
any of
like
us
I do.
think watch
And we
that
got-
clearly.
I
Give
will
me-
watch it. I
we
will
got
watch it
score it.
back. I will watch it back. But I promise you, I genuinely, I can't tell you how you're going to feel. But I think you're going to watch it back and you're going to go,
Joey,
you know what? He won it by. a
Joey,
round,
I challenge
basically.
you on Monday. We have a call-in show. I'm going to watch
Do
this
it.
fight back. I
Yeah,
need
join
you
us,
to
bro.
call in on
Join us.
Monday
But listen,
and tell us why you.
we
Because we're
should-
all going to watch this fight back.
We should not
have to
need to watch this
But
fight
this is the
back.
thing.
This
This is the
shouldn't
thing.
be
This is the
happening.
thing. Yeah.
It's simple.
You've got-
Like, this was not meant to happen.
It was a split decision, by the way.
When you
So
have to
that
watch the
alone-
fight back,
On
that
your-
means it's been extremely close.
Can I just say, because I know exactly like the narrative here that's going to be against me is like, I'm saying, oh no, Fury done all right. You know, I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
Fury was shit tonight. I'm holding my hands up and saying it.
No, I
but the
understand.
only question that I'm being asked is, did he win the fight? In my opinion, yes.
That's why we
over
need to
10
do- that's
rounds.
why I
he
say
won
watch it back.
the
All right,
fight.
new question.
Let's go.
Go on.
Usyk Fury.
Oh no.
What, based off that?
I feel the dynamics have changed.
I
Based
don't
off
care.
of that,
What I just watched tonight, was brilliant. I was so proud of Ngannou.
Yeah.
And Fury didn't look like the mustard and the
Nah.
danger man that we know him to be. I was shocked. I thought Fury's gonna start controlling this fight from the 4th round.
Same here.
And that's not what I saw.
He
And
tried, though. He really tried.
He tried, but he couldn't. And what was brilliant, the only thing that Usyk won't have that Fury had over what Ngannou had was when they came to the grapple and strength,
Yeah,
he
yeah,
couldn't
yeah.
outstrength him.
That's right.
Fury's gonna Usyk's gonna have to deal with that. Him putting his weight on him because he uses that. That's just
Ngannou managed
Ngannou manhandled him.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But the,
Manhandled
but the
him.
other aspect of what we could say the weakness for Fury is these little guys with speed. You know, like Wallin we've talked
Yeah.
about the cruiserweight. Like
No, but this guy's a unit though. They weren't even speed that got him undone.
no, but I think he was quite quick. The speed was better than I thought. And the simple fact was, normally these bigger guys stand at range and they've got to get in and out. He wasn't bothered.
I'd
He
say it
walked
was the
towards
power.
him.
Oh
You know what I
my
mean? And he
goodness.
got close enough to let his shots go.
Because you know when the power is so intimidating, it gets your respect to the point where now you're like, flip me, I can't take anything that you throw. Because everything about like when Ngannou would land had Fury backing up thinking,
Question,
Yeah, it was
question,
just
lads.
fucking
You know
hell.
when we talk about the Deontay Wilder power versus the Ngannou power, he didn't back off Wilder like
No,
that.
that's
true.
that's
No,
true.
no. That last 2 rounds,
It's
when he
true.
was at arm's length, like, fuck
He wanted
that.
nothing.
He went in on Wilder and thought, I'm going to grind you down. He didn't do that.
I
and
think
part
the
of the
clinch
reason.
and feeling vulnerability in the clinch was a big part of that.
I agree
to me.
with you.
I think that when he was in the clinch against Wilder, despite Wilder being a strong man, Wilder ain't a heavy man for a heavyweight.
real talk.
Wilder isn't a man that's able to drag and throw Fury around a ring.
Yeah.
This man was. So I believe that when he got in them clinches there, he was thinking, mate, whether it's legal, illegal, or what, I could catch one in here.
Yeah.
I could be in clinch and catch an uppercut, as he did a couple of times
That's right,
there. And I
that's
think
right.
for that reason, he thought, you know what, let me not even hit and hold. Let me stay on the outside here.
Yeah.
And going back to what we were saying there about like the Usyk Fury fight, course, after watching that, if you're going to draw the conclusion that Fury's on the slide, you're going to go, oh, that's a lot closer than you thought it, than I personally thought it was, or maybe you make Usyk a favourite. But what I would say is, Time and time out, I say this, to predict the future, you've got to look into the past. And sometimes in the past, I can give you examples like Klitschko, for example, underwhelming against Fury, looking a lot stronger in the next fight. We see it with Sergei Kovalev towards the end of his career, underwhelming and losing in fights, coming back and looking really strong in the next fight. We've seen it with multiple fighters do it. So I'm not going to, off the back of that, go, oh, well, Usyk beats him.
My point in the earlier in the stream was the reason I'm picking Usyk was there's far less weakness has been shown.
Yeah.
After tonight, I'm doubling fucking down on that. When you get dropped by a guy in his first ever boxing match, I'm doubling down. I'm betting the fucking house on Usyk, and I'm betting him he's gonna sweep him 9-3, like all of that. Say it again.
The greatest thing that I have right now is this guy has just sorted himself out.
Yeah.
Right now,
Ngannou's made for life.
Sorted himself out.
What a night.
This is Andy Ruiz times a million.
Dana White is furious at home because right now he's just secured his boxing career now.
How many holes in the wall?
Fights now.
How many holes in the wall are there in Dana's house now?
This is without doubt one of the best stories. You know, when you look at what he's done.
We need a movie.
It was already great within the UFC, and now look what he's done.
I need a Netflix
against
documentary.
the lineal. Fury is the best fighter, the best heavyweight
Could you
fighter.
imagine?
And he done that against him. So that's why we're giving him credit. So right now,
100%.
it's almost because of the respect of what we know Fury can be. We've seen Fury school Klitschko. We've seen Fury go to war with Wilder. We've seen Fury have these moments. And for him to not be able to put the gloves on Ngannou and drop him down, let's just know what Ngannou is.
For scale, let's just try and imagine for 1 second that an MMA guy could cross over on his debut and do any of that to Lennox Lewis.
Oh, yeah.
No way.
And you know, you talk about the power.
It can never happen.
Just for scale.
Do you know when we talk about the power, the difference is with Wilder, generally speaking, he needs that leverage and he needs to be able to step in and use his shots at range, whereas this guy's strong, in close physically, and that's probably where his strength was. And it's, like, for Fury, he could stay close to him because that was actually against Wilder, was his best chances. It wasn't for him, so...
Can I ask a question here, right? I actually think definitely not next because we know the route is going down in terms of Fury against Usyk. I actually think you'll see these two in the ring again, you know. But Fury is fighting Usyk next. Who does Ngannou fight?
Anybody?
Anyone.
He's
I don't. Yeah, but when we say about, for example, right? Unfortunately, no matter what we've seen tonight, no matter what we've seen tonight, there is that potential that he could step down a level in terms of paydays and get beat. So I think he needs to target AJ.
It's not even. It's straight AJ.
And I think if you're AJ, I think if you're AJ,
AJ in Africa.
AJ and Ngannou is all of a sudden a mega fight.
That's a mega fight.
I'll tell you who's more likely to take it than AJ.
Who?
I think Wilder would take that. I think Wilder would take
You know
that.
why?
Wilder would definitely
Let's be real. AJ don't want to fight punchers anymore.
That's what I'm saying. I think Wilder will take it.
Eddie Hearn will look at that and go, fuck that.
The money behind that.
No, guys, seriously, that fight in Africa would be amazing because why not? There's no reason for it not to happen. AJ versus Ngannou. Fantastic.
That would be
and
unbelievable.
the zone right now, because they want to make their money back. They'll be on the phone saying everything we said about, who did you say you named when Eddie Hearn was getting through these fighters and he said Char.
Manuel Char, yeah.
Get that out of here.
Yeah.
I need to see this guy and we need to put on a better show than what we saw those
I told you the 2 pay-per-views earlier, didn't I? I said there's 2 pay-per-views for AJ. It's fucking free now.
Now it's free.
It's free now.
Bro, I'm so proud of. Look at him. He's just made some big money.
You know the maddest bit about all of this is we're talking about so many people who'll be pissed off right now. Tyson Fury. I swear to you, the man who's the most pissed off in the world is Dana White. The bad blood between him and Francis because Dana wouldn't let him go and have a boxing match because he wants absolute control over his fighters. He doesn't want to see them really succeed and actually grow to a point where, like Conor McGregor did, he doesn't want him to get like Conor McGregor where he's too big to be controlled, and yet the value he would have added to the UFC as a heavyweight champion of the UFC, beating the shit out of Tyson Fury.
Counter left.
What a sucker.
Hold on.
Guys, look what they're showing us. They're not showing Tyson Fury's dominance.
There's no highlights.
All I keep seeing is this man on the floor.
Because it's not highlight worthy, though, is it?
Yeah, because
if you're winning on jabs, no, but if you're winning, if you're getting out jabs or saying, you're not really going to show.
But these highlights are not highlighting right
every
now.
round, the telling shots were coming from Ngannou.
We've got a Chris Eubank tweet. Watched it from ringside. I had Ngannou winning. He was close, but he was the aggressor, landed the heavier shot, scored the knockdown. Fury deserved to lose, having trouble with a man who's never boxed before. Too much time filming Netflix specials and not enough time in the gym.
Wait, Junior said that? Did Junior say that?
Junior.
He's absolutely nailed it. This
Look
is
at
the whole.
this. Look at this.
That was
Guys, look at these highlights, though. What are you looking at?
Do you know the maddest thing about this fight?
It's all Ngannou.
No, the maddest thing about this
What's
fight
going on?
was Tyson Fury's punches did so little to Francis.
zero. The best shot he threw
Nothing.
was, I think, in the second or third round. He caught with a.
You want to get a refund from the trunk gym?
I'm still wondering why all these highlights
They're all
are
Ngannou.
Ngannou specials.
There's
They're
not
all
one.
Ngannou.
What round's this now?
Ten.
They've went all through the rounds. There's not been one for Tyson Fury.
This is what I'm saying.
I think it was only the second when he landed a 1-2.
Yeah.
He caught him with a decent right hand, and Ngannou just kind of looked at him and says, "Is that it?"
Absolute nonsense.
Yeah.
Dumps the juice.
Hey, listen, for my agenda, this fits perfectly. So I'm going to be our all-time high, bruv.
I'm
Listen,
about
hey, all the Fury fans that like to have these private Instagram, Twitter accounts.
burner
Yeah,
accounts.
the burner accounts.
They're in hell.
Oh,
They are in
I'd
hell.
love to know what Lennox Lewis is saying.
Sean underscore no picture. Remember when Twitty said the egg as well?
Yes.
They're in trouble.
Bloody hell, mate.
I've just tweeted the lineal champion of fighting is Francis Ngannou. That's right. That is
Fans.
that, mate. Do you know what, lads?
What a night
We've
for
had
him.
a fucking blast. I know, like we've been on Joey. Fair play, you've taken it.
Well done,
Nah,
Joey.
Joey's
Nah.
been a good sport.
Well
man.
done,
We
Joey.
needed someone from
We
the Fury
needed someone.
Defence League, and he took the role. So I appreciate
He
it.
done
His
well.
football
No
team lost a
problem.
day. He's had a
bad day.
Respect the Joy. We're going to wrap it up now, but honestly, what a fucking night. A great show. We really liked the Adelaide fight as well. That was a quality fight.
That was good.
We've
Well
had a
done,
good
Fabio.
chat.
Hey, we've
Big
had a
love
good
to
night.
everyone who watched. Don't forget, subscribe if you haven't already. Like the video. Come back for more, because me and these boys are going to be doing more podcasts and live shows just like this. Shout out to the boys. Undefeated Podcast. Yes, come on. Lawrence
go.
Oswecki, our champion boxer. Come on, son. And Joy Knight on the Joy Knight channel. Don't forget to subscribe. Thanks for watching, everyone, and we'll see you later.
Peace.
Well done, everyone. What a fucking show.
That was a great show. That.
Hey, listen,
That
I
was sick.
should have drove here.
Wait. We can't talk because we're still there. We're still going on. Before we start fucking saying everything.
Just to throw up a little bit.